What is up, everyone? We are back. I'm Matt Feldick, your host, co-host of the day, getting Stream 2 started today, and I'm joined by the great Kelly Teeslink of Girls on the Run, Northern Arizona. And so she has been commentating with me, as many of you know, on the stream prior to this. And we are excited to have her for a little bit longer on this stream. We do have. Oh, it looks like. Oh, I have the wrong chat out. Sorry. Looks like we are going to. If you just give me 1 second and bear with me, we are tuned in currently to the Sedona aid station here, and I am going to pin this link to the top of the chat. So if you want to support Girls on the Run, Northern Arizona, and all the incredible things that they do, you can go on over to this link right here, and you can donate directly. You can help support, again, a lot of the things that they're doing. You can help continue to keep girls active and all of the wonderful things that Kelly will be able to speak a lot better to than me because she's with Girls on the Run. She is the resident expert of all things Girls on the Run.
Yes, absolutely. Well, first of all, so happy to be here and commentate alongside you, Matt. I am a trail and ultra runner, and I'm also the council director of Girls in the Run of Northern Arizona. Have been involved with Girls in the Run for 10 years, and it is my favorite thing in the world when my two great loves combine. So to be here commentating at Cocodona 250 and also getting to represent and talk about Girls in the Run is definitely, it's a dream day for me. So I'm so happy to be here. So if you're not familiar with Girls in the Run or haven't been around in the live stream the last few hours, we are a nonprofit organization. We are national, so you might have heard of Girls in the Run because it's in your community. We are in every single state, and we serve girls in 3rd through 8th grade through using running to teach them really critical life skills and to help them gain confidence in themselves, who they are, through the power of running. We all know what running can give us. It can give us confidence in our bodies for what it can do. It can give us confidence in our ability to do really hard things. And so that's what we do at Girls in the Run. We combine the power of running with those really critical life skills that we want young girls to have as they navigate life as a girl and as a woman. So skills like learning how to identify when you're using negative self-talk and turn it into positive self-talk, which I'm guessing a lot of our runners here at Cocodona could use, and how to teach them about empathy and how to choose friends that make them feel good about themselves and how to give back to their communities and the importance of being part of a community. And so just during my last 4 hours here, we have raised $915 for Girls in the Run of Northern Arizona. Big thank you to everyone who's donated. I think it's been about 17 people, which is just incredible. These funds help us ensure that we can bring Girls in the Run to every single girl who wants to participate. We have not ever turned a girl away because she couldn't afford the fee, and we never will. And we're able to do that because of supporters like you. We also provide girls with shoes if they don't have a pair of shoes to that fit or are appropriate for running. And new this year, we are launching a sports bra fund to ensure that every girl who needs a sports bra to run with comfort and joy has one. And we only can do that through your donation. So thank you. The last couple donations that have come in, man, I feel like NPR. That's what have you ever heard like the NPR when they do their fund drives or whatever? I don't know. That's what I feel like I'm doing
Well,
right
it's like
now.
a telethon.
Yeah. But we got a really generous donation from Karen and Joe. They donated enough to fund a full scholarship for a girl. Thank you so much, Karen and Joe. Benjamin, thank you so much for your donation. We got one from Travis. Thank you. Thank you. And then it looks like we got some more coming right in. Really appreciate it, Michael. And also, I love that we got the positive talk in the live streams. That is all about what we are at Girls in the Run. We do want girls to know that it's you don't have to be positive or happy all the time, but being able to express those emotions, whether they are comfortable or uncomfortable, is what we do at Girls in the Run. So thank you again so much to everyone who's donated, and letting me talk about Girls in the Run. I mean, you guys you don't really have a say what I talk about, but appreciate you, Matt, letting me talk about Girls in the Run, and spread the good word.
No, and that's perfect. My wife Renee in the chat saying hearing this is triggering so many emotions with the emojis, and so obviously we on a personal level appreciate it. Having a daughter who turns 3 in 8 days.
Oh my goodness!
So she is a future girl on the run. We hope, and so. Yeah, we obviously appreciate you helping commentate, but also being able to spread the word about an organization that's doing a lot of things to help, girls become, more active and have maybe a better relationship with that. So.
Yep, absolutely. And I think too, like with exercise, women are taught exercise is about looking a certain way, and so to give them the confidence in themselves and their body for what it can do through running is really important. I mean, I didn't have something like that until I ran my first 5K when I was 23. Everything before that, so much of it was just about burning calories and, weighing a certain weight, or weighing a certain number. And so running really gave me freedom from that. And that's what we really hope to do at Girls in the Run too.
And huge shout out to Sarah, who says she's volunteered at NPR Drives, and this does feel like that, but way cooler.
Appreciate that.
And then Michael in the chat, happy birthday to my daughter Harper. He even gave her the all caps,
love it,
high energy treatment, like he does Kevin Goldberg. So shout out to you all. And so we are currently going to be hanging out at the Sedona aid station for the time being, checking in on runners. We've got, camera operators recharging their phone batteries and their personal batteries, trying to refuel after a great first live stream that, while it had its adversity, just like the runners are facing, where we lost camera feeds for a while, we lost audio again for a while. We have made it through, and I believe that those things are still fixed. But I guess only time will tell. Whenever we get a camera feed on, we'll be able to see if we still have audio volumes. But at least we have a camera feed for right now, which is great. So, again, we'll have more feeds up in the coming moments.
I do want to mention we just hit $1,000, which
amazing.
Is really amazing for 4.5 hours of being on the stream. So big thank you to Randy, to Tony, to Jonathan. Appreciate you guys getting us over to 1,000. And I also appreciate that these are all men supporting girls and women, because we really couldn't do it without our cheerleaders on the side as well. And it's really important for girls to see men supporting them and the stuff that they're going through, and making sure that they have the tools to be successful. So thank you for being an ally for sure.
And we do have McKnight's Slurpee.
Oh boy.
In the chat. We saw Michael McKnight having a Slurpee. I think this was on yesterday's feed. This has to be one. I think this has to be one person, the same person who was Coop's van and Verstig's sandals. Whoever this is wonderful.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. Oh, I love to hear all the comments in the chat too about where they've participated or been part of Girls in the Run across the country. I've seen Philly and South Carolina and a couple others. So love to see that. Thanks for sharing.
And we got the Hearts of Goldberg in the chat, as we do have another feed up at Sedona here, as Josh is just awaiting some more runners. So as soon as we have more runners coming in, we will be able to check in over there.
Another thank you goes to Emma. for her donation, $1,055.
And it looks like we do have runners in the aid station, so we'll send it over to Josh and see if we still have audio. Hey, Josh, if you can hear us, are you able to unmute yourself? Hey, we still have
There we
audio,
go.
folks. Let's go. Who do we have in the aid station here?
We got number 26 just about to leave.
That looks like Amy
And
again.
we have number
that's
30 that just came in.
Amy Gordon is about to leave. And then Ray Sanchez, bib number 30, is just coming in. That is Ray right there chatting with the race director, Steve. There's Amy Gordon getting all her stuff together to make her way out of Sedona, up the Kasner climb. Who do we have here?
How's it going? Good. Good work.
Oh, is that Yuri? I believe. We saw him come in. Yeah, I think we saw him come in. I think that was Yuri, the runner maybe from the Czech Republic.
That sounds right.
Skylar in the chat. I got to give a shout out to Skylar. I believe that Skylar has done a number of things on the back end, but one, he congratulated me for not breaking everything when we restarted streams, which is nice. But I believe Skylar has gotten us our total number of international athletes left, although that could have also been Jamil. I'm not 100% sure. And then we also have a little cross-country scoring by state that we can take a look at as Amy Gordon is heading out. So we've got a lot of cool things in store here for the later hours. Especially, I don't know if everyone remembers, but we're going to be carrying this coverage
to the right, this way,
through the night tonight till 10 p.m. Thursday night, so that we don't miss the finishes of as many runners as we can. So we will have camera feeds primarily up in Flagstaff at that point. And we will be commentating as much as we feel will provide value.
That's a good way to put it.
You know, I know that people don't want to sit and listen to if there's a 3 or a 4 hour gap to me talk to Chris Warden about grilled cheese sandwiches or anything like that. So obviously we want to make sure that we're providing value, but the feed will be up and running until 10 p.m. tomorrow night. And so my mother in the chat asking what mile are we on. Another Kelly. So we've got Kelly Teeslink here. We've got my mother, Kelly Feldick, and then we also have our admin assistant, Kelly, out at Kelly Canyon. It's incredible. And so this view right here, this shot right here is from mile 144, 144.9, I believe, aid station at Sedona. The race leader, Joe McConaughey, is up, and he's probably at Walnut Canyon or getting pretty close to Walnut Canyon. I think Walnut Canyon might be mile 229. Yeah, Walnut Canyon's mile 229. It looks like as of 2 minutes ago, he was about 4 miles out, 3.5 miles out from there.
That's crazy. He's definitely in, we can actually say he's in the home stretch, I would say. At what point can you say that, I guess?
Probably when you get down from Elden.
Okay.
Right?
Well, maybe we can say that, but we couldn't say that to him because he wouldn't want to hear that he's in the home stretch with 25 miles to go.
Yeah, I mean, just the fact that you have to not quite summit Elden, but climb Elden 142 miles or something like that in is pretty brutal. But then you have to get down on a Forest Service road.
And I'm sure it's been talked about, but is there any snow up there?
As of a few days ago, we did get confirmation photos that there were some snow patches along the Sunset Trail, because the Sunset Trail skirts kind of the like northern side, like the side of Elden that is away from Flagstaff.
Yeah.
So it kind of skirts that side, and that side tends to keep snow quite a bit longer than the city-facing side. And so there were patches, but that was still a few days ago, and it's been nothing but sunny up there. So there's a chance that most of that is on the trail has melted. But we will hopefully see if we can get a camera up on Elden. It sounded like Jamil was planning to continue chasing Joe at various points where he knew he was going to get service. The stretch from Fort Tuthill about until runners get back closer to like town near the I-40 is just a very long stretch with not much service, and that looked like bib number. We saw this person earlier. That's bib number 96, Carol Northrup.
Of Prescott.
Heading out, another Prescott native. It's like the opposite of what the Flagstaff residents have, where they start in Prescott and are running home for the Flagstaffans. These folks are running away from home.
At least it'll be an easy drive back to their home. Yeah, I think you maybe saw that comment that I have to be at work. I have a work thing in Prescott on the last hour of Cocodona. I am pretty gutted about it, but
we know that you will be lining the streets of downtown Flagstaff in spirit.
yeah, I will do my best while I'm giving a presentation at a conference.
We have more Goldbergs in the chat.
A lot of Goldbergs.
We've got a Michael Goldberg, who I assume is a relative. We've got a Maxine Goldberg, Labradoodle. So that is clearly a dog in the chat.
Oh yeah, is that Elden climb gnarly? Yep, Laura's right. It's pretty steep and technical, and it's like very stair-steppy.
Isn't it? I think it's like a 2,000-foot climb in just 2 or 3 miles, right?
Yeah. I think it's harder to run down, personally, than it is going up.
Yeah. Well, and there's Shannon Ono, bib 32, and I think that's part of why they come down Elden Lookout Road, is because you get maybe a similar descent, but across 6 miles, I believe, instead of
Straight up.
3. Yeah, I think that Elden Lookout Trail, which is what they go up, is, I want to say it's like a 2,000-foot climb in like 2 or 2.5 miles. So it's pretty rough.
Yeah. That is quite the way to end.
We got some more folks in here.
More medics.
What bib number are you? 87. Bib 87.
87. A lot of footwork. That is Tina Ormas of Dubai.
Wow.
So shout out to Tina, and I believe that
Stay down. You're looking good.
And I believe the data that was provided to me by Skylar or someone else possibly was that there are 13 international runners left, and I believe 6 of them or 7 of them are from Canada, and the other half are from a variety of different places. But
awesome. That's pretty cool that you've made international fame with Cocodona.
Yep. Yeah, and that's 13 remaining. I wonder how many started as we watch Shannon Ono head out of here.
I think I did read that Jeff Browning is going to be pacing.
I did see that. I think the last 36 miles.
Something like that. I wonder if that's
Dan, and they want to know how you're feeling heading out.
I feel excellent.
I think that would be
Feels
from Tuthill, right?
Oh, okay. Yep.
Something more.
That was too close.
It's hard. It's hard
Very
to do
good. Good luck.
that. It's hard to do that math
Nice.
backwards.
goes by himself.
Says he's feeling excellent. Ready
That's
for another
great.
100.
Oh, amazing.
Love it. Love it. And we have, I believe, a little blasphemy in the chat here from Amy Lee. Elden Lookout Trail is my least favorite trail in Flagstaff. I cannot imagine having to run up that. Well, I can't imagine having to run up that 230 miles in.
No.
But your least favorite trail in Flagstaff.
That is some bold words right there.
That is very bold. Shout out to Amy Lee Thornhill. Thanks for joining us. It's a pretty iconic trail.
I will say.
It is rough, though.
It is rough. And at the top, I mean, the views are nice. You also are, like, looking at the mall.
Yeah, you are looking at a number of different fire scars.
Yeah.
And off on one side, so you don't have, like, a ton of vegetation. And then on the other side, yeah, you've got Flagstaff Mall.
Yeah.
And more like East Flagstaff, which is fine. But you're not like overlooking Buff Park like you would be on the city side, which is really cool. Which is kind of the view you get a better view, I think, up in the Dry Lakes area, which the course does not go through. You're kind of up higher, like pretty high, but overlooking the sprawl that is the city of Flagstaff.
I guess they'll just have to come back and do Sky Peak so they can get the views on the other
And
side.
I am going to miss this
Uh-oh.
because... Oh, it's Annie's crew. Heck yeah. Let me figure out how to get there. And we do have eyes on your ladies leader.
Oh, look at that.
Great Annie Hughes. And who
All
do we have?
smiles.
Oh, she crossed the 200-mile mark. She wanted to
Go
flash
Annie.
her Koros Verdicts 2 with the Lava Band, the same band and watch that Jamil and myself both have. So a huge shout out to Koros, known for their battery life, perfect for a race like this. And if you want to go over and get yourself a free accessory, you can go over to Koros.com, use the promo code Cocodona. You can pick yourself up an additional watch band. You can get yourself a t-shirt. You can get yourself a keychain charger, all for free. Add it to your cart. Use the promo code Cocodona at checkout. Thank you to our incredible friends over at Koros. And in addition to that, the Queen of Koros, Miss Shelby Farrell, will be joining us, allegedly, will be joining us later this evening. She's still currently pacing Joe McConaughey. So we will see if she makes it down to Phoenix. If she stayed up in the Pines and in Flagstaff forever, I wouldn't necessarily blame her. But she did say that she was going to pace Joe and then head down here. So we'll see if that holds up. But we are expected to be greeted by the Queen of Koros, Miss Shelby Farrell, a little bit later this evening.
Annie looks like she's moving well. It's
Yeah, she
definitely
just
running.
crossed over the 200-mile threshold, which means she's just a few miles from the Kelly Canyon aid station as well.
Aw. Smooth as silk at mile 200. I would say so too. Oh, a lot of people excited for Annie in the live feed. Ooh.
Lots of Annie love as we lose that feed. We will pop back up over here, and a huge shout out to Annie's crew for popping in there for us. We appreciate it. It's amazing that her pacers willing to hop on here from time to time. It gives us a vantage point that we would basically never be able to get volunteer filmers to.
Totally.
Which is really cool. So shout out to Andy, who has a very big following here in the live chat.
Oh, my mom's giving us a little bit of pep up there. Love it.
Thanks, Mrs. T-Slink. We appreciate it. Doing a great job. You know, positive reinforcement.
Exactly. Mention here, too, that I think you guys have got us to just over $1,300, which is crazy. We got some really generous donations in the last 15 or so minutes. Thank you to Emily. Thank you to Greg. We got another donation from Karen and Joe. I'm not sure if that was a mistake or not. I'm guessing not. I just wanted 2 donations in a few hours. That is really incredible and very generous. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you guys getting us over that $1,300 mark. That will essentially fund a full Girls in the Run team of scholarships. We definitely have those schools that are higher need or lower socioeconomic status, and a lot of times we end up providing the entire team shoes, scholarships, and so just know that your donation will help us ensure one full team can enjoy Girls in the Run this fall. Oh, boy.
It looks like we got a bib number, I believe that was 201. Yeah, John Wolfinger.
That is
having
quite the nap spot.
Yeah.
In the shade.
Oh, man.
Oh, my gosh.
Is that a cactus right there, though? You got to be a little careful.
Yeah. Definitely. Oh, perfect.
I can't tell if that's really Gordy Ainsley in the chat or not.
Yeah.
But I'm going to let the chat deal with it, maybe.
That's a pretty interesting stat. 15:52 average pace for Annie. Like, that is quick. It makes you wonder how fast she's actually moving when she's not moving.
Yeah, she hasn't taken a ton of naps quite yet. Oh, and let's see. Let's get the audio on here. Yeah, there we go. We have you unmuted now, Josh. Sorry. Is this the same medic who has repaired multiple people's legs, taped them back to their bodies so that they could get back out there? Is he handling a little foot stuff here?
This is the same one, and he's got another one in line.
Oh man, what a legend! He's been just taping legs back on. He's saving everyone right now.
Good as new.
So we have bib 87 ready to go again.
Awesome.
All fixed up.
Oh. That is
We'll
so
go
sweet.
ahead and pull this up for you. And so it looks like, I'll let you read this.
From Karen of the Karen and Joe I keep talking about, that keep donating to Girls in the Run. Don't let Annie's sweetness fool you. That last donation was supposed to be in Annie's name. Proud aunt and uncle. That is incredible. What a supportive aunt and uncle, cheering from afar for Annie, not only donating once but then donating another in Annie's honor. Really appreciate your support and just love the support that you're providing Annie right now too.
How you feeling? Feeling good?
He's feeling good.
Good.
He doesn't know how he feels.
Says he's felt better.
He's looking good.
Bib 146.
And that is Fernando Montes from Hazlitt. What do we got? Hazlitt, Michigan, maybe?
How you feeling?
It was tough. Not used to that.
Oh, I bet.
It was good. It was so beautiful. Dude.
What bib number are you?
211.
211.
Yep.
You're on the Aravaipa Live,
Hey, guys.
so everyone can watch you.
We got Jonathan Schrank. I believe that is a Texan there. Yep, from Fredericksburg, Texas.
So I would be remiss, all my people would be mad at me if I didn't correct your pronunciation. It's Schrank. It's a German
Schrank.
town.
I
can't
like
even
it.
say
And I appreciate being corrected.
I'm a little delirious, man.
Jonathan Schrank. And it sounds a lot better. You got to put a little bit more of your voice behind it. Jonathan Schrank from Fredericksburg, Texas here. And the German accent there, making it to Sedona. Huge shout out to him. Looking good.
Good work.
Looking
Thank you.
great. Good job.
Oh, and we got the legend herself, Miss Lottie Brinks, in the chat. Yes, Texas, rocking the Bandera shirt. Love to see it. Lottie, thanks for tuning in.
Oh, who's this?
She is Canadian. She was running with Mandy Goody earlier.
We got you on the Cocodona Live. Can I just follow you for a second?
Sure.
All right. How you feeling?
A little rough. The quad's been bothering me for a while. So descents were really slow. But I don't know. When you go slow, it's not as hot, so that's nice. Can't beat that.
For sure.
Yeah. That's about all I got. I don't know. I'm not as interesting as some of the fast runners.
What's the bib number?
And bib number 55.
That's right, Erica Sargent
Awesome work, Erica.
from Kimberley, British
We got
Columbia.
some fans in the chat saying awesome work, Erica.
I don't even know what I need. My quads are jacked up. That's the polite way to say that. Not fucked up, just jacked up. Yeah. No, it's just this one, like right here. Every time I descend, it's like a sharp shooting pain that goes up there. Yeah, I'll take a gun. Yeah.
Do you want to stay here and I'll just bring something in the car?
No, just the gun for now. It'll be great. Yeah, and then I can go over there. All right.
Let's go ahead.
Hey.
Put this all over?
Yeah.
How you feeling?
Better than yesterday. Yesterday wasn't my day. I got dehydrated. I was good on my nutrition and everything, but I fell in the creek crossing at 1 o'clock in the morning. And then I tried to get warm, but instead I was freaking getting hypothermia. So, and I didn't eat nothing. So then, I lost all my calories. So I got dehydrated. So I'm trying to start back up. Trying to get back into it. I finished before 4 days, but Friday, yeah.
How's that?
You get between over.
Could you hear that from him there?
Yeah, we could. We're listening into the great Ray Sanchez here, California zone. As he's just getting his feet taken care of here.
That's good. Next one.
You could also do a contest for like gnarliest feet at the end, because that would also be like a all genders. Could
Yeah, what was the tattoos?
Yeah.
Tattoos and maybe just battle scars in general.
Yeah,
You know?
I'm sure there'll be just a couple epic falls during Cocodona, I'm sure. Although I tend to have my worst falls when I, like at Buffalo Park, where there's like nothing to trip over.
Question about Matthew Halaba. Is he still only at 35 miles? No, he is either
How you feeling?
dropped or he is having a tracker issue.
There we go. What bib number are you?
99.
99. So we got bib 99.
99.
About as good as I have all trip.
Jake Doneth. Incorrect my pronunciation there.
You're on Cocodona Live.
From Heather Meadows, Washington.
You bought an airplane ticket last night to come pace me because I was doing so bad.
All right.
But we're all smiles now.
Oh. Try and get up this mountain by dark on the plateau. Yeah. We're doing it.
All right. Good work.
Thanks. I guess.
AJW in the chat, making sure we know that's the Ray Sanchez, Sacramento's own. Here it looks like we have bib 109 maybe, Matt Woolley, heading out of the Sedona aid station. And the brother of the Denim Cowboy himself, Mr. James Tadieski, I believe is how I was told to pronounce it, clearly joining in for the first time today. Audio? Yes, we have solved the world's problems over here for the current time, and we hope that it gets you some of, we get in your good graces for if anything does come up. And I think while we have a little slowness in runners coming in here, why don't we take a look at a little piece that our very own Dylan Harris Films put together, featuring Eric Sensman talking about the wonderful city, the high-altitude endurance mecca that is Flagstaff, Arizona, where all of these runners are adventuring to. So let's go ahead and check out this this piece of content here as soon as I can find it. And actually, let's hold off because I believe that is the man himself, Mr. Michael Versteeg, and I believe that is Versteeg Sandals.
Well, they can't.
Cocodona Live sees you.
Hi, Cocodona.
The legend himself, I believe Chris Paul is probably watching right now. He still owes you a shoot-around session, I believe.
Can they hear us or no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can hear you. Says Chris Paul owes you a shoot-around session.
That's why I wanted bib 3, CP3 and MV3 last year.
You know, I think that
I thought about asking Joe to trade.
yeah, I think maybe
Lucky number.
maybe we set you up for we didn't set you up for success by giving you the lucky bib number of Chris Paul, but we do obviously appreciate you towing the starting line even a little dinged up. You're a legend in the sport and in the history of this race, and we appreciate you being out here. Beautiful, well-kept beard and all.
Thank you.
Awesome.
I'm super happy to, I think like I posted, I really wanted to be a part of it, and as far as I got, I was happy with, just to be able to come out and run some miles. So to end in my downtown in my hometown was pretty good. I didn't think I was going to make it that far, but now I'm just going to help some friends.
Awesome.
Some friends get finished. So yeah.
Crewing along?
Yeah.
Awesome.
I can stand here and talk. I can't really run or pace though.
Awesome. Well, we appreciate you being out here, Michael, and we'll have to check in with you from time to time as we see you.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump around this evening as long as my back will allow. But I'll be up I'm gonna try and go see Joe finish, and yeah, I'll be around. So yeah,
Awesome.
I'll say hi. I'll say hi whenever you want. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
Awesome. And we are going to now send it to this little clip that we made on the beautiful city of Flagstaff here, featuring the person who the live chat voted for mustache of the race, but I have maybe pulled him down on the ballot using my executive power. Here is a little feature on Discover Flagstaff.
My name is Eric Sensman. I'm an ultra runner based in Flagstaff, Arizona, and this is where I do the bulk of my training. Buffalo Park is iconic in Flagstaff for really people of all walks of life, not just runners. It's just a central place that allows you to access all these different trails and areas north of town. Buffalo Park's an iconic meeting point for runners and walkers and visitors alike. Because the trails are so accessible and so prevalent in Flagstaff, it makes it really easy to go for a run, be in the woods, get out of town, but be able to very quickly come back and finish in town and meet up with your friends, go to a brewery, get a beer. It just feels like the town has evolved to adapting to and welcoming in runners and outdoors people as it's grown. I hope I can stay in Flagstaff forever.
And there you have it. The great Eric Sensman. We're going to actually send it maybe... Oh, we do have a runner here. I apologize for bouncing all over the place. We are back in Sedona. We've got Bib 205 coming in here. Coming in, yeah, or are they leaving?
Just coming in. We got
Just
205
coming in.
and 86.
Jeff
both coming in.
Goldstein and John Wright both coming in there.
Woo! How you feeling?
Man, we're pretty good. I mean, it's a little warm out there, but, just hiking it out, power hiking. That's what I do.
Very good. Good work.
Yep. You want moderate or moderate?
For now, put ginger ale in there and some more ice.
We got the Cocodona live. How you feeling?
I'm doing good. Doing very good, thank you.
Good.
Enjoying it. Yeah, obviously that was a warm section, but we'll get it through it and get on to the evening and have some more fun tonight.
Perfect.
Yeah.
How much sleep have you gotten thus far?
So far I've had 3 hours.
3 hours. All right.
I'll probably get maybe 1 to 2 more tonight, and that'll be it.
Well, good work. Good
Yeah,
job.
thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate it.
We do have a pretty great comment in the chat here. The Reno 911 spinoff, Flagstaff 911, starring Eric Sensman.
I'd watch it.
As would I, and our good friend Dylan is out capturing Eric's journey this year at the Cocodona 250. So Eric will be the feature of our upcoming Cocodona film from this year's race, following along his journey, which I think is super cool to just see why he chose to do something like this when he's still, capturing Western States Golden Ticket races, and for him to go through this, I think is pretty cool.
Absolutely.
We got a mullet of the race candidate.
Ooh.
Oh man, well I think that's the first one I've seen.
He might be the winner.
He might be the winner.
Yeah, the pity soon. I'd just like to thank Danica for sponsoring my pacer here. All the guys at the office say hoorah for me. There you go, dude. You're super famous.
Looks like 62.
Really, Bib 99.
Got Jim Moses in the chat. I paced for Steak into Tuthill this time last year. One of the most fun runs of my life. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I can't imagine what it's like to pace somebody, who's having the race of their lifetime. Or I guess I put those words in his mouth, but I imagine it was up there.
He was having a really great race.
Can I wear this and my Yeah, that works. I'll just put a jacket.
Is that a runner? Have we seen?
Do we have a bib number here?
We got the Cocodona live for you. How you feeling?
Pretty good. I slept in the car. Gonna go walk up a hill.
What's your bib number?
16.
Bib 16.
I feel like maybe we did see her come in. Oh, that's Mandy Goody. Yeah, so she had been running with Erica Sargent for a while. She is also a Vancouver, Kimberley, British Columbia native. Yeah, not Vancouver, Kimberley, BC.
Looks like Versteeg's pacer said he was doing 7:45 mile pace and dropped him.
How you doing?
Good.
We got you on the Cocodona live.
Ready for a little bit of shade, a little refreshment, regroup before we get a big climb.
Oh, is that the legend himself?
That was
Henry
long.
Ward?
Time to get here, but we live here, so
Okay.
managed the heat well, just kind of stayed ahead of the sweat, kept the heart rate down, kept eating, just stick to the plan.
Very good. How much have you slept so far?
I slept 2 hours the first night, maybe like a little dirty nap for like 5 or 10 minutes, and then an hour, I guess it was this morning. It's all kind of blurry now, but I think an hour and then another quick little lay down in the cot in the aid stations.
Cool.
So yeah, I mean, that play might change, but that seems to be working. You know, wake up, get some food in me, get some coffee, get moving.
Good work.
If I need more sleep, I'll take it at the time now.
Absolutely.
Get it done one way or the other.
Good work.
Also good.
The chat said you're the legend himself.
Listen to that.
Seeing if they said who it was.
Oh, it was that. We've got a lot of Henry Ward fans in the chat.
Right on. Hello, everybody. Couldn't have done it without this guy, Jim. Jim Smith right there. Man. All right, time to regroup.
Good work.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Later, everybody.
Yeah, we're fancy here.
I am just going to confirm that Mr. Goldberg has moved into 5th before I change the bottom banner. I know if I don't do it right away that I'll get hate in the chat, so no, I'm just kidding. And there it is.
Thank you so much.
We're getting some ice in the sleeves here, as well as another candidate for the tattoo of the race.
Ooh.
Oh, that's solid. Oh, that's sick.
Really good options for.
They got. Apparently, there's other good options under the arm sleeves too.
Ice is more important. Those arm sleeves with ice in it is just it's been a lifesaver for me in certain races.
I might just walk with it open for now.
Yep.
I'm not running. Oh yeah, you got it. Go, Mandy.
So here we have Mandy Goody. Looks like maybe about to leave the Sedona aid station here.
Little trick so your bandana doesn't choke you.
What's been your favorite part of the race so far?
That last section.
All right.
I started it when it wasn't so hot, so it was runnable for me. Yeah, Sedona's beautiful.
Is this your first time here?
No,
Okay.
but it's always nice.
Yes, definitely.
All right.
Now she goes.
All right.
Mandy Goody heading back out.
She's looking good.
Yes. Then you'll take a left on Adobe Jack Trail. You'll see it.
Oh, people are telling me that Goldberg is behind now.
It's just more work for you.
All right, Matt Smith is getting. Sorry, Goldberg folks. Know that you will bring him to back into 5th place here with your energy, with your big Goldberg energy, as you are saying in the chat.
Dawn has entered the building, from what I've heard. So she should be here soon.
Yeah, and so we will have a little bit of a commentary switch here as the great Dawn Greenwalt, the legend, Flagstaff's own, will be joining the live stream commentary desk and replacing Miss Kelly Teeslink.
Yeah, she's going to bring a lot of great commentary with her experience last year. And she's a Flagstaff native. Like, she was born and raised there. So she just has a lot more knowledge than I do, about the trails and the surroundings. And before I do hop off, just want to say thank you again for everybody who donated to Girls on the Run to ensure that we can continue to bring Girls on the Run to every single girl. It looks like our final tally, which you can still donate after I leave. No one will be asking you to, but you sure still can. Looks like our final tally is $1,350. So that is absolutely incredible. Our last donation came in. I think Martin was our last one who hasn't got a shout out yet. So thank you. It was 25 people that donated. Really appreciate your support. Was so happy that I could spend some time here today with you. And of course, big thanks to Aravaipa for having me here and their support of Girls on the Run of Northern Arizona. It's been super fun.
I've had a blast.
Yeah.
People have stayed around to listen to us, so that's always a good
There's
thing.
still people in the chat, so that's always a good sign.
Yeah. Yeah, awesome. Well, we will listen in here as we've got some runners getting their feet worked on by I'm gonna name this medical volunteer who's doing an excellent job, the Magician.
There we go. I love
That's going to be his new race name because he is repairing people left and right and getting them back out there. So we're gonna go ahead and listen in to what we have going on here as we get Dawn Greenwalt, last year's 2nd place finisher, in the studio here.
All right, there. Now they can hear you on there. So how are you feeling?
Feeling good, thank you. Yeah. Great race. Enjoying it.
Good.
Yeah.
What's been your favorite section so far?
Well, I can tell you which it wasn't my favorite.
Perfect.
That was coming down from Mingus Mountain, going into what is it?
Jerome.
Yeah. Some of those hills are just unreal as far as all the rocks, and that made it very, very difficult. Slowed times down an awful lot. Yeah, that's for sure. and then the hill right out of Jerome. About like that, just full of rocks that you didn't ever figure you're gonna slide down on your butt. But anyway, yeah. Otherwise, any section is a good one. Yeah, just great to be out on the trails. Yeah.
Very good.
What a great attitude.
Anything else? Besides that?
You want to take a look at the bottom one?
Oh, you have a pretty good wrap, so
Okay.
it's not bothering you.
Yeah, let's just leave it. Yeah, I think the other foot's fine. Yeah, I don't think there's a. Is there a medic at Mount Park?
Yeah, there's one at every station.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll be good. I'll probably be up at Elden.
Okay. All right.
Oh, and we do have Amy Lee here, who I gave a hard time about the trail comment. She said, "My daughter has been in Girls on the Run since she was in 4th grade. Amazing program. Thank you so much for being incredible humans." So, huge shout out to Kelly, who is still here. She is slowly making her way out of the studio. We've got Mullet Guy still here at the Sedona aid station, ready to. He's pacing, so he's just awaiting his athlete, and we are joined by the wonderful Dawn Greenwald.
Yay! Hey! I'm so glad to be here.
How's it going?
Thank you for having me. Oh, look at it's backwards.
So we're just trying to get the headphones situated, and here we are. And let's let the people see Miss Dawn, last year's 2nd place finisher here.
Yay!
And who do we have?
Glad to be here.
Who do we have here? I think. Josh muted himself on his end. It looks like, which nearly gave me a little bit of a heart attack.
Now they can hear you too.
Yay!
Thought we were having audio issues. How are you doing?
All right.
Yes, how you doing?
Alright, so I can't pull out from the race anymore now because I'm on the Cocodona line. I can't say so. My back is killing me. I can't do another thing. No, I have to keep on going. So I need protein. Let's start with chili. With green pepper.
Perfect.
The Freak Runner pizza was
Said the Freak Runners pizza was very good.
Yeah. And then
Got some chili now.
what bib number do we have here?
We got 104.
Bib 104, Mr. Cesar Rotundo.
yes.
From Tiburon, California. He's here. He has to finish now because he has been on the Cocodona live stream. He has no choice.
You're stuck. You're stuck on there.
How much sleep have you gotten so far?
So I got this time I'm sleeping quite a bit, like 2 hours, probably 2 hours. I usually sleep like 30 minutes, like 1.5 hours.
Okay. Very good. Well, thank you. How you feeling?
Love it. What do we have? We got some pancakes and eggs, or is that bacon and pancakes?
Bacon and eggs.
Bacon and
Bacon
eggs.
and eggs.
Best bacon and eggs he's ever had.
Breakfast for dinner.
I'm sure some of those foods, when you hit certain aid stations, probably taste very, very good.
Right? All that salt too in the bacon.
Yeah.
Okay. Best thing he had so far was lasagna.
Oh, the lasagna up at Mingus Mountain, courtesy of a number of volunteers, but the great Jubilee Page was up there helping cook as well.
Lots of calories. Yeah.
And he said last year they had hot dogs up at Mingus, and it was the best hot dog he'd ever had. And I believe Stephen Crawford in the on the live stream yesterday said that was where he learned of the concept of a pocket dog when Jubilee made him take one with him, one for the road.
Pocket dog.
That's important when you can start sticking those all in your pockets and just have them for later.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And again, for anyone just joining us, I am joined by last year's ladies runner-up
How you
finisher, Miss
feeling?
Dawn Greenwald. We're basically just hanging
All
out at the
right.
Sedona aid station right now.
Oh, okay.
This is how you do it right here.
Great.
Run good.
Run goo.
Oh, another one of our sponsors too, Squirrels Nut Butter. They have some amazing foot toe happy feet is what it is. It's
Yep.
amazing stuff for the feet as well. So
And it looks
Squirrels
like,
Nut Butter. So it is Sedona is 145 miles, correct?
yep, yeah, 144 and change, I think.
144. So looks like we have a lot of people piling into Sedona.
Yeah, 144.9. So
Okay.
yeah, 145. Looks like we do have a little bit of a shot at Fort Tuthill here. So let's go ahead and take a look there. So runners will be coming in. So they'll be coming in a little bit of a different way from the way you came into Fort Tuthill. Is that correct, Dawn?
Oh, okay. I thought that this was similar this year, isn't it? The Fort Tuthill section.
Yeah, I think because they come in from Munns
or-
Park.
Correct. Come into Munns Park, but
Once you get closer to Tuthill, maybe it's similar.
Correct. So the Fort Tuthill spot, I think, is similar.
Yep. Yep.
And the way out towards Walnut Canyon as well. But yes,
Yeah, I
you're
think
correct. The Munns part, we kind of come up. The trail's next to I-17 through Kachina there, huh?
Yep.
So yeah, I'm curious on how that was for the athletes this time.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah, it will be interesting because I think the old way that used to come up when you got to the top of Kasner, you were just kind of on Forest Road for the majority of that.
Yes, from Cinder Pit area.
Yep.
And then we went via Rogers Lake Trail into Fort Tuthill, which beautiful, beautiful forest, single track. That was probably one of my favorite areas. Soft, that duff, super nice. But gosh, Flagstaff trails, even this area that everyone came up, same, I'm sure it's just as nice and soft, and the temperatures are amazing right now here in Flagstaff. So
Yeah, definitely nice weather, and you can kind of tell by the trees the wind doesn't look to be too bad, which that could be kind of the only thing that could be maybe really, not really problematic, but it could be bothersome this time of year. It can be windy up on the plateau there. But yeah, I mean, we've seen the runners since they got to Munns Park, and it looked like they have an out and back section in Munns Park, and then they head over to Kelly Canyon, and it looks like that whole section is kind of your stereotypical Flagstaff kind of trails that you would see kind of on that southern side, where a lot of running through the pine forest, a lot of soft single track that's pretty beautiful. So
yes, just all of it is amazing for sure. Just so beautiful. Water. Maybe see some animals. I heard that someone had saw a little javelina somewhere on the trail out there. That
yeah, we saw that at Sedona.
Okay. Actually, I was surprised, because aren't those nocturnal animals? I'm surprised that they're out
you don't see them too much.
this
It looks
late
like
in the day, or this early in the day, I guess.
we might have something happening here at Sedona. So let's go ahead and check in, and let me get this unmuted real quick. Looks like we have runner leaving.
You're on that Cocodona live.
Yeah, she looks great.
Yeah.
What is that?
That looked like
How you feeling?
49.
Kylie.
Yeah.
Kylie Aldez. It was her 34th birthday yesterday, and she decided to celebrate her birthday by running from Prescott this year up to Flagstaff.
Right.
Right?
Oh, man.
There you go. Rock star.
Yep. So she is crushing it still.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna go do Schneebly now and head into the night.
Amazing. And looks like we do have another camera feed up over at Fort Tuthill. I'm going to try to...
And while you're doing
Yeah,
that,
and look at, we're getting a little inside look at the sleep station over at Tuthill.
Not in use yet.
No runners. Only our lead runner, Joe McConaughey, has come through Tuthill, and I believe he is probably through Walnut Canyon.
Maybe. He's almost, well, shows him maybe near it, almost there.
Yeah,
maybe?
almost there it looks
Okay.
like, or almost right at it. He's at 228.7, which is probably right on. You can see this is the inside here of the Fort Tuthill aid station.
With Squirrel's Nut Butter.
Yep, this is the
Those are
Squirrel's Nut
is that
Butter
Chris over there?
aid station.
There's Chris.
And is that Mr. 8 More
Storm.
Miles himself? Is that Mr. Peter Mortimer right there in the plaid shirt?
Yep. So
Looks
he's
like
over
Pete.
there.
He just can't stay away.
Right?
He was on the broadcast
Yeah.
yesterday. He's made his way back up. He's at the aid station. He's going to go
Mhm.
be at the top of Elden at some point. My guess would probably be tonight, but I'm not 100% sure.
Right. Depending on how Joe does, it looks like another 4 hours or so he'll be up at the top of Mount Elden maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you forget how slow these slow compared to maybe some of these earlier sections this last like 25 miles is from Walnut Canyon, because you do have to climb Mount Elden, which is a beast in its own right, but then you have to get back down, which isn't like the fastest when you've run 240 some miles.
Right. Exactly. And you know you're almost done and you maybe are ready to be finished the last 10 miles there.
And there's the old Squirrel's Nut Butter tent. The inflatable arch.
And Michael, he'll be getting into, McKnight will be getting into Fort Tuthill soon as well. So
Yep,
we'll see
he
if
should
he's
only
gonna
be a few miles out, I think.
pass on through or not. I remember you guys were talking about how McKnight doesn't really need to sleep a lot of times on these races.
Yeah, he slept a little bit this race, but I think he typically does maybe some shorter naps, which is kind of what Joe McConaughey has done this race as well. He's been kind of looking at 8-minute naps. He did do maybe a little bit longer nap here at Fort Tuthill.
Okay.
Like maybe a half-hour nap or something like that. But
Okay. Yeah, last night it seemed like McKnight made up some time last night coming up through the runners there.
Yep, and we're going to send it down. We got the runner coming in Sedona here.
Oh, there you go.
Josh, who do we got here? Oh, another incredible beard.
Dave
Sunscreen.
Stinchfield.
Natural sunscreen there.
Yeah. Keeps it all nice and non-sunburned.
David Stinchfield is here at the Sedona Aid Station from Washougal, Washington. It's a bit of a tongue twister at this point in the race for me. But shout out to Mr. Stinchfield, who's having himself a great race. Has a very vibrant bucket hat, so as long as he's wearing that, I am now going to remember exactly who that is. And incredible beard as well. I love it.
Right on.
I love it. Have a good one.
I'm feeling pretty good.
Good.
Only 100 miles to go, 105.
Hey
Good
Josh,
work.
can you ask how is the temperature down there for those guys?
For me, it feels really hot. I'm from Washington.
Yeah, Washington,
So
exactly.
anything above 55 is blazing hot to me.
Awesome.
Well, you look like a flower with that hat on, so that's amazing. Yeah.
I love it.
Thank you.
We're gonna
Have a
send
good
it.
one.
You too. We're gonna
Nice
send it
work,
back up here to Flagstaff as we are taking a look at the inside Fort Tuthill Aid Station, and we're heading back out again. Mr. Michael McKnight should be our second runner through Fort Tuthill, and he should be there within a few miles. So probably within about a half hour or so, I would say. We should be seeing Michael McKnight, maybe a little bit more.
Seeing Annie's making her way up to Kelly Canyon. Oh, it's going to be so nice up there because Kelly Canyon's it's covered with the trees. You're kind of shaded.
Yep.
And it's a little cooler. It's almost as if there's a little stream of water you don't really see because it's dry and we're in the desert. But when you get into those areas where there's more likely to have streams there, it's just a little cooler as well. So that's just going to be amazing for this time of day. And who's this? Jason Coop is behind her. So he's making his way up that way. Let's see, people coming out of Munns Park. Matt Smith, he's coming out of Munns Park. Kevin Goldberg, who's been getting a lot of time on the live stream here.
Well, he's got a pretty big fan club in the chat here. He's got a Goldberg crew in the chat who are always cheering him on.
Yeah, sounds like he has got a lot of good energy. That's awesome. Like what Kelly was talking about with positive energy and just these long races. It's great to have that.
Looks like we do have a little bit of a check-in here from the crew of Mr. Stringbean himself. That's probably at Walnut Canyon. If we can get the camera turned horizontally, that would be great. However, beggars cannot be choosers. And so that was actually that stretch to Walnut Canyon is a pretty beautiful section once you get down there.
It is pretty. It is pretty exposed though. Still.
Yep. Very exposed.
Rocky, nice single track though.
Yep.
It's beautiful. Yeah. And you have this canyon that you can see once you get on the top of the Walnut area, Walnut Creek. You can see down into the creek, which from high above, which is just beautiful views.
Looks like that. Oh, there we go. We got that feed unfrozen there, so it looks like Joe getting his feet up, relaxing a little bit here. Let's see if we can get any audio.
I do have a zip watch right here. 20 more miles for him.
We do have a little bit of, we got some audio here. I know that the camera is vertical. However, if you just tilt your head, you can see it. And
Does that work?
I think you have the orientation on, but that is better than the alternative. And we're just happy to listen. You know, we're not going to complain around here. Hey, there we go. This crew person figured it out, and we got the whole pickle juice here.
Pickle juice, lifesaver. These. Oh.
Look at that, the pickle juice with the big smile on the face still. 230 miles in. Joe's just having a time out there.
Is that a liter? Is that a liter jar pickle juice? Whew. Gallon?
2.16. Oh, 2.36 liters.
Wow, all right.
He's about halfway through, so he's had probably about a liter of pickle juice.
A liter of pickle juice. So take some pickles and put them in your pockets, kind of like the hot dogs they were talking about earlier. So 20 miles.
No,
left?
Yeah, why don't we just...
He
A
looks
little more,
great,
right?
too. About
Yeah,
20
right
miles
around.
left.
Oh, yeah, because a little shorter this year. It's like 250
Right. It's 250
point something.
right?
Yeah,
I
so
guess
it's
we'll
almost
see.
right at 20 miles. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what the watches say.
We'll see at the end. He's looking amazing.
No.
Man, he's been really He's been great.
Yeah.
Looks like the second girl over here, Lauren Jones. She's back at that Munns.
Yeah, that kind of out and back.
Out and back section.
Yep.
She's coming back.
Monkey.
Second girl, and then we have.
It looks
let's
like
see,
this.
Sarah. Looks like Sarah's in third female.
Yep.
164. Rhonda's right with her. And Bree, 160.
We're losing that feed, so let's go ahead and send it back to Fort Tuthill for the time being. Got a nice shot of the Squirrel's Nut Butter inflatable banner there, or inflatable arch. A huge shout out to our friends over there.
McKnight. Oh, he's. Oh, I'm looking the wrong.
And a huge shout out to the crew of Joe McConaughey. Between his crew and Pacers, he's checked in at the most obscure points for us. We got to see a nice view overlooking the Hangover Trail as he was climbing up Kasner Canyon yesterday evening right around sunset. So huge shout out to them.
Kasner's a challenging trail that they had picked. It's super rocky. So coming up that during the daytime would be good.
Let's go ahead and check in with Josh and Sedona here, as we've got the magician working on some feet still.
There we go. Now they can hear you.
Yay!
Hi.
How's
Hey.
you feeling?
So ankle up feels great. Ankle down is not so great. It's a little bit of carnage.
Twisted his ankle, or?
So
They asked if you twisted your ankle or just.
I came into it with a little injury that's now quite swollen, and then my right Achilles went wonky. So
Well, hopefully,
this-
hopefully our our medic here will be able to get you all fixed up, as he has many runners so far today. He's been taping legs back onto bodies, getting people back onto the trail. So hopefully he'll be able to get you all situated here.
Look at that care.
yeah, miracles can still happen at this church. There's an irony. Looking for a resurrection.
Well, those fresh wipies cleaning your toes so nice. Man, he's going to feel like a whole bath there. He's going to be fresh and ready to go.
Just like Jesus over
Yeah. Washing the feet.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the view up in Fort Tuthill here. And you're kind of looking out into the largest contiguous ponderosa pine forest in the world here, up in Coconino County. And let's go ahead and send it back to our Squirrel's Nut Butter Arch here, as we're awaiting. Sounds like the update I'm getting is that Mike McKnight is about is a little under an hour now from Fort Tuthill, so we should see him in the not too distant future.
211. Oh, about 3 miles away.
Yeah, about 3 miles away probably.
Okay.
So maybe a little less than an
Who knows,
hour.
right?
Yeah, you never know. It could be anything, right?
Yeah, and then Annie, she's coming up to Kelly Canyon still, so she's next.
And what mile is Annie
Third.
at?
She's at 198.
Okay, so she's got about probably 6 miles or so.
205, so yeah, about that. And then after her's Jason Coop, 195. So he's a few miles behind her right now.
Yep.
And who's up? Matt Smith again. Oh yes, this out and back is kind of confusing here.
Yeah, well, especially think of what it's going to be like in a few hours when you've got the bulk of the people.
Yeah,
We're
look
still
at
at the
all
front of
these
the race, you know?
There are so many athletes still on this course. What was there? I think yesterday when I was counting all the little squares, I counted about 200. Now, I don't know if that's still where we're at. It looked like what we started at 239 for athletes. So I don't know how many have dropped in that amount of time. But, yeah, it's amazing seeing all these athletes on this trail still. Like 2 days later, what is it? Like about 54 hours in. Just tough as nails athletes out there running this course, just trudging along. Oh, man. It's impressive. Impressive.
And we're going to go back down to Josh and Sedona here. Let's see if we can listen in.
And while you're doing that, oh, sorry.
All right. How you feeling?
Feeling good.
Got a little rest?
Yeah, got a little ice on my neck. Feeling good. Contemplating getting back out there.
What was your bib number again?
211.
Bib 211.
Jonathan Schronk, the German pronunciation from Fredericksburg, Texas. See, I don't forget. You only have to correct me once, hopefully, until the sleep deprivation starts to kick in. Jonathan Schronk is here. He's going to be getting back out there soon, it sounds like, and he's going to be crushing it, going to enjoy a beautiful section through the trails of Sedona and then up onto the Coconino Plateau.
You're looking good, too. He doesn't look like his shirt has any sweat salt marks on it.
Well, let's see, several aid stations back, I was able to take a shower. And I just left all my clothes.
Lucky.
Nice.
Oh my gosh. That's the way to do it right there, Yeah.
The luxuries of the Cocodona.
Awesome. Well, thanks for letting us chat with you for a second.
Absolutely. Talk to you guys.
We're gonna bring it back up here to Fort Tuthill.
Oh, we still have Shanoa Creer too. She's bringing up the back of this pack at 97 miles. I think earlier I had research. She did the Vol State, the 500K, like 315 miles on roads, and it took her. I mean, she's done it like maybe 5 times, between 200 hours to 190 hours or something. Impressive. So if she keeps on this track, she'll definitely be able to finish. I mean, she definitely has the endurance.
I think that she came through came into Mingus about maybe 90 minutes ahead of the cutoff.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Maybe a little bit more. I can look, so I don't know why I'm guessing. But she definitely had a bit of time.
Nice. That's great. Yeah. And this sweep 1 behind her, 96 miles, a mile or so behind her. I don't know. Do you guys have them sweeping with the time frame that they need to be at, or just kind of hanging with them?
Sometimes they'll just hang with them, but it really depends. I think a lot of times we try to have them sweep at the time frame that they're meant to be at. And it looks like she would have come in or left Mingus Mountain with 53 minutes to spare on the cutoff. So that was when she left the aid station, which is what you have to do for the cutoff. You have to be out of there in time. So.
And another athlete, Rhonda Smoker.
Yep.
Rhoda. Number 7.
Rhoda.
Oh.
We were corrected in the chat. That's the only reason I know.
Rhoda, thank you.
Rhoda Smoker, which is easier to say, which is great. So I appreciate her family in the chat who.
Much less work to pronounce that.
Yeah, Rhoda.
She also did Vol State.
Yeah.
315 miler, so.
That's a long ways, and she's crushing it too.
Roads too.
She was. I want to see where she is now, but she was up in the top 5 ladies just recently here. So it looks like we have Annie Hughes, Lauren Jones, and then we have Sarah O, and then Rhoda Smoker. So Sarah Ostaszewski, Rhoda Smoker, Eric Sensman fighting his way back into the race here, having a good run for someone who's very new to the distance. So huge shout out to Eric. So Rhoda Smoker, our 4th lady, and then just behind her is Brianna Grigsby, followed by Carrie Henderson, who's in 6th, who I want to shout out because not only is she a Flagstaff local now, she's originally from the great state of Illinois, which is where I'm originally from. So
well. Shout out.
According to the live chat. So if that's
Henderson.
wrong, Carrie can obviously correct me and I'll stand corrected, but
Carrie's
let's
at
go ahead
159.
and let's just hang out here on this static cam at Sedona for a little bit here.
Seeing Bree, she's coming up into Schnebly. Eric is past Schnebly. Looks like Rhoda is ahead of him, but out of Schnebly as well, some miles out. Same with Sarah. Oh, she's also out of Schnebly. And then we have Chad Trumbo, number 11, out of Schnebly as well. Coming up to the next athlete, Todd Bachman. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. And then the next aid station from there is Munns Park. So it looks like we have a couple athletes that are hanging out in Munns right now. Let's see, Adrian Bagrin, Tyler Welch, and Jeff Garmier. They're all hanging out in the Munns aid station right now.
Yeah, and I think Jeff this should be a second time through Munns, I believe.
171 looks like is his mileage. Or
yep.
No, wait. Is that right? No, wait. Sorry, I think
It's hard when they all get stacked.
187.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's hard when they all get stacked on top of each other. Looks like we got some more shots from the inside for Tuthill.
Looks like
definitely Pete Mortimer back there.
Yeah, I'm gonna be out there tomorrow night helping out, so we'll see how this will be fun seeing all those athletes buzzing through. Hopefully not too much carnage, huh? These guys are doing great though.
Yeah.
Seems.
Hopefully.
Another day, another 24 hours.
Hopefully not too much carnage. It is tricky because while they are getting maybe better weather conditions this year, a little bit cooler than what you all had going through Sedona last year, a little bit different route that gets you out of Sedona a little bit quicker and is a little less exposed. It's still a lot of time on feet, a lot of pounding. Those runnable sections can ultimately add up, especially for some of these runners who were preparing maybe for a tougher early section where they were going to be hiking a little bit more. Now having run a lot more of the first 50 miles, it'll be interesting to see what effect that has. At the end of the day, you're also 215 miles in. You're probably not going to be feeling super great. Regardless, you're probably going to be feeling pretty spent. So
right. And hopefully we have some good foot care technicians out there as well. 24 more hours on the feet. Could be some interesting.
Well, and we know we have a magician of a foot care technician down at Sedona who's been. Jose Sosa came in with some shin splints into the aid station, and I think it maybe messed up his ankle, the other ankle from the one he messed up during last year's race. The guy taped him back up, got him back out on the trail, and Jose is on his way again. He had to hobble the last 100+ miles last year to the finish, and he's on that journey again.
I remember Jose had said, I think last year, he also got a hotel, I believe, and took a shower and then came back and was,
Well, I heard a rumor from someone who I won't name, but she may have been on the broadcast earlier today, that you were getting a massage. You were basically having filet mignon at some of these aid stations. You had your physical therapist out there.
Right, so lucky.
You were just getting so taken care of.
Oh my gosh, I was I was spoiled for sure. I mean, just having a crew out there and my physical therapist, Dan Chitwood, he's been with me for over 10 years. He's amazing. Yeah, he was needling my plantar tendon, was getting irritated, all the up and downs. Oh my gosh, he was out there. Right. And then Laura Knoll, one of my pacers, of course, Kelly, she was here.
Yep.
She was one of my pacers. She was amazing.
Laura was in the chat a little bit earlier as well.
And I think to go back, Mike, that's not fair. Your name's not fair. That's just not fair. So he was asking about the tracker batteries. What do you think it is?
I'm going to say Wozniacki.
I'm going to let you take a stab at that one while I sit back and chuckle.
I promise. They will correct us.
I think earlier he had said something about, he had asked about the trackers, how long they last, how long the battery, the GPS, there it is, tracker lasts. Does anybody,
So the the Garmin one, or the ones that you wear?
The ones for the race.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
And then,
I can look probably.
Yeah, and then he just asked about the Coros, because everyone was talking about that Coros watch, which I'm totally interested in, because I think, I hear that battery lasts forever. People are saying they don't charge their watch, but monthly or something. I don't know.
I have mine, the Vertix here, the Vertix 2, and I have owned it for a couple of months now and have charged it one time. And I currently have a 55% battery life still.
Wow. So are you doing GPS tracking on that?
When I go run.
When you run, and you still have only charged it once.
Yep.
Wow. Seems like a good investment to me.
Yeah. No, it's great. And our good friend over at Coros, Shelby Farrell, who also was an inaugural Cocodona finisher last year, she will be in the studio this evening, she says. But she is out pacing Joe, or was pacing Joe to Walnut Canyon. But she's been helping kind of crew Joe throughout the course of the day. She says she's going to come down here still.
Okay.
So we will see. But yeah, the battery life is absolutely insane.
And Sarah Newberry there is asking for trackers and watches. I mean, last year when I was running, every time I get into with my crew, we would stick my watch on a charger right away. So I guess it depends on you're set up for sure.
And it looks like we are about to be joined by a couple of good friends of mine, a couple of good friends of the community. And they are interested in an athlete who is running Cocodona right now. We are about to be joined by the wonderful Ethan Newberry and Kimberly Tashima Newberry here in just 1 second, and we'll see if I can get them in without breaking the entire stream. So the live chat is just going to have to bear with me here real quick as I try to, just figure out life currently, essentially. So let's see here.
So Martin Fitzgerald is asking, where does he find the tracking? If you go on the cocodona.com, it should have a live section in there.
Yep, if you go to cocodona.com, at the top of the screen, there should be a live button. At the top of cocodona.com, I just have to program this button, I believe.
And then I think you need to refresh every once in a while because on my computer at least, it doesn't necessarily refresh for me. So I refresh and then the runners will like kind of jolt forward a little bit on my screen.
And Ethan, thank you so much. Ethan and Kim, mostly Kim actually, thank you for bearing with me here as I kind of sort through.
So he's passed through Walnut Canyon Aid. He's out of there. And we're still waiting for McKnight to get into, or McKnight's still making his way into Fort Tuthill. Annie's making her way towards Kelly Canyon. And it looks like Jason Coop is about within a mile or mile and a half of Annie at this time. Let's see. And a whole slew of people going in and out. Munns Park, that out and back section. Looks like Jeff Garmer is on his way out of that Munns Park area. So he's done his out and back and he's making his way up into Flagstaff. Everyone's moving so well, it just seems like. Let's see, Jeff. Let's see, ahead of him is Kevin Goldberg. He's at 189. Matt Smith, 190.
And again, I promise we are going to be joined by the Ginger Runner in just 1 second. I just have to fix one more thing here real quick.
Let's see, for the girls' side, Sarah O, she's at 165, making her way towards Munns. Then Rhonda Smoker is 163, same thing. Making her way to Munns. Brianna Grisby, 161. Looks like she's almost at Schnebley, if not at Schnebley, just because of the time lapse there. See, 179. Benjamin Dolam, he's making his way to Schnebley as well. And Stephanie Simpson, 159. She's next to him. And Lane Jones, 159, coming on through as well.
All right, and so we are going to see if this works here.
See, Matt Fries, F-R-I-E-S-S, Fries, says the Coro Apex Pro predicts 40 hours of battery life in GPS mode. He charges it every 2 to 4 weeks. 5 to 6 weeks with weekly workouts, 24/7 watch use.
Awesome. And so we are going to bring on the wonderful Ethan Newberry and Kim Tashima Newberry here in just a moment. Let's see if we have any audio as I unmute on my end. And Ethan, if you can unmute on your end.
One, testing, two, testing, three.
Oh, wow.
And can you? And I think I fixed it now.
Testing again.
Yep, we are good.
Crystal clear.
Crystal clear. Until the live chat tells me
Awesome.
that it is not. You know, that's the good thing
so-
about this is the people will tell me if I have broken everything and need to start trying to fix stuff.
Have
It's
you
great.
slept? Have you slept
I
at
have,
all, Matt?
I have slept a little bit. I've been actually trying to get a lot of rest in the last couple days. As we're going to be going from 5:30 this morning ish when we went live. We'll be going until 10 p.m. tomorrow. So it's going to be great. So as Ethan and Kim are getting things ready for Tiger Claw, which is an event that they're putting on not this weekend but the following weekend up near Seattle, Washington, as you're packing runner bags and getting bibs ready and pinning flags and doing all those things, just know that I'm with you in spirit as I'm likely still awake trying to bring this coverage to the people.
Well, first, let's commend the live team here because Kim and I, we go live every day. This is part of our job, but we have never gone live as long as you have gone live. Yeah, for 5 days straight. I know you're only at day 3 and you're about to go into a 48-hour cycle. It's bonkers what you guys are able to do here. So a huge, huge round of applause for you guys in the studio, but then also the people that are out there with cameras, the technology, like everything that you guys are utilizing.
So
much
many
work.
moving parts.
I know the people who are watching live know that, but I just want to make sure everyone realizes
knows that,
like knows how much work it takes to do what you are watching and what you've been watching for days. So
yeah,
if you get the opportunity, give them a super chat or something. Like give the crew some love.
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely support the live stream. You can go to shop.mountainoutpost.com to buy some amazing merch. We've got new Run Steep, Get High stuff. I know that I'm not on screen currently, but you can also donate in the live chat, or you can also go to the link that is pinned in the live chat here and donate to Girls on the Run, Northern Arizona. So they are based up in Flagstaff. They serve a large area of where this course covers. So we do have the donation link up in there, and it just helps, support a lot of the programs and helps get a lot of girls outside and building relationships, healthy relationships with physical activities. So it's pretty awesome.
It is pretty awesome. I also am recognizing, like, on the live stream here, I'm watching the live stream while simultaneously, like, broadcasting to you guys. Do you have a studio camera? Are we able to see your guys' faces, or is this year it's like, let's focus on live
we
outdoors?
do. Let me
no
let
pressure.
me fix it as we speak here, which is
don't. I also know what you're.
No, which is typical.
Ask a few more special requests. What are the other requests we can ask them to do?
We use the
Can
same.
we get some graphics?
Yeah, can we do some like lower thirds? Maybe do some.
Well, we
some
can.
rotating sponsor.
It's
gifts.
just it actually might be good if I do that, because then I'm not speaking as much and I'm relying
Do you want
on
me to bring it up? I
the
can do it
great
on my
folks
end. Do you want
around
me to
me
create it
to carry the live stream here. And let me
Do
see.
not break anything.
No, I'm not going to
realize
break it.
that
I know what I'm doing.
Oh, famous last words.
Yeah, as the stream crashes.
We end up we use the same live stream software. We use pretty much all the same stuff for our. So I know what's going on behind the scenes. And I've done it before live where you're like, oh, all I need to do is just add this little thing over here, bloop, 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 a couple clicks of a button, and all of a sudden you're broadcasting something that you don't want to broadcast. So.
Hey, here we go. I think I fixed it. Let's go.
We love a good studio camera.
I did it. Yeah, so we do have our studio camera set up here. Jamil, I think, showed a little bit about the behind the scenes earlier this week in one of his videos. As Ethan said, we use the same software that Ethan uses for all of his stuff, and we have this massive monitor in front of us that shows all our camera feeds. But because I've been up a lot and I'm wearing my glasses, it's hard for me to see which feed it is. So I'm like looking over here trying to find stuff. But yeah, we got it working. So we have both views here. We're taking a look here at the Cocodona aid station currently, which is our only current static cam that we have set up. We are working on getting some things set up maybe closer to Fort Tuthill, and then of course at the finish in Heritage Square. And we are joined obviously by Ethan and Kim. And Ethan, you you have a crew member who is running this race. Is that correct? Part of the GR crew?
Yeah, we've been keeping a close eye on Deb Hamberlin. I think she's somewhere like over 130 miles
Let's
at
find
this
out.
point.
I'm going to search.
We're big Deb fans.
133.8 miles.
My guess was pretty accurate.
Pretty accurate. She's awesome. She's an
awesome.
amazing runner.
Yeah, and it's you mentioned the GR crew. It's really fun. There's a lot of folks all over the world in the crew that have just been rooting Deb on, and she's just an amazing human.
Looks like she's traveling through the Cocodona forest right now. Mile 133, bib number 63. I believe she's 54. She's run like tons of hundreds, tons of ultras. She's super seasoned. We actually get to chat with her. I guess it was towards the end of last month. We sort of checked in just to see how training and stuff was going.
It was after she did her canyon training.
Yeah, like rim to rim to rim, just, doing canyon
Just for
training
fun.
just for fun,
Just for
right?
fun.
A bucket list item that she's doing on the weekends just to like get some extrovert in. But it's amazing what these athletes are doing in their training, the commitment both to mileage, but also time away from friends, family, regular lives, work.
Yeah.
It's incredible. I'm sure you've talked about it over the last 3 days, but the commitment that these runners have put in just to show up healthy, and then the days that they're putting into the race themselves, it's amazing. It's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, most definitely, and that's one of the things that I think sometimes maybe gets overlooked in races like this, but this maybe not so much in Cocodona because it is such a unique experience, is that a lot of times you see like how great the front of the pack is doing, and those stories are incredible in their own right. But I think for a race like this, just like signing up to begin with and then towing the starting line, knowing that you're about to go through this like out-of-body experience, and I know that this is something that you can attest to, Don, having run it last year, is I think that takes like a lot of courage just to show up, knowing that this is going to be really hard to traverse from central Arizona to northern Arizona by foot through some of the most iconic like mountain towns in the state. That's pretty cool, and that should be like applauded just for all those runners who show up.
Right, these athletes, tough as nails, out there traversing all these miles and days and hours. Just they are super strong. This race, though, too, like with you guys having set up Cocodona like you have, just being out on these trails, it's constantly changing, and you get to see so much different terrain. It just keeps your brain active and fresh, because it's not like you're running around the track for 250 miles, which some people enjoy that. I like the trails better, but yeah, this race is yeah.
Yeah, and I feel like you can tell it's something super special when we were able to check in with Versteeg, who started the race this year knowing he had a back injury. And he was like, I was just happy I made it into downtown of my hometown, got to wrap things up at Whiskey Row. He was, stoked that he made it that far, but he knew that he had to be a part of this race this year, just to be a part of the experience, knowing like I might not be able to win, I might not even be able to finish, given that I'm coming in injured, but I wanted to just show up and give it a go and see how far I could get. So hearing that come from Michael Versteeg was like pretty cool to hear.
He was one of my picks. Obviously, last year his experience was phenomenal. I didn't know about the back injury, but seeing that live coverage and having him kind of talk about what happened is that's the beauty of what you're doing as well, is like you're able to get those answers of like what's happening on course, and you can tune in for 10 minutes here or an hour here and still kind of get a big picture of what's happening because it all plays out over days.
Looks like we may have Michael McKnight here at Fort Tuthill, so we may lose Kim and Ethan on the screen for a second, and I will get them back on. And so we are looking at your second finisher here, Michael McKnight, coming in to Fort Tuthill, starting to jog a little bit here. And again, Ethan and Kim will be right back on here as I continue to build some stuff on the back end as we go, as we should, you know, keeps it interesting here. And yeah, so we're taking a look, and it looks like he does have a pacer here, and I believe what we were hearing was that he will be getting maybe paced by Jeff Browning here from Fort Tuthill to the finish as I bring Ethan and Kim back in here.
Yeah, I believe it's going to be the last 36 miles or something. I think Browning is going to jump in. That's what I believe I read.
Yep, I believe that's what I had seen in the chat here as well. And again, we will be able to pick Michael up a little bit more here as he gets closer to the aid station as well. So we may have a little bit better connectivity when we get closer to Fort Tuthill. Which,
Love that packet
which
loss.
is going to be great.
This is remote stuff. I mean, you're probably out there with just a bar of 4G or something making this happen. It's impressive.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always just happy that we're getting coverage at all most of the time, which is good. You know, because some of these stretches, while they may not seem remote, don't have the best connectivity. But it's great. We're getting to see Michael McKnight here once again after having not seen him for a little bit now since he was at Kelly Canyon earlier. He did have a quick aid station stop there as well, so he's moving pretty well.
This is super impressive. Last night that he made up a bunch of time, moved into second.
Right.
Yep, that was when we were off air.
Right.
But it was pretty cool to wake up and see, oh man, Michael McKnight came into the Sedona aid station in 5th and came out of the Sedona aid station finished the night, woke up the next morning, and he was in 2nd place.
Mm-hmm. I noticed a lot of athletes were stopping at the different aid stations, and it looked like last night might have been a time when a lot had chosen to maybe get a little nap and things. And so I've heard that McKnight doesn't always sleep a lot during these races, so I wonder if that helped a little bit.
Yeah, and it looks like we also have Mr. Jeff Garmeyer who's wanting to check in here real quick. So I'm going to pull Jeff in just a second here. And let's see here. Jeff, can you hear us?
I can hear you guys.
Oh, what's up, dude? How are you doing, my friend?
How is the...
It is going good.
I'm doing great. I have lost my voice, but...
That's amazing. Are you you have gone through Munns Park the 2nd time now, correct, and are on your way to Kelly Canyon?
Yep, that's correct. I puked and rallied this morning, and now I am just flying, void of all excess nutrients.
Awesome. Well, Jeff, we've got Michael McKnight coming into a shot here soon, so we'll have to check in with you in just a little bit. But, you know, we're glad that you're rallying and that you're out there continuing to push forward despite not having the vibrant tiger print on and wearing it proud right now.
We have to wash that for the finish.
Oh, okay. I appreciate that, and let's go ahead and send it back to our Michael McKnight feed here. Huge shout out to Jeff Garmeyer, who is traversing through the middle of the pines, almost 200 miles in, and there he is on camera.
In 7th place, jumping in on the live stream, like puking and rallying. That's amazing.
And those glasses. Did you see his
glasses? The love heart glasses.
The glasses are awesome. SPF. I saw his tiger print hoodie thing that he was wearing. That was impressive. I couldn't believe that he was running in that. I don't know what the material was, but it couldn't have felt great. But it's impressive.
I had talked to him.
Doing well.
I talked to him at the race expo, and he said that almost every FKT attempt he does, he gets like really bad sunburns because he wears that tiger print cutoff hoodie.
So he keeps wearing it.
Yep, just keeps doing it. You know.
One of these days he'll learn his lesson and either get sleeves or use something else. Or maybe he likes it. I don't know. Maybe it's like a memory. Like, oh, I need to remember that race.
Charm.
A good luck charm.
Yeah, and look at, we have another shot here. Michael McKnight coming into his crew. And we'll see if we can get someone to follow him inside the aid station here as we go in to the Fort Tuthill aid station. Again, the last kind of really robust aid station setup that you're going to hit before the finish. Your last two aid stations are out at Walnut Canyon, which is easy to access but a little bit remote, and then the top of, well, not the top, almost the top of Mount Elden.
Right. So, yeah, just a crew. Probably meet the crew at the Walnut Canyon aid station. And then last year they had a pretty good tent set up on the top of, or near the top of Mount Elden.
Yep, so I believe that they moved the aid station down a little bit because of the winds, but there will still be a tent set up there.
Wind. And they were cooking up there last time, bacon and things like that. So
again, it looks like Mike is going back outside here.
it'll be good to be out of the wind up there. It was, I think it's going to be about 30 tonight. So,
wow.
And Mount Elden tends to be windy. So, yeah, we'll see how they fend that well up there with that.
Let's see if we've got eyes on Mike. Looks like he went outside, but we do have eyes inside on his crew. And we've got Mr. Jeff Garmeyer, or not Jeff Garmeyer, jeez, been a long stream. Mr. Jeff Browning, Bronco Billy himself right there.
Yeah, and at this point,
He's
him coming into that station, he's going to be. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, you finish.
No, I was just going to say, yeah, you finish.
He's coming into that Fort Tuthill aid station. He's probably got a good hour, 8 hours or maybe 10 hours to the finish. So he's going to be into the night tonight for sure, into those freezing temperatures and up to the mountain and things. So, yeah, it's probably a good time to get really everything together before he gets up out there.
Yeah, for sure.
And Browning, right, fresh off of his FKT, I'm sure he's going to do just dandy as a pacer. I mean, I think these two guys know each other quite well. Have run a lot of miles together, so
yeah. And
yeah,
Jeff
I
actually
this is gonna be a really solid finish.
Yeah, Jeff is actually his coach, I believe, as well.
Oh, right.
So a really interesting dynamic as both are incredible athletes, but then you also have Jeff being Michael McKnight's coach, which is really cool.
Do you think he'll demand certain things out of him during the whole time? Like, man, you got to move faster than this. I'm your coach. I've seen you run faster. That just sounds like Jeff Browning.
Yeah, no, I think that's when they're going up Mount Elden, he's going to be like, I run this section every day. You cannot hike here. No, I'm just huge shout out to Bronco Billy, Jeff. I'm sure Jeff is probably just going to be doing all he can to keep him in like a really good, happy place at this point for these last 35 miles, 36 miles or so, because that's what it's all about. We were able to check in with Joe McConaughey's crew at Fort Tuthill earlier, Whit Weisbram, who finished 4th last year at Cocodona, and that was the big thing he said was all they want to do once Joe leaves Fort Tuthill is just, keep pumping him up, keep making him feel good, because at that point you're tired. Every little thing is probably starting to bother you and make you upset. And so, yeah, Whit was saying that their whole goal is to just keep Joe feeling good. I can imagine that Jeff will kind of follow suit there and is just going to be wanting to keep Michael in good spirits as he's having a really good run this year.
Yeah, I imagine I imagine the mental aspect is huge on the back end of this race.
these guys are going in and out of probably good spells and bad spells more frequently. Like anytime we've talked to anyone after a 200, they talk about your highs aren't as high as they were earlier, and your lows are still very low, but they're more frequent. So you're kind of going
Like
in and out of
riding the
this,
wave.
riding the wave, and the exhaustion is another kind of constant throughout the whole thing. I couldn't fathom what sort of mental prowess that they're having to dig into here for the last. I mean, Joe's got a handful of miles left. Is he less than 20 at this point?
Yeah.
He looks like he's right at 20.
Yeah, 20.
Yeah.
He's at 231.2.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah, so 19 miles or so.
It makes me wonder, at this point, is he going, wow, only 20 miles left? Is his brain even able to process that? Or is it, damn, I still have 20 miles left? Like, that's,
Yeah, what are you
I just
thinking at
wanna
that
be
point,
done.
Don?
right. When I was at that point, I was just thinking about that next aid station, trying to get to that next one. So you have that 10-mile section. Just got to get to the crew,
Yeah,
So
and
keep
these are
moving
kind of
forward.
long sections between aid stations here too, right? So you've got about just shy of 16 miles between Fort Tuthill and Walnut Canyon. Granted, a lot of it is like kind of more rolling downhill or flatter type of trail. You do have some climbs once you get to like in the Walnut Canyon area, but they're a little bit shorter maybe. But then you've got a pretty lengthy stretch before you get to the Mount Elden aid station, and that's not a crewable aid station as well. So Walnut Canyon will be the last time you see your crew, and that's about, what did we say, 20 miles this year to go, right?
Right. Right, yeah, in the Mount Elden, exactly. The one good thing about when you hit Mount Elden, of course, it's mostly downhill at that point, and you're on the home stretch. So you have that mental positive that can kick in at that point because you're almost done. But yeah, you're still out just far enough to where you can have these little mind games. And if someone's chasing you back here,
yeah,
it might be a little added stress. Maybe.
How does that like 6-ish mile descent from Mount Elden down the road, down the fire road feel when you're 200 and some odd 40 miles in?
Yeah, it definitely does not feel like a slight grade downhill, that's for sure. It feels steep, and exactly, you're braking your quads, you're trying to brake to keep from just pounding on the way down. You've already been doing all these climbs and descents and things, so yeah, it's not like a complete relief going downhill for sure at that point. About halfway in, though, about halfway into that last 10 miles, that last 5 miles is much nicer on the legs. But yeah, you're still 5 miles, I mean, that Buffalo Park section, I don't know if you guys have been to Buffalo Park.
We have.
You get up there in that one straightaway in the middle of Buffalo Park. I don't know what it is, but last year, it just never ended. And what is that, a half mile?
Yeah.
It was like, what is going on?
It's one of my daughter's favorite places to run.
Did you get there in the daytime or nighttime? Like, were there people out?
It
Are
was
they
night.
confused?
Right.
Because that's a busy park. It's probably one of the busiest parks in Flagstaff, right?
Right, exactly. No, yeah, it was not busy when I went through. At least it was, I think 9 p.m. or something like that, or 10 p.m. So
It's probably a little busier maybe for the some of the final finishers who are coming through on like a Saturday morning. But I also think those people are probably used to it because they're seeing like raggedy through hikers coming through who are just disheveled and excited to finally be in a town as they've started their AZT journey. So I feel like they're maybe trained for it. But we do have a comment in the chat here. Watching this live stream has made me think that a Tiger Claw double is not such a daunting task.
Troy is running. It looks like he's running our 50 miler next weekend, which is our Tiger Claw double. It's 50 miles with more than 15,000 feet of vert. It's a stout race with a choose your own adventure style. They can choose their route basically. But yeah, you look at something like a 250 mile Cocodona and it's cake. a Tiger Claw double.
Makes Tiger Claw double look cute.
It's adorable.
Yeah.
It's an adorable little race on the weekend. You'll get home and have dinner and go to bed. Whereas these men and women are out here just trying to survive.
Oh man, you
I
better
guess a
watch
question
out
for
saying
you,
that,
Don.
or a 50 miler. 50
Yeah,
miles,
I mean,
come on. Oh man.
I know.
Someone's gonna be
I'll
like,
never-
starts.
I'll never underplay a 50 mile because I know that they're spicy.
Yeah.
I mean, anything over, let's be honest, any distance is freaking hard depending on how you look at it. Not to be super general, but Don, I had a question in regards to elevation. So obviously you get towards these last 50 miles, you're talking elevation. How are these runners going to feel that? Because they're already exhausted. They're
Like
probably moving.
altitude-wise?
Yeah, altitude wise. I mean, Mount Elden gets, what is it? It's well over 14, doesn't
Like
it?
9. Oh, it's like 9. 9 something is Mount Elden.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's a 2.5 mile up, probably about 2,000 foot elevation gain. Single track, rocky. Yeah, it's I guess it would really depend on where you're from, right? This one man was from Washington. I forget what was the name that you were like
Oh, that I can't think of it.
from Washington. What is that? Zero elevation.
We have a couple.
Yeah,
Yeah, we have a.
Washington.
We have
people.
14ers here. I mean, we have like Mount Rainier. It depends on how. We have
living, I
trails
guess.
regularly at 6 or 7 or 8. But yeah, living, sea
Right,
level.
yeah.
If you're from Seattle, you're at sea level.
Right. And so so when a Washington resident maybe at zero elevation gets up there, they probably are huffing it up the Mount Elden, with the elevation. They're already at 7,000 feet, and then they're kicking up another 2,000 feet up Mount Elden. They're gonna definitely be breathing hard and fatigued and tired and everything. There's so many things. The only thing is though, I mean, gosh, the last vert, the last uphill. So that can add a little more energy under you when you're going up that mountain. You're like, this is it, this is it, this is it. Let's go,
Mm-hmm.
So
You don't spend too much time up at Elden though either, right? Like you're pretty much up there, you kind of cut across and then you're coming back down. So most of the time you're spending is probably closer to like in the 7,000 feet range once you're up on the plateau and into Flag.
Mm-hmm. Exactly, yeah.
Let me go ahead.
So about 200 miles. Once you hit about 200 miles, you're up at elevation. So depending on that section, that last 50 miles, can affect a lot of people probably if they don't have that elevation training.
Yeah.
And just an update on Deb for all the Ginger Runner crew folks tuning in, who we appreciate greatly. It looks like based on my tracker, which is the same one everyone else can look at, she's at about mile 135.2, so maybe a little past 135 miles. So she's in that section between Deer Pass and Sedona, probably slowly starting to get maybe even into Red Rock country there. Before she starts to head over by the airport.
Right. So I wonder if she'll take a nap or anything in Sedona when she gets there.
Yeah, because she'll be there about 9 miles away still, so maybe it'll probably be dark by the time she gets there, so might be a good place, possibly, depending on what her kind of strategy is.
Yeah, she's been super consistent, and her strategy is, I believe, to sleep at points to get some of the night stuff, like get good amounts of sleep here and there. But she's been moving super consistently, and it looks like she's doing exactly what she wanted to do, which was just execute
Eating
these
lots
sections.
of mashed potatoes.
Eating tons of mashed potatoes. She's got a great crew also following her. Some other GR crew members are crewing for her.
Lots of GR crew in the chat actually right now as well, which is really fun to see.
Yeah, super fun to see. What's up, GR crew? Shout out to all of you. Appreciate you tuning in and supporting Aravaipa. One cool thing that you guys are doing here with the tracking is it just dawned on me that every name has a state flag next to it. I don't know why that took me that long to figure it out. But there's so many Washington State runners. There's actually a good chunk of them. Joe McConaughey, who's in first place, is a Washington State resident. Jeff Garmeyer, who you just had on, Washington resident.
Yeah, there's a few up there. Is this the
Tiscornia, Vogel, and then you were talking about what you were trying to pronounce earlier. Was it the person's name or where they were from?
They rhymed, so I think it was probably where they were from.
So there's Matt Discornia, Mark Vogel. There's David Stinchfield, who's from Washougal, Washington.
That was
which is,
that was it. That was it.
Washougal.
That's a fun one to say, Washougal. As a Washington resident, I've like pride myself on listening to how other people pronounce cities here.
I was like, is it going to be Squim?
Looks like we may
it's gonna
have-
It's going to be
Squim,
Squim,
isn't it?
It's going to be Squim or Puyallup or Washougal.
I think we may
Squim.
have Michael McKnight here if I can. I'll just do this.
There are a ton of people on the live chat for Deb. Heather Reed, go, 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 Deb. Nicole Nipper, go, Deb, go. Linda L. Oh, go, Annie, go, Annie, go, Annie. Yeah. Meg.
Good feed here.
Chappelle.
Yeah, and I think we got Michael McKnight's kids, and if Rob can hear me, yeah, there we go.
Look, a little munchkin.
His hand was in the shot there. He knows. Rob Martin, shout out to him. He helped us out at Sedona yesterday, and then he made his way up to Flag here to help us out at Fort Tuthill. So shout out to Rob. And I am getting a report from Jamil in the field that they are expecting to have eyes on race leader Joe McConaughey here in the not too distant future. They are right up there by the I-40. And so Joe is, if you're looking at the live tracker like we are here, Joe is pretty close to the I-40 there. So they should be able to pick him up there. And until then, we're going to...
just a couple of miles.
Yeah, we're hanging out here in Fort Tuthill. Last year, this was known as kind of the gateway to Flagstaff because once you went up the Kasner mountain climb, you were on more forest road until you came into Flagstaff. Whereas this year, it's still probably the gateway to like Flagstaff proper because once you get to Fort Tuthill, you really feel like you're kind of in Flagstaff versus being in Kelly Canyon or Walnut or Munns Park. But you are kind of getting a similar type of trails from the time you hit kind of Munns Park. You're getting more of that pine forest kind of single track.
Yeah, do you get much, do the runners come through town at all, or is it sort of outskirts roads, fire roads, and then they get right back to it? I'm pulling up the map here, and
it's mostly single track. Once you hit Flagstaff, not Kachina. When you pass Kachina, then you hit Fort Tuthill. It's mostly
It's going to be like single track and double track probably
Cool.
from there until you get out of Buffalo Park, and then you're on the roads
Correct,
into the heart of Flagstaff. So the finish is right there in downtown Flagstaff at Heritage Square, across the street from probably one of the better coffee shops in town. There's a number of them, but late for the train. One of the many great coffee shops in Flagstaff there, and just a few blocks from Dark Sky Brewing and Pizza Clutta. And so shout out to Dark Sky. They have taken their beer Wide Open Spaces. They've got the little Cocodona logo on it, and they've given all runners $5 off there. So whenever they finish up, they can kind of head over there and celebrate their incredible journey over at Dark Sky. They just opened an outdoor seating area like within the last couple weeks there, which is pretty cool. So yeah, shout out to our friends over there. Again, it looks like, Michael is, compared to how he was at Kelly Canyon, and again, Kelly Canyon was a non-crewable aid station. He's definitely taking his time a lot more, whereas at Kelly Canyon, he kind of blew through it a little bit more, probably similar to how runners hit like Cinder Pit last year, where you were, not too far from Fort Tuthill, where you knew you were going to see your crew, kind of made it quick. So it's nice to see him kind of taking his time, knowing that he's not going to see his crew for a few hours, and it's going to get dark here.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's really cool to be able to see this stuff too, like to sort of see that like intimate behind the scenes of what a crew or what a runner is doing, really, and that's sort of the beauty of this. And we can glean experience off of this, right? Like we're seeing someone that this deep into a 250-mile race, what they're doing, the behaviors, how they're interacting with their crew, what they're doing, what they're eating. So if anyone wants to take on events like this, we can look at this and use it as like research. Like, okay, they've got all their bags, they've got their crew doing this, handling blisters, resocking, reshoeing. It's great. What a cool resource.
Yeah, it's definitely been cool to see some of the insights here, especially when we've been able to get like good audio, which I know has been a little bit off and on. It's been awesome to be able to just listen to how some of these runners kind of interact with their crews.
Yeah.
Right, and people watching, right? Don't we? We love to
Yeah.
people watch, right? So,
Exactly.
like we're saying, the 250 miles. I mean, spectators, if they want to look at the topo map here and watch these little boxes for days and days, that's one way.
Well, I mean,
to do
that's
it.
what.
This.
That's how we
yeah.
had to do it like a year ago, 2 years ago. It's amazing how much
Refreshing a feed.
Yeah.
Or just following the little dot.
We've advanced so much just in the last, I mean, literally 2 years. The last 2 years, technology has allowed us to do this, and it's really cool to see Aravaipa at the forefront making something like this happen. And as the technology continues to evolve, it's only going to get better. And that's sort of the beauty of what you guys are doing as well. Is this isn't $1 million budget? You know, there isn't that huge behind the scenes like we can spend money on everything. It's like you are using volunteers, and they are amazing, and you're out there with cell phones and gimbals, and how can we make this work? And you're making it work, and it's amazing. There's a big trailer. I want that. Look at that thing.
That was good. I'm gonna have to. You're gonna have to send me an invoice for that. And we're gonna have you cut the promo for next year's live stream for us. As good of a job as you just did there. But one thing I do want to point out. Yeah, thank you. One thing I do want to point out is, this year we had to reroute the course a couple weeks out due to some fires. So not only did Steve and Jamil have to, replan kind of an entirely different route for the race, but we then had to kind of replan the live stream and for our volunteer filmers to be as flexible as they were with their time and to be as nimble and able to adjust to make this happen during a work week. Like a huge shout out to all of them for rolling with the punches as we were trying to figure out, okay, on this new course, where do we need people and when do we need them, because this is going to play out completely differently than when you have to suffer the first 50K of the race versus running a little bit speedier section through the outskirts of Prescott.
And bringing that all together, good job. Like,
seriously, seriously.
50 miles down in Prescott, prior to coming north.
Again, a hat tip to just race directors and a lot of people behind the scenes. As Kim and I prepare to get our race off the ground next Saturday on the 14th, it's like when we started race directing Tiger Claw in 2019, we knew kind of what we were getting into. It's a lot of work. There's a lot of stuff happening behind the scenes. We had to do a huge course reroute last year due to some logging and some other closures. And that throws a huge monkey wrench into things when you're trying to get a perfect distance or a perfect route. And when your original line, your original trails, which are, you pick them for a reason because they're either beautiful or they connect perfectly. When you get a monkey wrench thrown into that, it's difficult. So you had that this year with the fire closures, which is obviously a huge deal. So to make happen what you and the whole team made happen is impressive. And again, another hat tip to the whole team.
Yeah, and I'm glad that we were able to bring it to life, just to be able to show all of these like amazing stories and experiences, with the audience. Because I think like that's what it's all about. Like, all of the stories, right? It's cool to see Joe McConaughey in his first 200-plus mile race absolutely crushing. It's cool to see Michael McKnight, who we have on screen here, after a really rough go last year, not the effort that he wanted, to be able to come back, and he's having himself a great race today. But also to be able to see, like, ladies like Annie Hughes, who's running up in third place overall, and she's like 24, I think, or 26 years old. And to be young and just like absolutely crushing it at a distance that like isn't known to have a lot of female participation, but also that doesn't have a lot of like young participation. To see her kind of pushing the sport forward by leading by example there, I think is really cool. And like all of the ladies out there who are crushing it, like I'm obviously super stoked for all of them because, they're setting a good example for, future generations to come that, like, hopefully we see an uptick in participation on the ladies' side and a little bit more representation. And I think that that's great.
Yeah. Yeah, seeing
Uh,
the ladies out there will definitely get on everyone's radar, the kiddos when they're coming up, and seeing that you can do it,
I'm looking at the map, and it looks like Joe is getting close to I-40. Is Jamil out there, like currently with him? Is that going to happen?
Well, he is out there somewhere. I do not have Jamil's camera feed currently, and Jamil has not
It looks
texted
like
me
he's
yelling
crossed.
at me yet. So,
looks like it.
This section is what I was thinking. Yeah, that's pretty cool, though, that I don't know. I know you've been doing this for multiple days now, but to be able to have, all right, this runner's going to reach this milestone and there's going to be someone there with the camera and we might be able to bring them in live. Like that's, I don't know. It's kind of the excitement. You could dangle that carrot in front of me for 6 hours and I'd be like, when is he coming on? Like, when is that going to happen?
well, I mean, earlier today, when we lost all of our camera feeds on the back end, it was, we're definitely going to have camera feeds back up, maybe, as I'm sitting here in the studio trying to figure out how to do anything. But it was great. I believe the text I got from Jamil said they are 8 minutes away from their parking spot, which is at the I-40. So he's probably, Joe should be catching him now. So he's probably on that, maybe a forest road right there. Jamil said he was just going to go and find Joe wherever he had service as much as he could. So.
Looks like 89 he'll be crossing by 89, so I wonder if he misses there, he might be able to catch him on this section over here, 89.
Yeah. So
which is just up there.
We should
Hill,
hopefully
right
have eyes
That looks,
on him
be like 5 miles
soon. But in the meantime, we've got eyes
That's
on.
Crazy.
I mean, this is an all-star cast. I think that's Ben Light right there of Kagawa. He was in the race last year and I believe dropped at Battle Flat.
Oof, that was a hot section.
Yeah. Well, you made it through had you made it through Crown King at that point, right?
Oh.
And
that
so he'd made it through this brutal section, and then got out to Battle Flat where it's not any better, it's just flatter. And there you see Michael giving a hug to his significant other, who has also been entertaining the kids throughout the course of the adventure.
That walk looks familiar.
Yeah,
Don, what's that like? So what's that like to sit down at mile 200 and maybe take in food and maybe get some, like seriously, maybe get some massage, blisters taken care of and stuff like that. Maybe you're down for 10, 15, 20 minutes.
And then to stand up.
And then to stand up
right.
in a 100-miler. I've done that in a 100-miler, and
we do have. Sorry to interrupt. We do have Jamil here,
looks just like that.
and we do have eyes. The chat was actually going pretty crazy. They said Jamil is the new Where's Waldo or the new Waldo. And so, Dawn, just to circle it back to that question, you had a unique experience in the sense that you were getting like full massages at some of these aid stations from your husband and your PT. You had like steaks cooked up for you. You had a lot going on.
Like I said before, I was super spoiled. Man, I was lucky. Salmons and roasted
That's right. That's
broccoli.
What it was.
Yeah, salmon. I was like,
salmons?
That sounds
plural?
VIP.
It was amazing, yeah. It was great. Just the foot massages and the squirrel's nut butter on the feet, keeping those feet healthy, right? 250 miles. I was super fortunate, exactly. But the hips, I don't know. Your hips, I think it takes the brunt for sure. So, and like you're saying, when you start moving again, it's just everything just kind of is tight, and you just have to kind of be ginger because you feel like something's just gonna fall out of the socket. So you have to kind of, you don't want to pull anything right there. So you just have to take it ginger, like it looked like McKnight was doing, until it kind of feels like it loosens up again after a good, 20 strides or something. And then you're okay, back into it now. All right, let's get going.
Back into it.
You don't want to be, you don't want to
Joe is
stop.
moving
He looks
well.
like he's moving great.
Yeah, he's moving
Speaking
really
of like
good.
not moving well, Joe is the opposite. Joe's moving super well.
Yeah, and he's got pacer Whit Weisbrim there, who again finished 4th last year. He did drop Whit on the section into Sedona yesterday, so he may be running maybe with a little bit of intention, seeing if he can put Whit back in his place. But I think right now Joe's just happy to hopefully get to the base of Elden, get up and over, and then he'll probably feel pretty good.
Yeah, it's saying 3.7 miles an hour he's going right now. So that's
extremely impressive. 200 and let's see, how many miles does he have under his belt here? 233.3. More than that, because he's past that point on the map. Yeah, he's moving freaking really well. Do you have audio with Jamil? Can we just talk to Jamil and like heckle Jamil? I don't want to heckle Joe at all. Joe.
Well,
is
actually,
crushing
yeah,
it,
Jamil did unmute himself. So.
Hi, Jamil.
Hey, Ethan. Hey, Kimberly. How are you doing?
Good, buddy. How you doing?
Doing great. We found him.
This is amazing, man. This is amazing. One, what Joe is doing, but also what Aravaipa is doing with this live stream. We're here running with you guys. This is crazy.
This is truly awesome. You might be able to see back there. You can get a glimpse of Elden to the upper left part of your screen there.
Yep.
That is where he's headed right now.
Do you know how many miles out you are from that? Like, I know you're basically shrinking that gap, but how far are you from Elden? Because that's the last big climb, right?
Yeah, like the top of Elden will probably be around, I think it's around 8.5 to 9, about 9 miles from the finish. So I'm not sure what mileage exactly we're here yet at.
It's like 10 miles, huh? See about, or 9
Yeah.
miles, about 9 miles away, I think.
Yeah, we kind of meander quite a bit. We're on the Arizona Trail right now. And then we'll cross underneath I think it's the 89, I believe.
Yeah,
and
you're
then
about to
we
go
will
under
be,
89.
then he'll be climbing up from there.
Wow. What's your impression of how Joe is doing? Is he quiet and focused? Is he feeling it anywhere? What he's moving so freaking well.
Really well.
And we may have lost Jamil's audio here. So we will see if we can
Video's
get
still good.
that
Or maybe
back
Jamil's
shortly.
quiet and focused.
Yeah, maybe Jamil's quiet.
Yeah.
and focused.
Well, maybe Jamil is trying not to get
Doesn't wanna get
dropped,
dropped,
after he paced Sensman down from Mingus Mountain yesterday.
The cattle gates.
Oh, and look
That
at
was
Whit
nice.
being a gentleman, running ahead to open the gate for him. That's a good pacer there.
Yeah, right?
Look at that view.
Oh, yeah. He must be feeling
Wow.
a breeze or something.
He's been doing this, trying, I think, to stretch, open up his chest and shoulders. That view.
And right back
There
to
he
it.
goes. Yeah.
When did you hit this in the evening at night, Don? Or were you there
It
during
was
the day?
I was still in the daytime, exactly,
Okay.
because I wanted
So
to
you
get to
would've
the top
gotten
of Mount Elden before
out,
dark.
and
So
there it
we
went.
just
See if we can get-
gangbustered up Mount Elden because I wanted to hit it before sundown. So
Oh,
we
and
happened
this
to make
is
it just in
wonderful.
time.
And it looks like maybe we have lost all of our feeds currently. So we have our feed in Sedona here, and I'm going to work on getting Ethan and Kim back in like 2 seconds because I know what I'm doing now. And we will work on trying to get Jamil and his cam back up. I'm not sure what happened to all of our other feeds, but it is what it is. And so here we are in Sedona.
Garth Reeder's in Sedona. Who else is in Sedona? Caesar Rotundo.
Yeah, we chatted with him earlier. He said that because he was on camera, he now had to finish, and there was no way he could stop. So,
Gotcha.
and it looks like
That's
maybe we
another
do
little
have
perk
Jamil
of doing the live stream.
back now. There we go. We're back with Jamil.
Oh, I just got
And-
away from the
and Jamil's got
pancakes
his
and
audio
syrup
back on.
there.
I know.
We can hear you now, Jamil.
Jamil, you can hear us, yeah?
I can hear you.
So what? I asked a question earlier. I don't think you heard it. I was just super curious. You don't have to chat with him, but how is Joe feeling? Is he talking? Is he kind of active, or is he focused? Like what's
How you feeling?
what's
He's not
going on?
doing any of those things. Have you heard of the pain cave?
So Walter, what's she doing over here?
It's
That
this
was-
thing I just thought of off the top of my head. Just kidding. I don't want Courtney to be upset at me.
Joe is that was the happiest pain cave I've ever seen in my life. Like, still a big smile, still super excited.
How excited he is to go into that cave. Oh, it's a little crazy, I guess.
He's moving.
Classic
so freaking well.
Flagstaff this time of the year, as I'm learning.
The sun starts to go down, the wind starts to pick up.
Oh man, this would be so caliente.
Hey, Jamil, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, Ethan. Thanks for asking.
Of course.
Doing,
I hope.
doing wonderful.
Don't forget to eat, Jamil.
It's good.
I did get a couple hours. I said I did get a couple hours of sleep, but I don't want Joe to hear that.
I was just gonna say that. Don't let him hear. Oh my gosh. The temperature's gotta be nice out there, huh? 64.
It is really nice. Yeah, we're just commenting. It's late afternoon. There's a slight breeze. It is nice, super nice out. Nice fresh air too.
Not a bunch of smoke. It looks clear.
Yeah, we'll do a little 360 spin here. You can see Arizona Trail.
Joe and Whit both probably feel right at home. Both former and current FKT holders on the Arizona Trail. So no stranger to this section and some of the sections coming up.
Absolutely.
And also, if Joe is curious, Tiger Mountain was beautiful today. I know he's familiar with Tiger Mountain. It's probably nothing compared to Mount
It was
Elden
about
ahead of him,
64
but
degrees today too.
64.
About the same
And we're back.
temperature.
Yeah.
And we do have a comment I want to pull into the chat here.
Chris Vargo.
Chris Vargo.
Chris Vargo.
Ethan
Chris
with a bunch
Vargo.
of exclamation points. I noticed that there's no love for Jamil in this comment, so I'll have to call Vargo out. He is neglecting the one holding the camera here, but we'll just chalk it up to he didn't know any better.
I mean, I'm happy to take credit for this footage. I'm not doing anything, but what's up, Vargo? Good to see you, Chris.
Yeah, when are you coming out?
I'm not seeing Chris at all.
250.
Yeah, Chris. Can we just automatically sign Chris up for this next year?
How would that work?
Well, I think Chris is coming out of retirement for the Flagstaff Sky Peaks 26K.
What's
later
that?
this
How are we?
September.
He's getting warmed up.
All right. Get her done.
Mark Freese, what would you say? Jamil giving us amazing coverage live. Love it. Freese.
Yeah, I would say Freeze, but I'm not 100% sure. I'll pull it up if anyone else has some insights.
Chris says,
Yeah, Jamil, I'm.
no way, in other words.
In other words, yeah, no. Jamil, I'm curious, are they doing any sort of run walk? Is there a strategy with this, or is it let's just move as best as we can when we can?
You know, I'm not sure if there's a strategy, but there's definitely a good mix. But it's always be efficient, move forward, from what I can tell.
It's quick. It's super efficient.
When we were out there, a lot of times when you'd have a little grade up, depending on the distance, of course, at this point, a lot of times you can move almost a little faster if you just fast walk up those little hills and then jog on down those flats and downhills. Seems like efficiency at this point. 235 miles in.
Yeah, and I think Joe has been really efficient kind of the entire time that we've saw him, even back at the section around Kelly Canyon. When he felt like walking, he was walking, and when he felt like running, he was running, but everything was always with a purpose. So there was no like, oh, I'm going to walk and relax. It was, I'm going to walk with the purpose of moving forward, and then, oh, I should run this section. I'm feeling okay.
Right.
Things like that. And we are going to have some eyes in the sky here in just a second that is going to be pretty spectacular.
And when you walk, you know, when you're walking up those hills and things, or speed walking, you're using different muscles. So you're kind of innervating those different muscles as you go. So it's kind of like get well-rounded, you know. Like, here, let's give you some exercise. Here, let's start speed walking, you know, speed hiking. Some people hike faster than they can, you know, faster uphill than they can run uphill, depending on where they're at, you know.
So let's
we were just talking with them.
Oh,
eye in the sky?
Here.
Look at that.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Wow.
As shout out to the wonderful drone pilot Enzo now out. I believe he's now looking for the three amigos as they continue to make their way towards the base of Mount Elden.
Look at that breeze. Kicking up some. Whew. It's a good thing it's 64 degrees because you know, at 30. Oof.
So it sounds like Jamil can actually see the drone or hear the drone, and Enzo's trying to get the drone within sight line?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, it's hard to see the trail this time of year, especially because there's still not a whole lot of growth of like the grass and prairies in that area. So it all just
Oh yeah, look at that wind.
Look for the dust. Look for the dust, Enzo.
There it is. Yeah, look for the dust. Yeah, Matt, you and I were talking recently. How's the air quality in Flagstaff right now? I mean, have the fires been controlled in the upper, like northeast?
Yeah, the fires are controlled now, so the air's back to. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, we didn't have many stretches really up in Flag where the air quality like in town was too bad, but there were a few days where it started to get hazy over like Humphreys and the Dry Lakes and Elden area, but it's only for like a day or two that everything seemed to get pretty controlled.
Sweet.
Did a really good job out there.
Yeah, shout out to all the fire volunteers, including the great Colleen Lingley's husband. I believe he's been working some of the fires, so she helped film it. Jerome, she's on the Aravaipa Racing team. She's gathering the troops for the Saturday finish in Flagstaff as well. So shout out to her, and her husband was helping fight those fires. But yeah, they've been pretty much contained now, and we do have a shot of them on the drone here.
There it is.
There it is. There it is.
Success. Jamil, I just need you to know this is freaking awesome.
Woohoo, Jamil!
Look at that.
Oh, that's a great shot.
Oh yeah, that's the road
I-
section right before the single track you get into on the AZT.
Looks like it's a pretty short stretch, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's not going to be so long.
It's a little
I think
access road.
Maybe half. Yeah. Or like there's some homes back there, but yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, this is just beautiful country, beautiful part of Arizona. Was one thing I was commenting on with Kim earlier, just seeing the footage highlights from each day. You've been posting on like the Aravaipa Instagram and stuff like that, and seeing the difference in terrain from day to day, going from, you know, desert, dry, super hot, exposed, Skull Canyon, you know, that stuff. And then you go to Sedona and it's green and the big spires and the beautiful rocky formations. And now you're here in Flagstaff and you've got these alpine trees and high desert. It's incredible. It's just beautiful terrain.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think that's one of the things that really makes this race like as epic as it is that I see Jamil's camera and I don't know what the sign he just showed said, but
It It's amazing to be able to see all the different aspects of Arizona. People think we're a big desert, right? Dirt and tumbleweeds, but yeah, this race shows you like there's a high desert, like the Sonoran Desert, and then you work your way into Sedona with the red rocks. It's just all these cool rock formations, like you're saying, and then Flagstaff. Yeah, it just keeps your brain. Yeah, I could see it drawing tons of runners just to be able to see so many varying terrain, with the trees and things. Just so pretty. So many touristy areas, right?
Yeah.
It's really cool. And so we're out at Kelly Canyon now. So we are back closer to mile 205 on the course now. We lost both our drone and camera feed up with Joe. However, we did get some pretty epic views and some good insights from Joe on how he's feeling, how good or not good he might be feeling. But I believe our cam operator here, Troy, is maybe heading out to find our next runner to come through Kelly Canyon, which should be the ladies race leader, Annie Hughes. She should be about 1.5 miles out from the aid station here, it looks like.
203
miles
right now.
Yep, so we're going to see if we can find her.
And there was a question in the chat from Mike just asking, like, do they sleep at all or just push through? Do we have insight for the race leaders? Are they sleeping? Are they just trying to, go as long as they can without sleep?
Yeah, that's a great question. So Joe McConaughey's sleep strategy has primarily been short naps when he felt like he needed them. So he's been doing about 8-minute naps is what his plan was, according to his coach, Connor Holt, who was in the chat earlier. And then at the Fort Tuthill aid station, he was planning to go down for a longer nap of about 30-ish minutes, I think. I don't know if he ended up napping for a full 30 minutes, but that was the plan when he got there, which was probably smart because you're starting to get into longer sections without crew there.
Right.
But then you have, like, Jason Coop has been stopping maybe a bit more frequently than some of the other leaders, and he's been taking about an hour nap, and he's done that a handful of times now. So I think the strategy has just kind of depended on the person and what they felt comfortable with. And the two people I mentioned obviously have experience at these like multi-day long adventures. I think that their strategy is a bit more dialed in, whereas I think Senseman, when we saw him early in the race, was asking Jamil, like, should I sleep yet or should I not sleep?
I saw
so
that,
I think he was still trying to work that out.
I think Dom mentioned like having an hour sleep at some point last night.
Yeah, because I think this is Dom's first attempt at Dom Grossman, first attempt at the distance.
King. Oh, okay.
Mustache King.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dom's a super stellar athlete, incredible runner.
Very seasoned.
Very seasoned. He ran Cascade Crest up here last year. We got to see him run that, which is really wonderful. But yeah, I was wondering about the strategy with sleep because Joe hasn't slept, right? Or maybe micro naps?
The micro naps.
8 minutes.
I think McKnight was
It's
the
amazing.
same way. McKnight was the same way as well, I believe.
To think that that's what it takes to win is to like deprive yourself of sleep beyond the single night, right? Multiple nights. It's incredible.
Yeah, and last night.
And Annie's still leading the women's race. Sorry, Don.
Oh no, you're.
I missed that.
Yep, she is, and we should have eyes on her shortly. That is where our drone currently is. He's on his way out to try and find Annie, who should be about 1 mile or so from the Kelly Canyon aid station, which is at mile 205. And we also do have a ground feed over there from the aid station. So you can kind of see, I'll switch to it just briefly as we'll lose our picture-in-pictures currently. But you can see it's just a pretty remote aid station. Not super robust, but Kelly, our admin assistant, is out there, and she's got the camera feed. And then our kind of printing lead here at Aravaipa Artworks on the apparel side, Christina, is kind of the aid station captain there. So they're they're holding it down out there.
And yeah, Annie's at 203, and the next woman is Lauren Jones. She's at about 184 miles. So about
Dang.
20-mile difference there. About.
Lauren Jones, the Atlanta, Georgia native. Lauren and I don't know Lauren, but we do share a number of mutual friends. One of my good friends, Eli, is on her crew, so I've gotten to see him out there. So huge shout out to Lauren, who is crushing it as well.
And doesn't she have a history of FKT on the Appalachian Trail in Georgia?
Yep, she has the Georgia section of the AT. She has the FKT there. She also was second at this year's Coldwater Rumble, 57 minutes behind Annie Hughes at the 100-mile distance. And she was the 2017 or 2018 Georgia Jewel second place finisher, and that's a super kind of rough and rugged race up in North Georgia.
Yeah, this is super impressive on both sides of the race here, both men and women. Annie, just an incredible effort. Like, this is going to be amazing to see her finish. I love also watching. I'm sorry, I'm like transfixed with the drone footage because I can tell that the drone pilot's just trying to find a runner, and it's like finding a needle in a haystack. You can kind of follow the trail, but clearly you're like flying above the trees. And
that was the exact quote. That was the exact text I got earlier from our drone pilot. Was it's literally like finding a needle in a haystack, and it's like, oh, it looks great and it looks easy, but it's he's like, yeah, it's easy if you're not trying to find someone, like a little thing running through the woods here. So shout out to our drone pilot Troy. He's also he and his company also did the surfacing of the helipad that we have upstairs, the track up there, as well as the like entry foyer of Aravaipa headquarters for anyone watching who's been to HQ. Troy, a man of many talents. He's he's done a lot of things for us, and he continues to show up to help fly some little birdies in the sky for us. And it looks like that feed is cutting out, so we're going to send it to the Sedona Aid Station.
There's a lot of group of people at Sedona. We have Sandy Hilton. If anybody, she's at 144, I guess that's Sedona.
Yep.
Matthew Tiscornia, Steve Ellis, John Wright. We have Alan Guevara, Erica Sargent, Garth Reeder, Sean.
Erica Sargent, she is from British Columbia as well.
What was that?
She's from British Columbia.
Okay. And then, Sean.
I've heard of that place.
That's where Kim's from.
She's from Kimberly, British Columbia, which is a
I've
little
heard of
ironic.
Kimberly.
A little ironic.
Huh?
She was running with Mandy Goody most of the early section of the race, and so I remember the two Canadian runners from the same town of Kimberly in British Columbia from earlier in the race as they came through.
I was scrolling around on the map, like trying to find the Sedona Aid Station, and all I had to do was just look at where a large mass of numbers was.
Boxes and people are just like.
Yeah. This is that must be a party right now. I mean, I'm looking. I'm clearly a lot of runners. It's so great. What a beautiful spot too.
I think
it is, and we're actually going to switch it to another cam here from Ben, and let's see if Ben can give us a shot of some of the views here. When he gets a chance, he's given some instructions here. But yeah, Sedona it's magical. And the route.
Where is this, Matt?
This is at the Sedona Aid Station. They come up a trail to the aid station here and across the parking lot to the other feed that we had. The other feed is a static cam set up in the aid station there.
Man, it really is a party there.
It really is.
So many people.
I mean, this makes sense. Like, this is essentially what, mile 145-ish? 144. So this makes sense time-wise. People are about halfway through, a little bit past that, and 3 days into this thing, it makes sense that they would be arriving here. Plus, the sun's going down. I don't know what the temperature is there, but it's probably perfect. Perfect sunset in Sedona. These are the runners that are timing it right.
Yeah, hey, and there we have Aravaipa event crew Tony Russ there. Recognize him. He paced in Aravaipa community member Andre Lee last year, who was the final finisher of the Cocodona 250. So Tony paced him in last year, and now Tony is out running. He's looking strong.
That's so cool. I'm looking at the map. You said Deb Hamberlin, RGR crew member who's out there running?
Yeah, I think she's about 9 miles out. Oh, Molly in the chat says, yeah, Deb is about 8.5 miles out.
Sweet.
Amazing. And I am getting word that Jamil is moving locations now, so we won't have the jam cam up for a little while. They're on their way to the top of Elden. He's going to drive up Elden, up the up the road, and hopefully we will get, at the very least, we'll get some ground footage. I don't know if they'll be able to get the drone up there or not, especially if it's starting to get windy.
And the elevation, doesn't it have something to do with the?
They should be able to fly it. They should be able to fly it up there. I also don't know if the airspace is still restricted from the fires. I think that got lifted, but Jamil knows. He's a true professional. So if he's not meant to fly the drone won't go up. But yeah, that'll be the next time
I believe
we
it's
see
500
Joe.
feet. 500 feet off deck, I believe, is where you can fly it. But if they close the airspace for fire, then it wouldn't. I don't even think his drone would be. It wouldn't allow him to take it off from there. How does he get up? I'm looking at the map here. Where do you access Mount Elden Road? Is it from the east or west side?
Yeah, so you would access it from like the Schultz Creek area.
Yeah, okay.
Is probably where he would access it from, and then drive kind of straight up.
Correct. Yes.
Well,
Sweet.
not straight up, but up. It's kind of the only road once you get back there. You know, once you stay right, you kind of stay up there. There are some trails that cut through over there. Some beautiful trails that cut through down kind of at the bottom, which the runners will hop on to connect to Buffalo Park once they come down from Elden. They'll take some beautiful single track that they probably don't enjoy at that point in the race to get over to Buffalo Park where everything is much more groomed.
Hopefully it's much better shape this year than it was last because it was super difficult to find.
And there we have, that is the Run Streak King himself, I believe.
That is Sean Nakamura.
Yeah, Sean Nakamura. I'm a little disappointed. Sean earlier in the race was wearing a bright pink hat, so it'd be easy for me to identify. It's on his pack. He kept it with him. He kept it with him. He's forgiven.
So we can find him still. Yep.
And I don't
know how many. He's at 3,000. Is he? God, does he have 4,000 days now? Run streaking. He's up there. I mean, it's thousands of days that Sean's been run streaking. It's just bonkers. And he uses these ultras to like get multiple days of running. He runs ultras all the time. Super impressive runner.
So run streaking, you do you mean just every day for the last 4,000 days?
Every day.
Run.
Yeah, every day. And I think it's a 3 mile minimum.
Yeah, 2 days ago he posted run streak day number 4,161. So he'd be on 4,163-ish today.
It's nonstop.
Great. Holy moly. He looks great too.
Yeah, I think
I was going to comment on I feel like all the runners there are smiling. Everybody
everyone's
looks
smiling.
like they're in good spirits.
Well, they know that it's the sun's about to go down. It's not going to be so hot anymore. And they're finally in Sedona. That stretch, I feel like, from Dead Horse until you start to get into Red Rock country there is you've got some views, but it's just like kind of straight and open and maybe not the best when you're that exposed and hot.
Yeah, just nonstop sun.
Skylar, what's up? Skylar in the chat. He's saying, just doxing Jamil's route and timing right now. Real paparazzi move. Smiley face. Yeah, Skylar, I don't think we have to worry about people tailing Jamil. But maybe we do. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe there's like Cocodona 250 super fans that are out there just like, I gotta chase Jamil.
I mean, have you
Sorry,
seen his
Jamil.
hair?
Man, it's just so flowy. It's just so flowy. It's so good. I was curious if has there been carnage? Like, has there been major blowups? Or obviously the temperature is a bit different this year than it was last year. The front for 30, 40 miles are different. So has there been a large percentage of carnage?
Not as
think
much.
so.
Definitely not as much as last year.
Count everyone again.
So if we're comparing it to the carnage of last year's race, definitely not. I think it's
awesome.
I think it's been like the folks who have dropped out. It's maybe been for the opposite reason for the most part, like maybe going out a little bit too hard because that first section is super runnable when they spent all this time preparing for something that they were going to be like really grinding through. We've also had a few people come out of Sedona and probably into Sedona at this time, but earlier in the day, leaving Sedona, we got some check-ins from on course, and they had left Sedona with 2 liters of water. And by the time they got to the Oak Creek crossing, they had already drank over 1 liter because of how hot it still was down in Sedona, or how hot they felt. And so they maybe wish they would have taken a little bit more water. But yeah, I think the carnage, there's still been some, but not as much.
Yeah, 29. Well, I looked at the list here, 29 DNFs. So 29 out of about 239 athletes.
Yeah, so about what, 15-ish percent?
Yeah.
A little less than 15%.
That's amazing. I mean, that's a testament also to the preparation. I don't think people are taking on a 250-mile adventure without some semblance of training, obviously. But that's a testament.
And adapting to the faster front end. And we talked to Deb a little bit about that because I think she was one of the people who spent a lot of time training on those front, 20, 30 miles.
She wanted to prepare for the heat.
Yeah, knowing how tough it was last year for runners. But she did talk about like kind of just adjusting pacing and expectations over those first 20 miles with the course change.
Yeah.
And it looks like
that's super impressive.
Steve Ellis here at the Sedona aid station.
It's weird. I want to wave. Like, I want to be like, hi, waving to him because he just noticed the camera there. He's talking to the camera person. And in my head, I'm going, I just want to say hi and like see how he's doing. But he can't see us. He doesn't know what's going on.
Well, if Ben does unmute him, we can, in fact, ask him how he's doing. But he won't be able to see our beautiful faces and see us waving. So we'll see if Ben eventually unmutes on his end. Or not, but otherwise we also do have our drone back up out at Kelly Canyon, and he had to come and recharge, do a little battery swap there, and he's still maybe having a little, it's very hard in this section to be able to find runners on the trail because it is a little bit more forested than even some of the areas around Munns Park.
It looks super intense. I mean, just looking at the GPX file here, a lot of little windy switchbacks, and the trail isn't a direct line. It's just, just a lot of movement. So I can imagine trying to find a person in a forest miles from anything. Look at that shot.
It's like
is that a stick or is that a leg? Is that a person?
You can barely see the trail through those trees.
I mean, it's just good-looking footage, though. Look at that.
It is beautiful, though.
Beautiful country.
It is, and I think circling back to, a point we brought up earlier, again, that's one of the things that, makes this race so unique in kind of what the original course was planned for this year, where you start down in the Sonoran Desert, you climb up pretty high, you drop into Crown King, you climb up Mount Union, before you start to drop down into Prescott in the Prescott Valley. And so you're constantly going through like these different ecosystems. You're starting with surrounded by saguaro cacti on the Black Canyon Trail and kind of winding through along areas there before you start to get up to like Mingus Mountain where you're up in the pines. It's a lot colder. And then you're dropping down into like Jerome and Cottonwood where it's really hot again.
Right.
And so I think that was always one of the things that made this race, at least especially last year, unique, was everything is constantly changing. And depending on where you're at in the field, your experience might be different as well, right? And so Michael Versteeg coming into Sedona mostly after dark was probably a different experience than a lot of the other runners who were, grinding through in the heat of the day, just trying to get to Sedona there.
Right. Yeah, and last year when I ran it with my pacer, we came from Deer Pass into Sedona, and the horizon started to light up, and then balloons were launching. Those hot air balloons were launching before the sun came up. It was beautiful. So yeah.
Wow.
And yeah, in Kasner Canyon Road, when I was there, at least, it was night, about midnight, so we looked over as well, like towards the horizon, and you could see Sedona lights and Jerome lights, and you just saw all the little towns. It was beautiful.
Don, are you an emotional runner? Like, do scenes like that get you? I know I am. Like, anytime you see something that's just like, what the hell? This is
You're
incredible.
a big crier.
I'm a huge crier. Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
Well, I don't think, I should try that sometime. 250, I'd lose some water. I'd probably dehydrate myself or something, and then I'd be in a whole nother. But
next time you see an amazing view, I can't wait to hear your mind go, maybe I should try
it.
I'm going to try getting emotional here for a second.
Hopefully it comes out the right spot.
Yeah.
And again, according to the live tracker here, we do have our drone, which you're looking at right now, just outside Kelly Canyon. It looks like, according to our live tracker, Annie Hughes should be about a half mile from the Kelly Canyon aid station. And I believe our drone pilot is going to come back in for one last battery swap real quick, especially as it gets windier up there, chopping through batteries on those drones. So we appreciate the great Troy Wicks. He is
the Kelly Canyon aid station on the Forest Service Road? Like, if I'm zooming in on the map here, is that what I'm seeing?
Yeah, it is. And we have...
Off of 17.
Give me 1 second, and I will actually send us there.
I don't think it's off. Or wait.
It's not far off the
It's
17.
not far from... Right.
It's not far.
I'm just kind of tracking where Annie is, and also looking at where the aid station is. I could, I was watching where he was flying, and I'm going, oh, he's on track. Like he's in the right direction, and Annie's got to be coming through that visual here any moment.
Yeah, and I think he'll be back out to get her in just a minute.
Looks like she's a mile away, maybe just under a mile.
I was showing about a half mile. And we will actually take a look at Kelly Canyon aid station here.
Yeah, cool.
And so it's just right on that Forest Service Road. But I'm not sure how far off of the 17 it is.
Right. It looks super close, doesn't it? Well, she's super close right now to 17.
That's what I'm seeing too.
Well, and there's that service road, it looks like, right there.
Little off-ramp.
For those not from the area, from those not from the area, is 17 a busy freeway, or is it just sort of 2 lanes either direction? Or
it's busy. It's a 4-lane, 2 on each side.
Yeah, so 2 lanes each direction. Up in Flag, it's not maybe quite as busy in this area. As you get to where it connects with the I-40 and kind of merges there or connects there, then it becomes quite a bit busier. But yeah, I mean, this is the road that connects Phoenix to Flagstaff. So it's definitely a major interstate.
Right.
And it's kind of like a vein of Arizona in a way, right? In terms of like this I-17 corridor that runs you through all these different mountain ranges, because when it leaves Flagstaff, the I-17 climbs up into the Bradshaws, goes back down across the Prescott Valley, climbs up into the Black Mountains and across the Verde Valley, I believe, before getting up into the Coconino Plateau. So it's very similar to the race course in a lot of ways.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm seeing. I was curious. Right. Yeah, I was curious about noise. If noise from the freeway, if you even hear it from sections of this trail, like where Annie is because she seems like she's on
Pretty
that trail, kind
close.
of bumps close to it.
I would think you would be able
Yeah,
to
you
hear.
probably can when you're because she's real close there. It looks like Troy.
Don, in your experience, when you get that sense of civilization, or when you are either hearing traffic or you're running through a neighborhood, is that good? Oh yeah, here we go. Is this Annie coming through or
Aid
another
station
runner?
action.
Yeah, and it looks like we have her on the drone here as well.
I mean, it's nice to be out in the wilderness when you're in the wilderness, you know?
Yeah.
Sometimes civilization, it makes me think of like my crew or something though too. So
Yeah.
A little bit of positivity.
yeah.
A little energy.
People. Sometimes you feel so alone out there when you're all by yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, and here we go.
Oh, there she is.
All smiles.
Smiling.
Yeah, and so this is our ladies race leader, third place overall. The great Annie Hughes, the 24-year-old, as it was confirmed in the chat. She is absolutely crushing it right now.
So freaking impressive. What a run.
And Jason Coop's on
This
his
is her
way on
first
there, too.
250 miler, right? This is her first big.
Oh.
250, yeah, but she won
Moab 240.
Moab
first
last year.
female,
Moab
yeah.
240.
First female,
Moab
yeah.
240, yeah. And, yeah, Coldwater 100, first female as
Right.
well. So
She's so young.
Yeah, I
Right.
was going to say
You mentioned
amazing
that she just
accomplishments
turned
at a long
24.
distance for someone who's so
Yep.
young.
I barely remember 24.
Yeah.
I just remember being,
Oh,
I
you're
think,
not-
drunk a lot.
Was it not just last year?
I mean, it was last year. I barely remember last
The
year.
being drunk part, not being 24.
I've been drunk since I was 24. That's what I meant.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible to just see her out here absolutely crushing it.
So
See
when
how
can
long-
people pick up their first pacer?
So runners were able to grab their pacers at Whiskey Row, which was mile 61, all the way back in Prescott. And then they're basically allowed to pick up a pacer at any crewable aid station after that. Obviously, you can only have one pacer at a time. You can swap them out as you need. And most of the aid stations after that are crewable. There are some that aren't after that. Actually, there are just a few.
Yeah.
There's just Schnebley Hill, Kelly Canyon, and Mount Elden after that aren't crewable. And a lot of that is just access and parking. Typically, like you couldn't have crew vehicles here. You can barely get an aid station tent and a medical tent set up.
Gotcha.
We have a
Is
guest that wanted to cheer on
There
Annie.
he is.
Gus is a
The
big Annie
wonderful
fan.
Gus. Can we get a close up? Oh, a close up of Gus here. I love it. Look at that guy.
He's a little sleepy too. He's
you
been
just woke
sleeping
up.
behind us, but his snore woke him up. So now he's a little like, I don't know what's going on.
I love it. I love it. Way to go, Gus. Everyone can go back and get their screenshots of that. And we are back here, and we will see if we can pull Kelly's audio in
Really
just to
quick.
listen in here.
I have a question. Can we see Gus again? Because I want to show Annie.
Oh, they want to see Gus again.
Yeah. Is that, can we, that, okay, hold on. Can you show her? Is it gonna work though? 'Cause
Here, I'll
look-
make it big. They can see everything that we can see, I think.
Aww.
Worth it.
Gus
She's
is a
getting
big
her
Annie
own leg
fan.
rubs.
Gus is a big Annie fan, so go Annie.
Go Annie.
Yeah.
That was amazing. Gus, the real MVP here at the Kelly Canyon aid station.
If Annie wins, Gus will happily take the credit.
Amazing.
And he's getting some watermelon in. I hear it's good for the skin when you're getting a bunch of sun, so it's supposed to help with burns or something. I don't know.
I bet it tastes really good when you've been
Oh.
out in the heat.
That sugar, that good fruit sugar.
Watermelon, I think, is by far my favorite ultra fuel. Watermelon will just hit the spot every time.
It's not too acidic like oranges and things like that. Oh, watermelons. All that
Exactly.
water in there. It's refreshing. Oh, yeah, for sure.
I think one of my fondest memories was running Squamish 50 on a really, really hot year. And I rolled through, there's like this trail crossing that crosses this old dirt fire road. You're in the middle of kind of nowhere.
It's
And
pretty remote.
Pretty remote. And there was a guy with a van giving out freezies. So like frozen, they're essentially, what do they call them? They call them freezies in Canada, but here they're
Americans
Otter
call
Pops.
them Otter Pops.
Okay.
So good. And then you also had cold watermelon right next to it. So it was like cold watermelon and a freezie, and you just end up running out of there, and like life is complete. Like there's nothing better than that on a hot day. Brand new again.
This is amazing getting to see Annie in the aid station here, getting, it looks like, a little bit of a massage. Keep those quads, it looks like keeping the quads nice and loosened up. The section from here to Fort Tuthill is pretty runnable, a little bit of it on Forest Service Road. And really from here until Elden, most of it is going to be pretty runnable, I think.
Just kind of rolling every once in a while.
Yep. Yeah, and I guess you do have a short, steeper kind of climb when you're down near Walnut Canyon to get up on the rim, right?
To get up, to get up.
Is it up by Fisher Point? Is that the climb?
That's
yeah.
it. Yeah.
So Ethan, you would know
yeah.
that climb as well. And Kim, I imagine. Yeah.
Yeah. You did a video on Fisher
Did a fun
Point.
adventure club video there. I had never been. Speaking of Chris Fargo from earlier, he was our tour guide in Flagstaff.
Him and Alicia, yeah.
Yep, the two of them showed us all the great spots and great trails. Fisher Point was one of them, and I mean, talk about just like breathtaking, amazing. And I know it's like everyone in Flagstaff is like Fisher Point, like that's our backyard, like it's just an easy run or whatever. But for not being from the state, it was very memorable. It's such a beautiful little area, just kind of carved in those canyons there.
Right.
Really neat.
Yeah, Fisher Point over to Walnut Canyon there, that whole canyon just on top. You just see down in there, it's so beautiful.
Yeah, it's really cool. Yeah, so that climb there at that point in the race is probably a bit of a challenge for some of the runners, but outside of that, should be pretty runnable, as it looks like she's going to be heading out of the aid station here. And she's going to make her way to Fort Tuthill, which is mile... Let me look here.
See how she walked there a little bit? She was walking, trying to get those legs warmed back up.
Trying to get the legs moving? Yeah.
Sitting there.
Yeah,
Fort Tuthill there.
And she's back at it again, running. All right.
Yeah, I think you were saying that earlier, how once you sit down like that this late in the race, feel like everything's not feeling too great for a few steps, and you gotta work your way back into it.
Yeah.
But before you know it, she's off to the races. Yeah. And now we got to try to find the needle in the haystack again.
Exactly.
Kim and I are actually going to, we have a meeting for Tiger Claw that we got to go do. So, and Gus is scratching at the door to get out. So we are going to have to bounce off the stream, but I wanted to personally say thank you to both of you and to Aravaipa for having us.
Yeah, thanks for the invite.
Yeah,
really cool.
It's been so great. Kim,
I don't want to go yet. Look at this. I want to watch.
Kim,
Gus,
thank you so much for allowing Ethan to tag along with you as you join the stream. We really appreciate you.
I tried to block him out of the stream, but he just kept following me.
I'm really emotional. Like, what can I say? I was crying in the other room. And I was like, fine.
Fisher Point.
Yeah.
But seriously, hey,
thank you both.
Yeah, thank you both so much. Anyone looking for a race, shorter distance up to 50 mile now in May, obviously this year sold out, I believe. Is that correct? Start to look for registration next year at Tiger Claw or for Tiger Claw. And where can people find more information on the race, Ethan?
Yeah, so runtigerclaw.com. All the info will be posted for 2023. It's going to be the best course yet because we finally get access to some of that logging territory, and the views are freaking nuts. They're going to be amazing.
Yeah.
So yeah, runtigerclaw.com, and then check out the YouTube channel, obviously, the Ginger Runner. And a huge shout out to Aravaipa. Again, if you are watching this live, I'm going to take a second to tell you to support the channel, subscribe to the channel, and a super chat goes a long way. So if you don't know what a super chat is, it's one of the options when you are chatting here in the live chat room. $5, $10, whatever, it goes directly to Aravaipa and helps with the stream. But they also have a pinned, I'll do it for you, Matt. They have a pinned comment at the top of the chat that is a donation. Girls on the Run, I believe, Northern Arizona. Matt, I'll let you take it from there. But that is also a great place to donate if you want to support the stream.
Yeah, and again, thank you, Ethan and Kim. Anyone who wants to support, I encourage you to support Girls on the Run Northern Arizona. It means a lot to me as the father of a daughter who turns 3 in 8 days. It means a lot to me for all the things that they're doing to help girls feel more confident being active and getting outside and things like that. So, Ethan, thank you, and Kim, thank you so much for taking a bit of time out of your day to join us here when I know you have so much stuff going on. And make sure you send me that invoice, and I will make sure it's paid in full.
And when Deb comes through Sedona, I know the GR crew is watching, or there's a good portion of GR crew here. Give Deb all the love. I don't know if you guys will be able to pull her up or see her at all, but that would be amazing to let her know. We wish we could stay for it. I think it'll probably be in the next hour or so, but
Yeah. She's getting close.
She's getting close. Yeah, just give her love, GR crew, because she's crushing it. We hope to continue that she continues her journey. Enjoy, everybody. This is super awesome. We're going to be tuning in later tonight.
Awesome. Thank you. See you guys.
Thank you both.
Thank you both. See ya.
Bye. Yeah, Deb's at 137.
So she's about 6 or 7 miles. 6 or 7 miles away from Sedona, right?
Yeah, 137. So yeah, 145, right? Sedona.
Yep.
Yeah. Let's see what else. Oh yes. So Sarah, or let's see, Lauren.
And then we do have
Lauren Jones, 185. She's making her way back into Munns. It looks like into that Munns aid. Sarah O is at Munns now. 187. So she's back in Munns. Let's see where there's like a double Munns there.
Yep, so it's an out and back.
171, 187. Okay.
Yeah.
So Sarah's back in from the out and back, and Lauren Jones is on her way in from the out and back. So those guys are pretty close to each other. And Rhoda.
It's
Rhoda
easier to
Smoker.
say, though, isn't it?
167. So she's making her way to Munns for the first time. And then Sesman, it looks like they're running together. So that's great. Teaming up and working together, helping each other out, probably conversing about the race. And I was wondering.
Oh.
Woohoo! Cowbells.
Yeah, when Ben does unmute, we'll be able to pull the audio in. We could hear it come in. We heard the cowbells. The energy at Sedona is high, which is where we're looking at here. And I do want to give a shout out to Michael Hilliard with the super chat donation. Go Deb, go!
Oh yeah.
Love to see it. Love to see it. So huge shout out to you.
Sedona, still busy at aid station.
And I think we should be possibly seeing Jason Coop getting pretty close to the Kelly Canyon aid station. Yeah, he's about a mile away from the Kelly Canyon aid station.
Yeah, 204. 204 miles. So it's showing, oh yeah, any left. It doesn't really show. Maybe I need to refresh the Kelly aid station.
We got some crews out here in Sedona.
Jason Coop, Matt Smith, Kevin Goldberg, Jeff Garmier on their way to the Kelly Canyon.
Yeah, and Jeff checked in with us on his phone a little bit ago. Huge shout out to Jeff. A little bit different strategy this year. He did come into the race. He had been hurt for a couple months leading up, wasn't able to train much. Trained the last couple weeks and said, I'll give it a go.
Last couple weeks.
Big through hiking experience for Jeff, so I think he really leans into that. He's got self-supported through hiking records on most of like kind of the long trails in the U.S. We did see him come into Sedona last night in 4th place, I believe, and he did take an hour and 15-minute nap here, which compared to last year when he ran it, he tried not to sleep. So he tried to go the entire way without sleeping, and I believe he was forced to take some trail naps late in the race as he was hallucinating pretty good. So he learned his lesson a little bit, and he's still moving pretty well. I think he's up in 7th or 8th place the last I looked, and is just having a really strong run for. Given that he wasn't able to train the way he would have liked to.
He's doing great if he hasn't. Well, and then you're talking about that with training. I mean, gosh, I was thinking about that with the physical, just the body and the mind, you know. It just seems like when you start a race like this, it's like a 70-30, like 70% physical. You're kind of going out, you're running, your brain's kind of not as active because your body's just taking over. But as the miles go on, it seems like you start to, before you know it's 50-50. And then when you get to the later, 250 or 200, it's like your brain has to take over that 70% and your body's at 30 from being exhausted and just fatigued and things like that. So, if your body's not 100% and you come into one of these races, depending on how strong your brain is, you could probably muscle through. What's going on here? He's got his feet up on the...
Oh, is that looked like it might have been Tony Russ.
Tony Russ with his feet up on the the air mattress.
It is.
There.
Shout out to Tony, sending all the love and positive vibes.
What's going on with his feet? Are they covered or just super? They need some sun, or what's going on?
No, it looks like.
He has some.
Yeah, he's
like
got
new
some
skin or
thing.
something
Yeah,
on it. Some kind of skin.
Shout out to Tony. Tony's the man.
Yeah, Tony.
What was
Said something about the mic. Matt O'Brien, 8,000 miles, 250 days.
Wow. I'm getting confused here in the chat. The chat is losing me. We've got the Goldberg folks. That's Kevin Goldberg fan club.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and here is the Running University. Tony paced Andre Lee, the legend, on his last year.
Oh, right.
Yep.
Wow. To come in at the back end of the 250 mile, the max time,
And on last year's course.
Yeah.
Where it was like, yeah. I'm saying like, that had to have been so epic to still be able to get to the finish knowing you're that close, and it's so easy to give up because you saw so many other people, I don't want to say giving up, but not able to continue.
Right. That's a whole nother, there's these athletes in the front right now that are coming, going to be finishing soon, but to be out there for another 3 days, that's just a whole nother level of endurance and mental strength. And and he came in smiling, and
I followed him in on our Instagram live, and he was moving down the hospital hill on Beaver Street pretty good.
Yeah.
I was like, man, this is a bit rough. Hey, you've run 253 miles at this point. You can, you got
5,
time.
6 days. Of just, oh my. Impressive.
Oh, Goldberg is in the chat. Now I have to, Kevin Goldberg, who's out running.
Oh, is
that
what's
in the
going
live
on?
stream chat. That's why everyone was going nuts and I got lost.
Okay.
We got a super chat donation here for String Bean.
Oh, right. And
He
someone
is
had.
crushing, and there was one up here a little bit as well that I
see.
want to make sure I don't miss.
And I forget who they were asking
Well,
to
there
mention.
was
Oh, okay.
Valerie, shout out to you. And there was the one I was looking for. Mark Griffith, go Coop.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Coop is having himself a really good race.
Yeah.
I just didn't.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, he's known to be such like a great coach, but then you forget that he's done Tour de France and that he's like a really good runner. And so he's up in 4th place overall, just behind Annie Hughes. And he should be getting to that Kelly Canyon aid station fairly shortly.
Right. Goldberg. So what would we have at 6th place? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yep.
195. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, it looks like Coop should be about 3/4 of a mile away from the finish here.
Oh, Coop. I think I'm getting confused here.
Yeah, so we're looking for Coop, but we've got Kevin
1, 2, 3,
Goldberg
4. Gotcha.
actively in the live stream chat.
And then someone had mentioned Joe. I guess he has multiple FKTs.
Oh, yeah.
The Arizona Trail. I was looking
The
at
Appalachian Trail.
And the Appalachian Trail.
Self-supported, I think, there.
Yeah, I was mentioned multiple FKTs. So that's, on top of doing this 250 and just rocking it right now. Strong runner, super strong.
Yeah. Well, and this is his first, 200-plus mile race as well. So I think he's really leaning into that experience in addition to being, a 14-0 something 100-mile runner at Javelina. So he's got.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got a lot of speed.
So now just trying to figure out where that good balance is. But shoot, look at him.
Yeah, he's having himself a pretty good day.
He's definitely sustaining, that's for sure. It's amazing.
And Kevin in the chat asking, can't I commentate from the course? You can. I don't see your video feed. I sent you a link. Well, I didn't. One of your friends in the chat sent you the link. You may just have to refresh it. I see your name here, but I don't see a video feed. But if you pop up in this feed that I see off to my left here, then I will make sure that we bring you on camera here.
Is that Lance Ness says AT unsupported? So it says fastest known supported time on Pacific Crest Trail covered 2,663 miles in 53 days.
That's pretty amazing.
Yeah. Holy moly.
He ran, I believe he ran at Boston College, if my memory serves me right from when I looked it up yesterday, and he was a 4:12 miler in college.
Oh.
So it's pretty fast.
Interesting.
And he goes and does these things.
Right.
That's pretty cool.
I wonder if he ever did like a marathon training. That sounds like Olympic trial type. He could probably drop
he
it
was
down
definitely
to
fast.
Marathon Olympic trials.
Maybe he just wanted to go lose himself in the mountains instead.
And I read his name Stringbean was given to him by his mom, and he picked that one on the trails when people asked him. So that's where he got the Stringbean name, I guess.
I think someone was saying it was because he used to eat beans.
Oh, really?
Green
Those
beans?
really string beans?
But I don't know. I can't confirm that. That came from the chat. So.
Oh, okay. I read it online. So,
take it for
it could
what
be
it
a
is.
chat, could be online.
I would probably trust your sources more than. Let's see if we've got any visual on Jason Coop, who should be coming into Kelly Canyon soon.
What is this? Alec Simpson says he did the PCT directly after college with no trail experience. Nothing like jumping into
Classic.
something. Resend him the website. Did you do that?
No.
Resend him the link.
Where?
Oh, that one. Is that?
Oh, yeah, they're talking to his friend Michael.
Oh, okay.
I sent Michael the link to send to
Oh.
Goldberg.
Okay. Let's see what else is going on around here. Let's
Goldberg
see.
wants a Tim Kronk update. Last I see on here, he's at about mile 158.8, so he should be coming up to Schnebly Hill. And Peter Noyes is out at about mile 150, so he's probably about to start climbing up the Kasner Canyon. And we are going to be joined by the man himself. If he can just unmute himself, we will bring him in here. And now I need to find... There he is, ladies and gentlemen, from the trail. Mr. Goldberg himself. How are you doing?
I'm great. How are you guys?
I am doing wonderful.
Yeah.
I'm doing wonderful. The people have been wanting you on the stream for a while now, and I broke everything earlier and had to fix it when we were trying to get you on. And now here we are.
Awesome. Well, no worries. You guys have been so fun to watch, and the motivation has been palpable.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Can you see my war paint?
Very.
Yeah, what happened?
What is it? Is it?
I'd rather not say.
There could be all kinds of delirium going on out there.
I think it's great. I think it's great. How are you feeling at this point in the race as you're probably approaching approaching the 200-mile mark? How are you feeling out there?
Has Joe won yet? If not, I think I could still win.
Joe has not won yet.
Oh,
so
then I
there's
got
still
it.
time.
Yeah. No, I'm feeling good. Moving pretty well. Happy that the sun's starting to set. I'm looking forward to the night and looking forward to be done with this so I can watch this stream from a safe couch and not a dangerous trail.
Hey, well, we appreciate you tuning in. We appreciate you getting all of your fans, your army of supporters in the chat fired up for us and making them watch so that we can, get those views racked up, which is obviously what we're doing it for, right?
I hope they've behaved themselves. If I need to issue an apology, let me know. But thank you guys.
No, they've been great. They've been great, and we appreciate you checking in. How much sleep have you had up until this point?
30 minutes on the dot, and I'm thinking that's going to be about it. But ask me again in 5 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see how you feel when you get through Kelly Canyon and into Fort Tuthill a little bit later on this evening.
Sounds good. Thank you, guys.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for hopping in. And anytime you want to hop in, we will try to pop your feet up here.
Love it. Appreciate you guys.
Looking good.
See ya.
Looking strong. Woo.
And now we are back to our eyes in the sky. The great Troy Wick, as we are still awaiting Jason Coop at the Kelly Canyon aid station here. And he should basically be there.
Right. And while you're doing that, our back runners coming into Jerome, we have Richard Murphy who's coming in, January Cummings, Brian Booth, Sean Gallagher, and Miss Shanoa Creer. So those guys are coming into Jerome.
Yeah, and the cutoff over at Jerome is 8 p.m. tonight. So they've got looks like 2 hours to get through Jerome there.
So 102.
Oh, I know what that sound is now. That's the sound of the super chat.
A couple hours, you said? So Miss Shanoa has about 6 miles to go to get into Jerome. So we'll see if she
she's
can
got to
do
get
that
in and out.
In a couple hours. So hopefully she's the furthest back, and then Brian Booth 106. So he's a couple miles out is all, and then everyone else is even closer to Jerome. So it looks like, let's see if Shanoa can get in there.
Yeah, I think she's going to be close because she left Mingus less than an hour before the cutoff, which is doable still,
right?
Obviously, but it just doesn't leave you as much time as you might want. Oh, and it looks like he is in the aid station, so our drone circling back here. Again, it's really hard to try and even pick out the trail in these pines, let alone the runner. So I think our drone is going to be coming back to find him.
Jason Coop, and then Annie's out. Jason's in. Looks like next Kevin. Oh, but Goldberg, yeah. So looks like he's on his way in.
Well, Matt Smith should be there as well. So it may just depend on when their trackers have updated. I know that they've been really close, though.
Oh yeah, there's someone right behind him. Brr. Yeah, they're right next to each other. Matt Smith and Goldberg, 195 about. So
we're overlooking the Kelly Canyon aid station. Again, you can this gives a really good perspective on kind of how remote this is. There is Jason Coop himself, and we're going to have to see if at some point, if someone can just get a good enough glimpse to see if Coop has changed that hat at all throughout the course of the day. And we are getting a camera feed that I do want to just take a quick look at here that is coming in, if I can find it, which is a little check-in from the String Bean crew. Shout out to Wit for bringing this feed in. And it looks like they are getting pretty close to the base of Elden there. As you can see, yep, right over there. How's this making you feel right now, Dawn? Are you reliving any of these moments from when you were kind of in this situation about a year ago?
Right. This area was, I was so excited to be done at this point. Just moving, just like he's doing, probably. Exactly. Just moving forward, right?
And he's still moving with a purpose.
Yeah,
you know, even though he's hiking a little bit of an uphill section, he's very purposeful with his stride forward.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is a kind of rolling section. It looks like, I believe, kind of ups and downs, not excessive, but you can definitely, at this point in the race, feel those slight uphills. So, yeah.
Hey, there's Wit. He was saying peace to us. Huge shout out to Wit for, you know, giving us shots that we can't get from our volunteer filmers. And again, Jamil was on his way earlier up to the top of Elden.
All right.
So we should be getting some footage from up there as well.
So 30s for tonight, I think, in Flagstaff. So hopefully they have their
so cold up there.
Warm gear. Yeah, warm gear. It looks like, and to go backward here a little bit, Munns. It looks like Sarah O is still at Munns. So I wonder if she's taking a little rest over there. I noticed she was there, and then Lauren Jones. So
yeah,
Mark
possibly.
Vogel and Chad Trumbo are at the Munns aid. So
because you are going to have a pretty lengthy stretch there before you see your crew again, because you won't see them again until Fort Tuthill.
Yeah.
Well, and I guess she's just at Munns 1, so she'll have a 16-mile out and back section before that even.
Okay. Oh, yep. 171. Sarah, okay.
We are looking at Jason Coop here. And there you see in the classic plaid, the Cocodona plaid, there on the chair. That is our wonderful drone pilot, Troy Wicks. Just flying the bird from right there next to Coop. All the people really want to know is that the same same hat Coop has had on since day one? That's all we want to know.
Did Joe cut his leg?
And it looks like we lost that feed.
Let's see where some other runners are here. The out and back, we have Todd Bachman.
The Montana native.
The Munns out and back section. The Montana native, Todd Bachman. He's at 174. We have Cole Crosby, 183. Josh Locke. It's Locke, not Lockie, correct?
Yep, Josh Locke.
183. Tyler Welch is 177. We have Adrian Bagrin at 177 as well. And Dominic Grossman, 180.
The president of Mustache Land,
Grossman.
Mr. Dominic Grossman.
Okay, so they're on their out and back for Munns to get to their second Munns. And we have Eric Sesman and Rhoda.
And we do have a shot here of Coop. We can confirm Troy did ask, and it is not the same hat, but we do have Coop here.
Switch.
Oh my God.
Looks like we got. There we go. We got Coop on the Kelly cam at Kelly Canyon. Kelly.
His mind is still with him. 205.
Amazing. Courtesy of the great Christina.
Oh, lots of salt on those, I wonder. That sounds yummy.
You want enough to where it's like, you feel maybe a little thirsty, but not enough to where your mouth is burning from the salt,
Right? Yeah, real food, too. I bet that's just amazing. 205 miles in.
Yeah, and that was a decent stretch between aid stations there as well. So Munns 2 was 187, so you had about 18 miles in between aid stations. In the heat of the day, even though you're up in the pines here, it's not quite as hot, right? But it's pretty exposed. You're not in really any dense forestation or anything like that, except for the parts where we were trying to fly our drone, where it's a little bit more covered, so we couldn't see. So,
yeah, 18 miles. That's probably a good 8 hours or so out there.
Yeah, I can look at splits here, but either way, Coop has been looking really strong from the start. And he's moving on up. He's got, a lot of experience. Again, I think his run at Tour de France probably set him up pretty well for something like this. And he put in a ton of training. That's the other thing. You have to do the preparation for stuff like this before you even get to the line, and that's a big part of the overall journey. So, looks like he got the fries down. Well, I would also agree with that. I in fact do not know a whole lot of anything.
You're doing an amazing job out there with the camera. He looks so good, too. His shirt is so white. Has he been in the dirt out there for 200 miles?
he knows what he's doing. You know, while I don't know much, Jason Coop, in fact, knows a lot, and he is flexing all of that muscle out here as he's having himself a really great run.
Someone asked if let's see, Shanoa is cut. Is she the first one that has been stopped on the route? I can't
Possibly.
tell on this.
There have been other folks who have dropped, but I don't think they have dropped due to timing out.
So she may be the first one. If that be the case. Finish active. Oh, here we go. Active 208.
Way to go, Coop.
Woohoo! Let's see.
And Coop's van account came back just in time. And I do see Chris Warden across the room on his computer, so I'm still convinced it might be him. But he's proud of Master Coop. And again, Coop is off, and it looks like we are getting close to having some eyes in the sky. Here we go. Here are the sights of the Sedona aid station. Look at that. The Arizona flag.
Oh, yeah. Showing all its sunniness. The flag. Let's see who's over there. Grant Mueller, Jared Buchanan, Tony Russ, and Grant Mueller. Oops, I already said that one. I already said him.
Yeah, and Andre Lee.
Sandy Hilton are in the aid station in Sedona right now.
Billy, the great Billy Yang in the chat. Coop with the shirt tucked in look. And then the follow-up comment, which is wonderful. Surprised he doesn't have the cell phone clipped into his waistband. I feel like that's the typical dad look. I do that at times as a father or two, just so that I feel like I'm there, as a part. And it looks like we do have a bit of a drone shot here.
Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, look at that.
This is on the back side of Elden, right? So you would have come up and probably through the old aid station at least, right?
This would be, going back down.
So now we're looking away.
Yes.
Yep.
I believe so.
Yeah.
So the top Elden would be behind us right now.
Yep.
The drone.
Travis Lonkar in the chat. Warden's burner. I'm just getting people stirred up for Aravaipa After Dark, which will be occurring here within the next 45 minutes or so, maybe sooner. Depends how my voice holds up. And we may... Oh, no.
Oh.
Is that Jamil? That looks like Jamil's jacket.
Oh, okay. Trying to make his
I can't...
way up.
it looks like his
He did
hair.
say he was
That's
gonna make
definitely
his way
Jamil.
up, huh?
Yeah, they probably wanted to get the drone in the air first so that he can see the trail, like where it's going to go.
Oh, good call. Yeah.
Would be my guess. Amazing. Oh, we got Sketch Diddy coming into Sedona. I don't have a feed up in Sedona, but I do love Sketch Diddy.
Sketch Diddy.
The Georgia native, not from Atlanta, He's up a little bit further north, I believe. I believe in Hall County. I could be incorrect, but looks like maybe we do have a feed in Sedona now. And if we can get a look at the bib number here. Oh, bib 123. How cool is that? Jared Buchanan. That's a pretty cool bib number.
Yeah.
And let's go ahead and go back to the drone shot here.
Seeing people coming into Sedona. We have Luke Thomas coming in, 144.
And shout out to Billy with the super chat. Keep up the good work. And best of luck to all runners. Thank you so much, Billy. Hopefully we'll see you out here again one of these years. I know you said you don't want to run it, so maybe we can get you out of your crewing or pacing or something of the sorts, but huge shout out to you.
And see, Paul Johnson's making his way into Sedona as well, 144. We got Ken Burke, 144. Steve Ellis, 144. And, oh yeah, Sketch Diddy. There we go, 144. And Caesar Rotundo. They're all making their way in, 144
yeah,
about.
Caesar's been in there for a little bit. He's been at the Sedona aid station for a while.
Oh, Caesar has. Oh.
Or where is he now?
It says he's 144 over here outside.
Oh, so he may have just recently left.
Okay. Because Sedona 144.9, 144.5 is what they have him at. But maybe I can refresh this. Maybe I need to refresh.
And we got someone else leaving here. Couldn't get the number. If Ben can unmute on his end, we'd love to be able to listen in there.
Where are you, Sedona? Deer Pass. So let's see. Flagstaff temps are dropping to 30. Let's see what the other. Let's see what Sedona is going to drop into. Not too bad, 50s. So that'll be nice. That'll be a nice cool off in Sedona. That's pretty much where we're at, yeah, because Prescott, which is the Fane area, people are coming out of. So, and they're probably similar. So probably 50s for low for these further back in the pack runners, and then 30s for the after Sedona. Let's see, Munns Park people. So Munns Park on is probably gonna be in. They're probably gonna be in the 30s tonight. So we're getting that close, 6 o'clock. So get that warm gear going. See what it says we're at right now for Flagstaff, 60. But the temperature, you know, when the sun goes down, drops quick. So 7 p.m. 55, 8 p.m. 49, and then it's just gonna drop into those 30s. So yeah, big thing, keeping that warm gear, especially when you're tired, 200 miles in, you're not coping as well with the cold. You just got to keep plugging forward too. You start slowing down, and the elements of the temperature kind of starts to affect your mental a bit more. Let's see what else we have going on here with the runners. We have Nathan Warner. He is at 155 miles. Awesome. He's coming up Schnebley Hill is his next aid at 161. So Nathan Warner's at 155. We have Connor McClelland, 154. Greg Odinger, 153. Amy Gordon, she is at 153 as well, making her way towards Schnebly. David Odell, Wes Plate, and Jose Sosa, who has done this race. He did this race last year, so has a good idea what's coming this evening as well with the cold and the terrain. We have Carol Northrup, Jose Hernandez, Matt Woolley, Gandhi Goody.
Was it Mandy?
Or why did I say Gandhi Goody?
I don't know. I mean, Gandhi is a cool name. It's just not Mandy's name.
Just not Mandy. Wrong person. Mandy Goody. She's at 152. We'll just go with that. So Mandy Goody, I guess she, has a history of 100-mile week trainings up to this race. So strong, another strong runner. Shannon Ono, 152. Fernando Montes, 151. We have Joan Hellman. She's 151 as well. Jake Donath, Ray Sanchez. These guys are all working their way towards Schnebly. So Schnebly's at 160. So 10 more miles. I was kind of guesstimating 10 miles, maybe 4 hours is a good kind of like a base range is what I've been kind of going with. So 10 o'clock tonight, 11 midnight. These guys and gals should make it into Schnebly probably.
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing. All these athletes, they're doing so great. They're still out there plugging along. Most of the athletes, like you said, 15. You're thinking maybe 15% drop so far.
Yeah, a little bit less, but it looked like you said. I think what was it, 29?
Yeah, something like that. I think
29 out of 239.
Mm-hmm.
So that's pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, 54 hours. Let's see, at 4 o'clock. So they're about 56 hours in now. These guys have been out on the trail for 56 hours, so over 2.5 days, or about 2.5 days. Yeah.
We got Mortimer's Barbecue in the chat. I swear that this has to be Chris Warden, just creating constant burner accounts, but I'm also looking at him and know that he does not have the means and the time to be currently doing that. So we do appreciate whoever is in the chat continuing to create these great parody accounts. Again,
so what's going to be at the barbecue? Did Pete say what he was going to be making?
Knowing Pete, he's going to pick up like a couple $100 worth of food from like fries or something. And he probably knows people.
Okay.
Where he's going to get it from like a butcher.
Oh, that's right. Didn't he say he was going in on a cow with someone else?
Yeah, Jeff Browning. They co-own a cow, and the cow got loose up near Humphreys in the prairie there, and so they had to get a different cow than the one they originally purchased.
That's a super happy cow out there grazing.
And shout out to the Adventures of Pinky and Poof for the great coverage and promoting his YouTube channel for his kids' adventures in Taiwan, a little travel vlog. So shout out to you.
A travel vlog. That sounds fun.
People in the chat are now hopping on this Warden conspiracy theory train.
Oh, Mount Elden. All right. It looks like Joe's at 239 miles.
Also, he's Probably about to start heading up Elden, the Elden Lookout Trail.
A little topo map there shows.
Oh,
right?
yeah. See, this area we can probably... Yeah, so it looks like he is probably just off of Fat Man's Loop. Yeah, and starting to make his way up on the Elden Lookout Trail.
Yeah, he's at 2.8 miles an hour, they're saying right now, so we'll see how that changes when he starts hitting these little lines on the topo map.
That's a pretty rough climb. And again, we do have our drone, our steady-handed drone pilot Enzo, up not on Elden, but well, not on Elden proper, but a little bit down from Elden there along the road. And then Jamil was on foot on the Sunset Trail, I believe, heading over to probably meet Joe at the aid station, or maybe even meet him a little bit further down and run him into the aid station.
Yeah, it looked like he was going backwards, I think.
Yeah, it looked like he was going backwards on the course.
And it didn't look like there was snow up there. Someone had asked if there was snow.
Yeah, I'm
up
surprised.
there, and it looked kind of clear.
It looked pretty clear from that angle. The last update I had got was, I think, Saturday, and someone had seen, some patches of snow on the Sunset Trail. But that's also, what day is it? Wednesday. That's 4 or 5 days of bluebird skies to melt that. And it looks like we do have camera feed here, and we are on the jam cam. Let me just unmute the jam cam, and if he wants to talk to us, he can talk to us whenever he wants. How are you doing, Jam?
Good. How are you guys?
Wonderful. It's looking gorgeous up there.
It is beautiful up here right now. There's actually, on the traverse across up a little bit higher, there's a little bit of snow on course, believe it or not.
Oh, wow.
That's awesome. As of this weekend, I had heard that there were some patches up there. So
yeah, you can avoid it, but it is like pretty much right there. It's great.
Yeah.
But yeah, cool. I am heading down in reverse from the top of Mount Elden right now. And I know that from the tracker, it looks like Joe is just below me here at the base of the climb.
Yeah, he had just turned off the Fat Man's Loop trail there onto the Elden Lookout Trail a few minutes ago. So, yeah, so it looks like we will be getting Jamil bringing up Joe and Whit, our race leaders. It's going to be pretty awesome. This time last year, again, different courses, so I don't want to compare times, but we were following Michael Versteeg up Elden Lookout in the pitch black, so it's cool to be able to see some of this with a little bit of daylight.
How is the temperature up there? Is it nice?
At the top, it was pretty cold up there, to be honest. I packed some gloves and an extra jacket. And it's not so bad on this side, but up on that saddle, as you know, it can be breezier up there.
So the breeze right there is not so bad where you're at?
There's nothing. Yeah, there's no wind on this side, and there's just a slight breeze. It's really not bad this time around. And we did move the aid station down into the trees, so that should be a lot more sheltered this time around.
Yeah, that'd be great. Everyone was taking shelter last year into that tent. I remember it was so windy.
Which was about to be blown away.
Yeah, I heard it didn't do so well. It didn't fare well.
How are the views looking out towards the tunnel fire area there, Jamil? Are you able to see any of what happened out there?
Not from right where I'm at. That's a bit further north than our course.
Yep.
But you could kind of see maybe some blackened areas. Yeah.
Yeah, off in the distance there.
Definitely can't see any smoke.
But you can see, this trail is pretty rocky coming up.
It'll be nice to get up that trail during the daylight hours. Hopefully he'll make it up.
Yeah, I think he should at least. I think he'll make it to the top by then, but we'll see. It could be pretty close.
Sunset 7:15. Yeah. About an hour and a half.
But yeah, looking out, the tunnel fire must have been out that way. So you can see there's a bunch of homes in those like grasslands, and that's where it kind of took hold.
Yeah, my wife Renee and I drove out that way this past weekend, and you can kind of, yeah, I mean it's an unpleasant sight, I guess is the best way to describe it for such a beautiful area.
Glad Mount Elden was spared. This is beautiful. Look at this. So.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, there's been many fires on Elden. There's the museum fire in 2019, and as we were driving over, you could still see there's entire streets lined with sandbags still, because they know that, you know, once the monsoons come this summer, they're going to be having some of those rivers and mudslides coming back down through their streets again. It's pretty wild to see.
It takes so long for that to rebuild. I mean, there was that huge fire on Mount Elden in the 70s, like 77, I think it was.
Yeah.
Still, you could just still see the remnants of the trees. So.
And
yeah, it hasn't come back.
We have a question in the chat from the great Chris Vargo for you. Can you smell the Purina dog food up there right now?
I can see the smoke tower, so.
Yeah, so for our viewers, there's a Purina plant not that far away.
It's right there.
Yeah, they're.
Oh, that's impressive.
It's it's not the most pleasant smell when you do get a whiff of it, but.
You don't want to be having lunch when the wind shifts, that's for sure. Oh yeah, what mileage update for Jam on the camera? What mileage would you say you're at so far today, Jamil?
I think I'm closing it. Today hasn't been a lot, just been little ones, but I think I'm closing in on 50 total for the week thus far.
Nice, wow.
So I'm gonna chase them up to the saddle, or actually up to the aid station, the Elden aid station, and then we are going to drive down, since we did park up there, and hopefully we'll catch them in Buffalo Park. Hopefully we can beat them down and they're not too quick.
Right,
Yeah. My fingers are crossed, Jamil, as I would love to be able to see you follow Joe in through Buffalo Park there.
Yeah, oh my gosh. Tony Kahn says, my cousin Kevin was a firefighter on that 70s Mount Elden fire.
Wow.
Amazing.
Oh yeah, I got Yeah, Joe's got to be getting pretty excited this last climb of this race.
Absolutely. You know that Elden's out there and you can see it for many, many miles. And then to finally be on it, I'm sure is great. Because as you know, Don, it's just, 8 miles down to the finish. It's kind of a celebratory lap, so to speak, back into town.
Yeah. You've made it. You can get those last 8 miles done. No problem.
Although it did, for me, I know, feel like it took forever.
Yes. Oh, me too. That it was 10 last year, right? I think it was 10 miles.
I think, yeah, maybe it is.
But yeah, that I was saying that Buffalo Park stretch, that one straightaway, it's probably like a half a mile. It felt like it took forever. It's like, what is going on?
That's so funny.
Oh, it's so true. He's going to have an amazing sunset up there. Oh my gosh, you guys are going to have to get some pictures of that. Oh, look at that. Yeah.
Hopefully we'll provide some live to y'all.
I love it. And I know that we have our drone up a little bit higher, that we may be able to get some aerial shots a little bit later.
So it looks like he's making his way up. It's 1.4 miles an hour. So he's dropped a mile an hour now that he's making some of those rings of the topo map go away. And
How's it
McKnight's
going?
at 220.
Doing good.
Some hikers.
Are you filming for Cocodona?
Yeah.
Are they?
Oh, cool.
Yeah, the leader is just on the trail right here.
Like in charge of everybody.
Yeah. Yeah.
I love your races.
Thank you so much.
Celebrity.
Look at that.
Sweet.
The paparazzi is out.
The paparazzi's out.
go.
Who knew they
Nice.
were 12 and 13?
Awesome. All right, sounds good. Yeah, we'll see you soon. They're going up. Yeah, are you guys coming back down? Yeah, you'll see them. You'll see us in a little bit. All right, we got some Aravaipa runners that are just out here on the run. They didn't quite know where the race was at, so they're gonna be at the right place at the right time here in about a half hour.
Nice.
McKnight's at 220, and we have Annie Hughes, 209. She's making her way, trying to make her way into Fort Tuthill. We have Jason Coop. He's hanging out Kelly Canyon, I believe. He may have.
We
may
did
have
get to see him
moved out.
leave.
Did we see him leave?
Yeah.
So Annie's got a few miles ahead of Coop for right now, and then Matt Smith, Kevin Goldberg, Jeff Garmeyer, Mark Vogel, and then Lauren Jones at 186.9. And Rhoda Smoker, oh, okay. And Sarah O, 171. So Sarah's still hanging out at Munn's there. Or so is Rhoda Smoker. Maybe they're taking a little break. Eric is there as well. Chad Trumbo. Still at Munn's. The first Munn's, actually. Yeah. It sounds like it's cool up there, Jamil, with your nose running.
Yeah, sorry about that. I can mute myself.
No, you're fine. It sounds great, though, hearing the dirt under his feet when he's running out there or sitting in here. It's just reminiscent of being out there on the trails. Ah, it's amazing.
Not a bad place to be right now.
FOMO, FOMO, FOMO. Yeah. Beautiful, beautiful country. What a way to finish a race, huh?
Do you think Joe is thinking that right now?
Well, among some choice words, I'm sure, right?
Yeah, he's probably not actually going to have any pleasant words for Jamil when he sees him when he comes up the trail here.
Jamil.
People in the chat, Jam, don't mute.
Sorry, I didn't mean.
You outed him.
I outed him. Oh yeah, Lion's Nest. Is that a donation towards
Where? Here?
Yeah.
Oh, no. It was not. I clicked on it earlier to see if it was.
Okay.
And someone asking maybe who you are.
That's Sarah.
Oh, Sarah. Sarah Newberry, who tunes into all of our live streams. Dawn is the first lady to ever finish second place at the Cocodona 250. So the second lady to ever.
Yeah.
So the second
First
lady to ever
finish second.
Yeah. See.
What an
So
experience that was.
I'm joined by a
Holy
legend.
Moly. Yeah, that's what we're saying. Legend.
Legend with like an echo effect.
Legend. Legend.
And then we do also, Chris Warden is in studio, and I think he is going to be taking over here shortly to kick off the proper Aravaipa After Dark section. And let me see.
The night shifter.
Who all do we have joining us tonight? Chris, let me pull this up here. Looks like we're going to have the great Jackie Knoll of November Project Phoenix joining us. Lisa Pizzoni, the Running University, going to be joining us, and then a whole bunch of people taking us through the night here.
Yeah. So it looks like Jeff Garmeyer has left Munns. Let's see. Let me refresh my screen, and then I'll get who the next people are to leave Munns here. Let's see.
So I'm going to hand it over right now to Chris Warden and try to save my voice for a little bit.
Nice. Take a little break. Looks like Todd Bachman, 176. So it looks like he is about 5 miles out of Munns. Or no, wait. Yeah, out of the Munns the first time. So there's the out and back from Munns into the Munns. Second time he's on his way. So let's go to the second Munns. 187. Josh Locke is at 186.7, so he should be on his way out of the second Munns soon. Lauren Jones as well, 187. Mark Vogel's 187. Those runners should be on their way out of Munns, the second Munns aid station. So first Munns aid station, then they do an out and back into Munns the second time, and then towards Flagstaff after that. So towards Kelly Canyon. How are you?
I'm good. How you doing, Dawn? It's good to see you.
It's good to see you.
Welcome back to the studio. Of course, the last time we worked together was at Javelina 100.
Javelina.
So it's great to have you back. I thought you did a great job there, and I thought you and Matt did an excellent job today. We will head back to the Jam Cam here and follow these beautiful views of Mount Elden. To be honest, I am not a fan of this trail heading up because it is incredibly brutal, even if you're fresh.
Right. Yeah, it is. Super technical. I think Kelly or someone had mentioned it's stair-steppy for a bit.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, as you can see, loose rocks and...
Chris, does that mean you'd prefer to go down it?
I would prefer to avoid it altogether. Of the Flagstaff 4, I would consider it to be the one with the most work for the least amount of, I guess, payoff. When you do get to the top, it's great. But I do like the fact that there's a road up at the backside.
There you go.
I did join the runners at the very end of the race last year. I was up there as the final finishers hit Mount Elden, so I got to see them coming up very early Saturday morning. And, I could see off even in the distance as they were coming around the corner, so to speak. You know what I'm saying about that up there when you get to the point where you can see the aid station, that they were not moving very quickly. But I'm actually anticipating, as Jamila is heading down the trail, all of a sudden seeing somebody charging up right at him. So
right.
It's going to be pretty fantastic to see. And the one thing I've noticed about String Bean is that when he sees the camera, he picks up his pace. He knows he's being watched.
That could be bad for you, Jamil. I mean, he's already dropped one pacer.
Yeah.
I hear.
Yeah. And that was no slouch of a pacer either. Talking about
shots fired from Don. Woo!
Yeah, I mean, Wiseram was pacing him and finished this race 4th overall last year, and String Bean was just charging up that hill, or charging through Sedona rather. It was pretty amazing to witness, at least from a distance, even so. So how far off the summit are you at this point, Jamel?
Well, I started, that saddle in between?
Yes.
Kind of at the top there? It's on the, little saddle. That's where I started. That's where we parked, and that's 1.4 miles from where I'm at right now.
Okay.
So I'm getting pretty far down, I would say.
Yeah,
I think we'll
would
see him pretty soon.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. If you're over a mile down already, and then you're gonna have
I
to
think it could
turn
be any
around and
minute.
climb back up.
He's going down. Okay.
Happy to do repeats. Let's go.
Yeah.
And the weather looks, obviously from our end it looks gorgeous. Not too windy, which is unusual. For
No,
Elden.
it's pretty calm. Yeah. Pretty calm. It was pretty cold up top. We saw a herd of deer up in that meadow up there, which was really cool. So
nice.
Maybe we'll get a glimpse of them later. And then I was telling them earlier, there's actually some snow left on that cut across single track.
Oh wow.
Which I'm still surprised. I'm surprised we have that because I mean we had less precipitation this year, you know.
It's that
than last
north-facing
year.
slope, and it's kind of in the trees, so it just doesn't get that much, and it packs in pretty deep. So we had the same thing like about 3 weeks before last year's race.
Right.
It was like post-holing, and it kind of cleared out. So yeah,
Right.
it is a little
Yeah.
surprising though to see that.
I do love from the top of Elden, as you can see, obviously, as Jamil, as he's turning back and forth, you can see Flagstaff down below. But when you're at the top of that saddle, you can see to the south, you can see Flagstaff, and then to the north, you can see basically nothing but wilderness as far as the eye can see. It's pretty fantastic.
There you go.
Like basically overlooking the area near Lockett Meadow and into the San Francisco
Which is
peaks.
and this is like east side flag.
Eastern flag, yep.
So is this one of your, obviously, Don, you live in Flag. Is this one of the places you like to punish yourself when you're getting ready for a race like this?
Exactly right. This is definitely a good one for sure. Definitely, and midday, this is super exposed by the sun. So this is them coming into this part of the race at this time of day is premium because the sun's not beating on. This is super warm.
Well, yeah, you can see it looks like really deserty over here, especially as you keep dropping down. There's starts to be cactus and spiky plants and everything.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's
Yeah, I've never been on this side of Elden in the sun. Both times that I'd been up that side of the trail, it had been pretty rainy and miserable. Maybe that contributed to my... Wait.
Oh,
wait, we have eyes.
what?
We have Joe
Hey,
Stringbean
guys.
McConaughey heading
Yeah, you
up
look great.
the Elden climb.
How is it?
Oh, it's lovely. Getting my ass whooped. It is lovely. At least you're not on your hands.
Looking good.
Yeah,
That
it
is Jam following Joe Stringbean McConaughey as he's making the final ascent of the final climb of Cocodona 250 2022. Heading up Mount Elden. By our estimates, he's probably got about 1.5 miles, 2 miles to the actual next aid station. And from there, it is a nice, relatively friendly downhill into Buffalo Park where things level out entirely. So,
Yeah, and then hit the road for a mile or two before you finish. Ah, and then you can hear the.
We'll all be doing
finish
stair
from the
steppers.
road. So showing him at Joe at 240.
So yeah, as we were mentioning, it was about 8 and change from the aid station to the finish. So.
Right, so maybe a couple more miles, I guess.
Brendan noting it looks like mountain lion country. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I haven't seen a mountain lion in Flagstaff though. I don't know or actually one of my friends did see a mountain lion, but I haven't. In Prescott, I've seen mountain lions a couple times in that area. So.
Yeah, I know that we actually had some runners come across mountain lions last year during Cocodona.
Yeah, that's what I heard too.
Yeah.
Thank goodness. Yeah, I was.
But it wasn't you.
No, it wasn't me. There's Mount Elden has been known for bobcats more frequently. People see bobcats up there.
Okay, and of course, as we know, Mount Elden tops out at just above 9,000 feet. Is it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so a couple 1,000-foot gain they're gonna have over this 2.5 miles, I guess, climb.
And he's not running, but he's moving. He's hiking at a very solid
Right.
clip up that hill.
Yeah.
Make no mistake.
It's pretty steep. I don't
Yeah.
know that the camera really catches the
Yeah, it's a steep.
the grade
Yeah.
when he's actually going up. But yeah, that's
Yeah, like Jamil alluded to a little bit ago, it is stair stepping when you're heading up Mount Elden. So
someone asked earlier if he had a cut on his leg. I don't know what I keep trying to see. Is that a tattoo or?
I think it's ink. It looked. Are you talking about the one on his right leg?
Yeah, someone had been asked if he was cut.
It's a Koros tattoo.
I know, right?
Oh, nice product placement.
Perfect.
Well played.
No. Turns out it was permanent. Whoops.
Permanent marker or permanent?
It looks like you've still got a solid amount of daylight up there as well. So, what is it? What is sunset here now? About 7:40.
Said 7:15.
7:15. Okay.
Yeah.
But there'll still be some semblance of light a little bit after that as well.
Yeah,
so.
I bet you're right. It's probably like 7:40 for
That's what mine
actual
were, yeah.
darkness.
It's like if I
Yeah,
stop,
you are
there's
one of the
just
high points of
throb.
the state too. So.
Huh? Yeah. Just that one blister. Nice.
Mark Freese notes that it's helpful that he's hitting this trail during daylight because it'll be so tough in the dark for those behind him. You hit this trail in the dark, didn't you, last year?
No.
Oh.
When just in time. That's why I was like trying to get up this hill before darkness because exactly that.
Okay, because I thought it was in the evening when you
technical,
hit, but it must have been earlier.
I got right to the top when it got dark. I was, yeah, thank goodness, because that was my thing. I'm like, oh my gosh, we got to get to the top of this before it gets dark.
Yeah, the final day runners who were, a part of this race last year did hit it in the dark, and were trying to make it up this climb at, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the morning, before daylight, to try and get to the top before they can head down into Flagstaff. So
right, and man, going up this kind of grade in the dark, not being able to see. I did that in Mogollon, in one of the Mogollon races, and it just felt like it went on forever. So
would that be Myrtle Climb over there at Mogollon, or
right before, is it the 50 miler? Because I think it was that
yeah, that's a very long, arduous climb.
Long switchbacks.
They were doing the monster mash.
Let's see what's going on. So yeah, he's still 20 miles ahead of McKnight.
Yeah, he is definitely. And of course, at this point, it is. He is in complete charge of his own destiny here. So staying upright is going to.
Hot take?
Yeah. And Annie's.
Yeah, Cedric Sabalos was like my favorite.
Basketball talk brought to you by Cocodona 250. I did not know Jamil was a Ced Sabalos guy.
Oh yeah, I haven't seen many people with. Have you seen a lot of people with
trekking poles?
Trekking poles?
In the middle of the pack, and as we were kind of moving around the course, we did see some people with trekking poles. But yeah, they're. I didn't even notice until somebody had said in the chat that they're not using them.
Right. Yeah, I loved the trekking poles for this course. I definitely had them. The cheating sticks. He says. Dave Lane says.
That fired off some opinions when somebody reminded the chat of the term European cheater sticks. But yeah, I would say there were quite a few people running that were using poles further back.
They were talking about cameras on, just watching all the athletes. and how good Aravaipa and you guys have all been doing with these races. I wonder if there's a way to get a tracker with a little camera on it. Have all athletes have a little spot tracker with a camera.
Well, we do have the guy on the line that can make that happen. It seems like a significant attempt at raising the bar even higher. I'm all for it, but I'm not going to lie, we would definitely need a full-time producer to follow 200 some odd camera feeds at one
Could
time.
you imagine? Matt would be crashing the system constantly.
I'd feel like Tony Stark in the Avengers films with all of the different images going. So, I mean, even as it is right now, as you can see here in the studio, we got at any given time anywhere from 5 to 10 screens or more that we're looking at, and and what we try and do with all of these screens is just try and bring forth the best product, the best shots, the best coverage, and in some cases, simply the best quality of what we've got. And on in this situation, obviously, as we've got Jamil heading up the hill with Joe McConaughey at the final climb of the Cocodona 250. We're very fortunate to have these visuals here and this audio too.
Yeah.
For those
oh
of you
gosh.
that have been
This
bearing
has
with us
been
all week,
amazing.
thanks for being out here.
It's been fun to watch.
It's been touch and go, but the visuals have been great. So.
Let's see, what did someone say? Oh, Mark Freeze. He says, hope he doesn't trip. His arms are locked into those sleeves halfway on his arms.
Yeah, he has kind of, his jacket is kind of down below.
It's like stuck under his pack there.
Yeah, and it's kind of half on, half off. But, whatever makes you comfortable at this point in the race.
Yeah.
So.
He must be feeling the cold.
Did you make some interesting wardrobe shifts when you were out there? Did you wear like certain things a certain way, maybe not the way they were intended, or?
Yeah, I can't think of anything.
Like wearing
Probably
your
that I don't
jacket over your
remember.
head or something, or?
I'm sure maybe that was the hallucination part that I was having over there in Cinder Pits after a Kasner.
Yeah, that Kasner climb, obviously Elden is the one that everybody talks about, but I was not familiar with the Kasner climb until last year's race. And when people were coming out of that and into Tuthill, they let us know about it, a lot of times. And people that I spoke to afterwards that had not been familiar with the Kasner climb let us know that it was a heck of a section. So
Yeah. And yeah, this is Joe that we're following. Joe McConaughey, 240. Let me refresh my screen. He's going up Mount Elden right now. It still says 240.1, but
the background.
Maybe a little further than that. Slightly further. 240.1 miles. And then McKnight is 222. Annie's next, down there 210. Jason Coop at 208. Matt Smith 199. Goldberg 198. Making their way.
There is a new account on the feed called Joe's Black Arm Sleeves. Man, I don't know who this is, but they are quick. Said, still can't see anything. Brother, jacket is over me.
Oh, and TJ Gardner.
Yes,
He said Vertige
TJ.
called them the European cheater. Oh, wait, I was reading.
Oh, sorry.
Sticks.
Where did we go?
I don't even know.
There we go. Yeah, Versteeg called them European cheater poles last year.
That's
what
or
it
cheater
was.
poles last year. Okay, that's where that came from. Oh, mountain lions. Yeah, Karen Leone. Yeah, the mountain lions and bobcats and things up here in Flagstaff, they're well fed, so you don't have to worry about any of that around here.
We have just
Lots
hit.
of
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no.
Oh, we have just hit the 57-hour mark here of the Cocodona 250, presented by Aravaipa Running, and you are following. For those of you just tuning in, Joe Stringbean McConaughey as he is making the final ascent on the course to Mount Elden at a little over 9,000 feet, and from there he will be taking the path down the other side facing west and southwest and into Buffalo Park, where the trail and road kind of levels out and into downtown Flagstaff. And, you know, everything holding to suit. He will be the first person to complete the 2022 Cocodona 250.
Yeah. He's looking good, too. Looking strong.
Looks
moving,
fantastic.
Moving.
Absolutely solid moving for, you know, for this point in the race, 240 plus miles in. And just, you know, seemed to, from the discourse with Jamil, seemed to be in pretty good spirits.
Yeah, talking basketball a moment ago, and
I'm sure that he's talked about many things with many people over the course, you know, various pacers and people on course. Although he hasn't really been running alongside any other runners for a long time. It's been all pacers and filmers.
Yep,
So.
Yep. Yeah, him, McKnight, and Annie.
Yeah, the three of them had been, before McKnight, Coop last night had been in, out in front as well. So, but there's definitely been a lead pack out there, you know, following behind Joe. So.
Yeah. And Annie and Coop are making their way to Fort Tuthill. It looks like Sarah O was hanging out in the first Mun's aid station for a bit. Now she looks like she's moving again, so she's doing that out and back.
Good, good. As Jeff notes in the chat, my God, the evil race directors that put this at the end. That would be the guy filming this this view that we've got right now. So, but to his credit, he did do this last year.
Oh, right.
Yeah, he did put himself through this. So.
And he's doing it again right now. Maybe
Yes,
not the whole
he
250,
is.
but, you know.
Not quite as many
50
miles.
in, right?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I heard the tally earlier, and what was it in the?
You said about 50, I think.
Yeah.
Total, and then.
So, and you know, legit vert along the way.
Yeah. Right. And
Yeah.
lack of sleep. He's definitely not been sleeping
Oh,
either. Did he
yeah.
say 2 hours, Jamil? You got a 2-hour little nap or something? Oh, right. He didn't want to say that in front of Joe, so we shouldn't talk about that.
Yeah, when it comes to sleeping, that's one thing that we haven't seen Joe do much of during this race. So it's been a few minutes here, a few minutes there. Of course, we talked to, or we had Connor Holt on in the chat and letting us know that by and large, most of his sleep came in 8-minute chunks, something to that effect.
Oh, yeah.
So.
Let's see, someone's asking about the cutoffs. Let's see where we're at here. Shanoa we were looking at. Shanoa. Let's see where she is. Who's at the cutoff back here? Jerome. It looks like there's a group of people at Jerome. The cutoff is 8 p.m. in 1 hour. You have to be coming out of Jerome to continue on.
Matt is letting us know that Annie went through mile 212 just 5 minutes ago, so that would be Fort Tuthill. Oh, okay, almost Fort Tuthill.
Almost
So.
Fort Tuthill, okay. So it looks like Richard Murphy, January Cummings, and Sean Gallagher, and I'm missing someone back here. Barry Roberts, Brian Booth are making their way to the Jerome aid station. So they have an hour to get in and out of that station from this point right now. So 107. So the last runner, Sean Gallagher, right now is a mile from the station. So depending on how he's moving, I don't see Shanoa.
As you can see, we'll just do a quick shot right here that the next aids or the next cutoffs will be at Jerome here at 8 p.m. So as we were just kind of going through, and that'll be at mile 108.7. So, but
they pulled away. You're lucky.
Back.
They went to like some other screen.
Oh, we're back.
We're back. Oh, and Shanoa is still moving forward. Okay, so she's back there. I just didn't see her.
Chase him down. Chase him down.
Yeah, I thought about doing that, but
Oh, okay. So Shanoa in the back, 104.5 miles is where she's at. So she has to make Jerome, and she's got about 4 miles to get to Jerome, and so what, like 10-minute pace, 40 minutes, 12-minute pace, yeah. So
Yeah.
she's cutting it close, so we'll see what happens. She looks like she's still moving forward, though.
Well, that's the most important thing in this race, you know, as we were talking about in the last couple of days, is that if, you know, as long as you keep moving, you're in decent shape. But, you know, if you look at the cutoffs, they might not necessarily look imposing, you know, in a raw amount. It's like, oh, you have to move at 24 or 30-minute or 34-minute mile pace.
Right.
But you have to incorporate sleeps and stops, you know, unless you're going to go entirely without.
Right. Which you may have to if you're going to get it through and in and out of Jerome. You'll have to take a dirt nap over there on the trail. You'll be set to go.
Super chat donation from Maria Avina Franco. Thank you very much. Cheer on Stephen Kuntz, who raises money for amazing sports programs for kids in Madison, Wisconsin. As I know that Matt's ears perked up whenever he hears a Midwestern area, especially a Big Ten town like Madison.
See, RG, oh man, Brawley says, I'm out of breath just watching. So.
Yeah, you and me both, RG.
Oh gosh, the effort.
I hope that you know. I hope that people realize how steep this and how technical this section is. It is no joke.
Yeah.
It is
So
very, very steep. Oh, Coop now just hitting mile 211 as well, meaning that he is you know, just a few steps behind Annie Hughes. You know, for all intents and purposes, they're basically, you know, at this point in the race, running practically side by side.
Let's see, the oxygen. Steve was asking, I assume oxygen is lower at high elevations. Well, kind of lower. It's the atmospheric pressure, which is kind of funny. So it's harder to absorb the oxygen that's in atmosphere at higher elevation. So yeah, I guess it is lower in a way. Yeah. So depending on where you sleep, because you make red blood cells in accordance to that more. And so that can help you when you're hitting these climbs and higher elevation and things like that. So,
of course, Dawn sleeps at an elevation about 6,000 feet higher than we do here in the valley. Being
7 even.
Yeah.
Flagstaff 7.
Oh, okay. So you're in the high end of Flagstaff.
I honestly don't remember.
Well, 69 something. 69, 89 or something. What was that? Did Jamil say something?
I didn't quite catch
He did tell me before the race started, he's like, he thought there was just going to be screaming fans lining this climb. He was like hoping it wouldn't ruin the experience. Didn't quite pan out this year. Could be kind of neat, maybe.
Next year.
Maybe once he gets to the top and the hashers are taking care of him at, you know, as he hits the aid station.
Super nerd info. Carbo, Dorn craft. Try not to confuse the oxygen scenario thing. Yeah,
lots of people sharing info. Thank you very much. We appreciate all of that you share with us. And Craig with the Super Chat donation. Thank you for tuning in. It has been an amazing experience for us to present it and to share the story with you. That's one of the things I love about this sport, is that being in this position as we are, we're able to share the story. We're able to be, we're able to really, you know, soak it all in.
Where's the guy with a Viking helmet? There's a guy with a Viking helmet. Did you see that guy?
I did not see the guy with the Viking helmet. We're going to keep an eye out to see. We might have eyes in the sky overhead on Joe McConaughey. Eric, I hope you know that we're joking about the whole concept of trekking poles being unfair. We're totally kidding.
Oh, is someone?
It's a
yeah.
it's a joke. I use poles.
I love poles.
Yeah,
I used poles
I mean,
for almost the whole 250 last year. They're amazing.
absolutely.
It's like a full body
Yeah.
workout.
Yeah, and as TJ notes, Versteeg said this while using poles. So,
Unless he's joking back. He might be joking back.
somebody mentioning that we need a Run Steep Get High vlog for Joe on this climb. I don't know. Is Jamil carrying 2 cameras? Maybe we'll find out.
Right now.
After the fact.
Run Steep Get High.
He was double fisting cameras earlier in the race, following runners. So
The one in the front, the one in the back.
I think just one in the left, one in the right. Like, maybe just surround vantage point.
He probably has 3 cameras. Let's see what else is going on here.
Appreciate you tuning in, H2. We've been looking forward to this week since last Cocodona as well. We're happy to bring this to you. We're happy to present this, and we're grateful for the audience. And if you stick around, we will be, following this race, the runners into this in its entirety, all the way through Saturday morning with very little break. So. H2 with the super chat donation. Thank you very much. We appreciate your support.
Oh yeah, Mark again with the poles. Yeah, definitely. Super helpful keeping you on your feet. Definitely don't want to do all this work and then fall and make it so where you can't finish after 240 miles.
I mean, but as Joe is showing here, it's just a matter of personal preference. So we're going to flip over to another shot, beautiful overhead drone shot from Aravaipa's Enzo. As you can see in the lower left portion of your screen as they go behind a tree, you've got Jamil, and he's following String Bean McConaughey. Who's his pace? Oh. And, of course, Jamil is following behind String Bean McConaughey and last year's 4th place finisher, Whit Weisbrom. So, they're making that final ascent up Elden. Looks like our drone shot might have frozen up a little bit, so we're going to head back to the close shot. So is Whit having flashbacks on this, or?
Wait, they're asking if you're having flashbacks.
I don't remember it enough to have a phone.
I know, right?
He's blocked it out from his mind.
Like, you get ahead of me, and I felt like there's no way I was ever gonna.
Well, yeah, Whit's no stranger to this climb, and Whit's no stranger to doing hard things as well. The last time I saw him, I actually got to spend a lot of miles with him, a lot of time with him at across the years as he was doing the 10-day.
Oh.
Yeah, and he total. I can't remember what his mileage was, but it was.
I was gonna, yeah.
See if I can.
The 10-day.
See if I can pull that up here really quick.
So you have a group of
so Whit Weisbrom, String Beans Pacer, totaled 630.75 miles across the years this year in 10
wow.
days. So
600.
Yeah, he's no stranger to big volume.
Oh, geez.
Taking the high road.
That is a skilled pacer right there.
Yeah. Oh my. Yeah. Good. Yeah. Let's see. In Sedona, we have a few people hanging out over there. Paul Johnson, Sketch Diddy. They were over there earlier. Maybe they're taking a little break. Tony Russ, Tracy Den Bleeker, and Aaron Drossler. And then 144, Phyllis Stanley. Let's see, 144, Phyllis Stanley. Maybe in Sedona or almost in Sedona aid station. And then Michelle Wager.
Wager,
thank
Yes.
you. I'm sorry.
No,
I don't mean to butcher names here.
Michelle
Trying my best.
handled her entry fee for this race by entirely off of race credit volunteering.
Oh, wow.
She volunteers a lot at local events, so
okay.
this is the payoff
Nice. Oh, this is the payoff.
to do 250 miles across the state of Arizona. I love the way she thinks.
She is 144.5, so it looks like making her way into the Sedona aid station as well. Yeah, looking good. Everyone's still moving well on this screen. I mean, everyone's moving forward, you know?
Yeah, everybody is still moving.
Great to see.
See if we can flip back to the Enzo drone. Shout out to Enzo for being able to navigate along the side of the mountain to follow along with them. Absolutely great stuff.
Still only 29 people have dropped. I mean, this has been hours, you know? Yeah. It's great. The turnout
And
on
there is a new account in the chat. Wits Flashbacks has entered the chat. So shout out to Wits Flashbacks, whose memory is foggy right now. So. They're asking which specific trail on Elden this is. This is the one that comes up off of
89.
Yeah.
By the Fat Man's Loop Trail. I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah.
It's the one right by the campground down at the base that pretty much just goes straight up right out of the parking lot.
Yeah.
The trail.
Not a official campground or what?
That's a beautiful drone shot right there. Elden Lookout Trail to the Sunset Trail. That's what it is. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Not going to the top. Just going to go to that little saddle there and then Sunset Trail over.
I want to say the aid station, obviously you folks at home can't see it, but was it right over there from what I remember?
Oh, last year?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
so
think you're right.
They have it
right on.
They moved it further up a little bit. So
this time, yeah.
But yeah, beautiful sunset shot at the top of Mount Elden.
Let's see. TJ Gardner said, I believe Mortimer picked up Joshua Locke from Munns, so they're on their way from
Yeah,
Munns.
I had some inside info
Pacer.
on that one that Pete Mortimer had shifted to pacing Josh Locke for the next section. I think possibly to the end. So.
Oh, instead of the barbecue, what?
Well, I mean, Josh is moving pretty fast, so and knowing Pete, he'd be. Last year after finishing the race second overall,
right.
By that night he was actually
up there.
up grilling
Right,
Pete's
grilling.
meats at the top of Mount Elden. So.
Current temp. Let's see. Says 58 in Flagstaff, so 56 in Flag right now. Then it's going to drop fast, so it'll be 40s and pretty
Looks
quick.
like our drone might have had to take a landing there, so we're gonna head back to Jamil's footage on the climb up Elden. And as you can see, you know, there's a little bit of clearing here, so they're pretty much almost to the top.
And then for the temperature there again, what Jordan Rowe was asking, Sedona's 73 degrees right now, so they're going to get down into the 50s for tonight.
Oh, yeah.
In Sedona. And then, yeah, 56 for Flagstaff right now. We're going to be going into the low 30s tonight. Well, more into the morning, but yeah, tonight. It'll make its way
And that
down.
was where, I'm sorry, in Flagstaff?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And, you know, if that's the Flagstaff temp, the Elden temp is probably a few degrees colder and windy.
Raw.
I was up there witnessing, you know, on that final aid station, the tents getting, you know, thrown about every which direction. So.
Oh yeah, I heard they didn't do very well out there.
I see our next guest has hit the studio. We'll pivot to her in a little bit here. Just following these beautiful shots of the climb up Elden, which Joe Stringbean McConaughey is almost completed. He's not very far from the top. I think we've got Enzo's shot back again. He is flying over to cover. As you can tell, once you're atop Elden, you've got views, million-dollar views of Flagstaff itself. You know, this is the payoff of the highest point of the Cocodona course right here.
Mm-hmm. It's beautiful for sure, definitely. Sunset, Flagstaff, and you're at the top of the climb.
Yeah.
Of a 250-mile race. You're 240. Ready to go down.
Yep. Yeah. Of course, he won't actually. They don't actually hit the tip-top summit of Elden on the way up. They kind of take a pivot off to the service road, as opposed to actually heading to the very top. Well, it looks like Enzo believes he has eyes on them.
Let's see. Let me scroll
It's like being in that Will Smith movie, Enemy of the State, where they're able to have satellite on people.
I was trying to read this. Mortimer said the grill is polished and ready for the meet. And then Dax from last year, he says he's having flashbacks going up Elden last year. And
Dax
he was
Hawk
met
in the
on
chat,
the climb
yeah.
and given a banana.
Accepting bananas from strangers.
But he had to decline because he's outside the aid station.
Yeah. Welcome. Good on you, Dax, for not accepting outside aid. Welcome into the chat. Thanks for joining us here for the last few miles of 2022's Cocodona 250.
Yeah, the finisher is in a watch.
You can see that is on your screen moving right to left on your radio dial. That is leader Stringbean Joe McConaughey, bib number 3, leading the way, followed by pacer Whit Weisbrom, last year's 4th place finisher, and Jamil Curry bringing up the rear, passing a couple of hikers who are on their way down Elden.
Or paparazzis.
Or paparazzi, they could be.
Might see some photos later.
They could be some string bean stands up there. You never know. Just want to catch a glimpse of their favorite runners.
And Dax, you know, last year, 3rd overall, right?
Yeah.
On Cocodona.
And Dax was, I'll admit, when we first met Dax on the live stream, it was as he was having what they call a reversal of fortune on the side of the trail.
And you know what? It's kind of funny because we were running and chatting, and then he just disappeared. I thought he was going on a bathroom break, and then later when I watched the live feed, like days later, I'm like, oh, he was getting sick. Poor guy.
He rallied very strong.
Yeah, it was, you wouldn't even have known it, or I didn't know it, so he did great, yeah. He's still looking amazing moving up that trail after 240 miles. Oh, man. Doing great. Let's see where everyone else.
Excellent point, Seatown fan. It doesn't end when the top runner finishes. It ends when all of them finish. So we will be following through Saturday.
We have a huge group of people at Deer Pass, which is down in, coming up towards Sedona, I guess. Deer Pass. Let's see. Brendan Wiley. Christine Kitzler. We have Larry Phoenix, Anthony Culpepper, Scott Meyer, Nate Dervin, Carmel. Oh, Carmel, your last name.
I'm not even going to try on that.
Rog. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Lee Connor. Corinne Brown. So a few athletes out there at Deer Pass. And that's 130 miles, 130.5, making their way.
Yeah, as TJ Gardner notes, we aren't even halfway done with the race. We're not. The top few runners might be approaching completion of the race, but we as a live stream and as an organization and as a race itself are not near the finish.
Right. Jerome is the cutoff, and that's 108 miles. So
yeah,
this is a 250 race, and yeah, these athletes are coming through right now in Jerome. So
question that you'd be able to answer as a finisher of 2021's event, Brendan O'Hara asks, do many of the finishers hang out at the finish line after?
Well, I came in at 11 p.m., so I hung out for a short time.
Mm-hmm.
I did hang out a little bit, saying thank you just to the people out there.
Sure.
But I could not stay for too long. I would have loved to be out there and just greet all the other runners that came in after, but I was falling asleep on my feet. So it was 90 hours and like 3 hours of 3 hours of sleep for that 90 hours. So I did not stay for very long. Maybe an hour. I think it was.
If there's not a lot going on while you're around, then I totally understand
right.
that. It's not like there was a whole lot of energy or once everybody, because you were not there with a whole bunch of finishers. You were one of the first people to complete this race.
Right.
So, there might have been a couple of people that, you would either come in, just before or just after, but by and large, when you came in, it was still pretty spread out.
Right, it was spread out, and it was cold.
Yes.
And so.
Yeah, if you came in at night, then it was especially cold up in Flag. So.
Yeah. So we came in, and then when I left, there was nothing open for food, and I was starving, except for, I think it was McDonald's. So we went there, and I got food. I can't remember the last time I ate McDonald's. Went home. And all I could think of was to get in the bathtub because that's what you do for recovery, right? And so I think I took 2 bites of a hamburger and I was falling asleep in the tub. And my husband was like, you need to get out of that bathtub because I was going to drown. So, yeah, that didn't last long.
Mark asking if Joe's tracker is dead battery because it's not advancing. He's going straight up a hill.
Oh, right. He's hidden on the side of the mountain.
Our last ping for his... let's see.
It is at 240.5.
Okay, so yeah, that's 3 minutes ago at 7.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, no. I need to refresh here.
At the top,
we'll have to
he'll
take
be
a look.
at what 242 probably about at the top of.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, 242.4.
So okay, so it has not pinged in a while, but we got that last year. We had that happen quite a bit up at the top of Elden, where the pinging of various runners. GPS was very inconsistent. There would be times where we would go 10, 15 plus minutes without a ping from a runner. So I retract my initial.
Oh, but look at he's almost at the top.
Oh, he is.
So it may ping here in about 30 seconds.
Yeah, he's
refresh.
He is
or at
almost
the saddle,
to the top
I
of
guess.
that climb, or yeah, almost to the top of the saddle. But at this point, when he comes around, he'll be able to see, the high point, straight ahead of him when he comes around this turn. So I am asking, how many hours did you sleep after you finished, Dawn?
Oh my, right? Oh gosh, isn't that funny? I did not sleep as much as I thought, just a regular, I think it was like 6 hours, but I would get up and I felt kind of refreshed, but by, midday I was super fatigued. So that happened for about a week. I think it was, or 4 days actually, that it took me time to catch up on sleep or to feel rested. Yeah. Interesting.
I can imagine.
You would think you'd sleep a day.
Yeah.
But it didn't happen that way. I went to bed. It was like midnight, and I think I woke up at like 6 in the morning. It was super ridiculous.
It throws you out of whack, though,
But
like something like that.
Totally did. But yeah, like I said, by about noon, I was starting to feel super tired, and then bed early, same kind of thing. But
Yeah,
it's
probably just kind of
interesting.
like a getting back into the rhythm
That
thing for a
rhythm.
day or two at least.
Right. My brain was foggy for that 4 days as well, and then on that 5th day when I woke up, it was like I had clearing of the brain. It's interesting. I think they talk about brain damage when you're doing these
Well,
races.
sleep deprivation, has been known to affect, mental
Kills
faculties.
some of your
So
cells. Yeah, your poor brain cells.
they do
Go
need
to
sleep.
Go to sleep.
And while we are admiring what Joe is doing here, I do have to say it's not always the most ideal thing to do for more than a certain period of time. So
Oh, look at that. 241.3. It pinged.
it just pinged perfect. So yes, as you can see, for anybody who wasn't sure, Joe McConaughey is indeed moving and has now hit a bit of a straightaway on Elden. You can see him and hitting snow. Hitting the first evidence of snow on the trail,
did he
just
hit
a
it?
little
Oh,
bit
yeah.
here and there.
There it is.
I don't know if we can see it better on Jamil's level. Yeah, you can see there's a
Oh, yeah.
little bit of snow here and there.
Snow! All right. They didn't make a snowball. No fun.
I'd be scared to see Joe trying to bend over and pick one up. So
Right. That was, I think, in the same spot that the snow was last year, except for it just happened to melt before the race. So that was good. Because a couple weeks prior to doing the race last year, I went up there and you had to post up on those aspen trees to keep from like sliding down the mountain because the way the snow had hardened and melted and refroze, and it was slick, and yeah, so it was super interesting. Oh, they're turning on their headlamps. Must be getting a little dark up there. See McKnight 225 for mileage. Annie 212. Jason Coop 210. Matt Smith 201. So let's see. Coop is almost to Fort Tuthill. Let's see that. Annie almost to Fort Tuthill as well. McKnight almost to the Walnut Canyon aid. Let's see, and then Sarah is doing her out and back at Munns, so she'll go out Munns and back to the Munns a second time.
oh, that's a
from the aid
great shot
station.
right there.
Oh wow, it's pretty.
Yeah. Oh, Enzo
Jamil's-
outdoing himself. Jamil following behind them.
Nice. Okay.
Let's see if we can. So there is the.
That's what kind of light is that? It's super bright.
It. So yeah, this is Jamil's point of view right here, following behind race leader Joe Stringbeam McConaughey. On the other side, Enzo is right over the top of them. Such a beautiful shot as they traverse through the forest at the top of Mount Elden. This is what it's all about here, folks. Such a great shot of the waning miles of the Cocodona 250. About ready? Well, Dawn, I think we're going to take this moment to pivot. It has been a pleasure having you in here.
This has been fun.
We're going to have our next guest come in here. For those of you that came, actually, well, she was also one of the people to follow you at Javelina 100 as well.
Javelina.
So we will be switching over, and my new co-host will be November Project's Jackie Knoll. But let's get back out onto the field and take in these priceless views that Enzo Pham is giving us here at the Cocodona 250. You can see as that light is Jamil shining, following, and we can actually show you the jam cam where he is right behind them, and that's a great shot, on the street level or on the trail level, so to speak. But I can't get enough of this shot right here.
Yeah,
I mean, this is absolutely stunning.
Almost to the saddle. Woo! So exciting. I'm going to have to fly up to Flagstaff and I'm going to go downtown and say hi to everyone as they come through.
Absolutely. You're going to be up there as I saw that your friend, our friend, Colleen Lingley is going to try and get together a whole bunch of people to line the streets as people approach Heritage Square.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah.
It's going to be fantastic.
I mean, it's going to be amazing. Yeah. So I need to hurry up and get up there.
Well, Dawn, thanks for joining us, and
it's been
I'm
fun.
sure we'll see you at the finish line as well. So,
yep.
Thanks for being a part of this
Days to come.
awesome event, and I know we're probably going to see you out there in 2023 towing the line, aren't we?
I know, right? Because I deferred or whatever I did. But
Yeah. No, and I mean, I knew that that you had, but I figured that well, we'll see her out there next year, so we're glad to have you here.
Definite FOMO watching everyone out
I
here.
bet.
Holy moly.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah. Thanks, everyone. Enjoy.
Again, our shot right now is provided by Enzo Pham, one of our drone pilots, as the sun begins to escape here at the Cocodona 250, presented by Aravaipa Running. The runner that we are following right now is race leader Joe Stringbean McConaughey, and Joe is now less than 10 miles from the finish line, and on the street level, we've got Jamil Khoury, creator of the Cocodona 250 filming, following Joe Stringbean McConaughey and his pacer. His pacer is last year's fourth place finisher, Whit Weisbrom. So Whit is no stranger to this race or these trails. Joe, I guess, has been the story of the race for the last day and a half. I mean, he got out to a commanding lead, and he has maintained it ever since, I would say, the early part of the first afternoon. There was a conjecture by a couple of people that were following along that thought maybe he was going out a little bit too quickly, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Absolutely. As you can see, his pacer, Whit Weisbrom, is adjusting to get ready to, either put on his coat. It looks like so. Yeah. And we'll take a look at the Enzo drone. It's kind of a very very artistic, poetic look as far as I'm concerned, that he's providing us. We're going to stop into the studio really quick. That's the live camera there. Welcome with our new guest, Jackie Knoll. Jackie joined us on the Javelina 100 live stream, and she's now joining us here at Cocodona. We had so much fun that we brought her back.
Every time you have me follow Dawn.
Yeah, you do follow Dawn, and
yeah.
And you know what? In this case, last time we were kind of having fun, just kind of bantering back and forth, but tonight it's probably going to be more business.
Yeah, I was fully expecting you to have me on during the Suns game so that not very many people will be watching, but I think Stringbean ruined it for me.
Yeah, Stringbean ruined it by having an amazing race, folks. He has been absolutely torching the course. So we're getting these amazing views of Joe Stringbean McConaughey as he approaches. Is that the aid station right there, or is that just a van on the course somewhere? Look like there is. See if we can figure it out on the flat level. Let's go to the drone. It's kind of hard to tell, so we'll go back to the jam cam.
So just catch me up to speed on what we're looking at here, because when I was sitting over there.
Sure. No, this is being filmed by for those of you also just tuning in. This is being filmed by Jamil Khoury. Jamil is following along race leader Joe Stringbean McConaughey and his pacer Whit Weisbrom, and they're heading up to the final aid station near the top of Mount Elden, and from here he'll be heading down the dirt roads on the other side of Elden, and then it'll be once he hits Buffalo Park, probably somewhat of a sprint to the finish.
All right.
Actually, where he is right now, I believe that's where. I'm sorry.
Do you have like an estimated finish time?
It's hard to say. I mean, if he runs, great. But if not, if he just hikes it down, I mean, right now the race is he's the one dictating what's going on. What they just passed was the area where last year's aid station was, actually. I recognize that from being up there. Or maybe it's right along this ridge here where the aid station was. So, and when they get to the top, it levels off, and then it's a pretty significant downhill into Buffalo Park, and then from Buffalo Park, it's pretty much flat from there on. So.
Oh, look at that sunset.
Look at that. Yeah, absolutely. Look at that sunset view. Absolutely fantastic. And now that it's flattening out, it looks like Joe's ready to run.
Yeah, it does look like he's ready to run.
Yeah,
which is pretty remarkable. Maybe so we got Joe here, and then where is everyone at right at the moment?
So we can we'll refresh our tracker here. Let's take a look right here. Let's on our internal side. You actually have access as viewers to this live tracker as well. The tracker is accessible via the links right below the actual YouTube feed, as we see another stunning view of the San Francisco Peak skyline, so to speak. Thanks to Jamil for filming this, and as is the norm, Joe picks up and starts running once he's got the moment to be able to. So on the men's side, we'll start there since we've got Joe McConaughey approaching the 242 mile mark. Michael McKnight is in second at 225.6 miles. And Jason Coop is the third male at 211 miles. On the women's side, Annie Hughes is at about 214 miles. And speaking of Annie Hughes, it looks like we've got Robert at Fort Tuthill catching women's race leader Annie Hughes. And her crew is on point. It's one of the amazing things about a 200 miler. Look at that crew member just getting in there and going to work and making sure that she is physically ready for that last stretch. From here, she's
girls rule right here. Check these ladies out.
Yeah, doing and Annie's only 24 years old.
Yeah,
I mean, when I was 24, I don't know what I was doing because I frankly really can't remember.
Because it was so long ago, or you can't remember.
Yes. But Annie looking great. Has looked great all race. Again, not unlike Joe McConaughey, basically getting out to an early lead on the women's field and frankly just camping out and staying there at the very front of the pack.
Awesome. Have you seen people at this aid station staying for a while, or where are we at this aid station?
This is Fort Tuthill. So Fort Tuthill is about 214 miles into the race. So basically they've got 36 miles to go from here. From Fort Tuthill, which is the kind of the gateway to enter Flagstaff area, they head over to Walnut Canyon, and through Walnut Canyon going east-northeast, and then they hit the kind of circle around and go north to climb Mount Elden, where Whit Weisbrom is right now.
Mm-hmm.
But Annie has been in that second, third, fourth place range the entirety of the race overall. Second place woman right now currently is Lauren Jones, and she is about 23 miles back, about mile 190. I believe that would put her just outside of Munns Park or just past Munns Park, maybe? Or actually, no, she'd be further than that. Let me retract that. Where would she be? She would be. Oh no, she would be. She would be just past Munns Park. That is correct. And then our third place woman right now, I believe, is Sarah Ostaszewski. Yeah, Flagstaff's own. She is.
Yeah, that's great.
Running home, so to speak, and she is actually within Munns Park. And at this point, she is about 14, 15 miles back of Lauren Jones, which means she probably still has to do the out and back portion of Munns. So yeah, she's at Munns Park 1. So
Jason is not at the aid station yet. Yeah, he's
Jason
just kind
Coop?
of few.
Give or take. Sometimes the tracking is it's a little bit temperamental at times. Sometimes it's right on point. Sometimes it takes a few minutes. So a lot of times there's a little bit of margin of error. Like for instance, I have actually seen where I followed 2 runners and it showed one below another, even though the below runner was further, simply because of when their satellite had pinged out. So.
It looks like they're pretty close. This little Colorado action in the house. They seem to
Colorado
claiming Colorado as their
runners
own.
make. Yeah. Colorado runners have made a statement today. They've all week really. That's the one thing about Cocodona is that it's not about what you do today. It's what you do over the course of 5 days. We're gonna pop around to some of our different camera views here. We're gonna take a quick peek back with the jam cam. Looks like we lost the jam cam, so we'll see it. We'll go back to, there it is.
There we go.
That would be, as we mentioned, race leader Joe Stringbean McConaughey, about 8 miles out from the finish line. And if you're wondering, do we have the finish line, the Heritage Static? It doesn't look like we have it yet. What? Oh, okay, because I'm seeing it on our feed. But we do have, this is the Sedona aid station right here, where runners are further back. There at this point, that's about mile 145.
Okay, and so where's the middle of the pack at right now? Are they before or after this section?
It's hard to say. The pack has kind of dispersed a little bit. We had one point where roughly 30 runners had hit. What aid station was that? Mingus. They hit like a tenth of the field, or more than a tenth of the field was in one aid station or within a mile of one aid station last night, Mingus Mountain,
Nice.
which is the first major way station after they left the Prescott area. So,
Actually, we have a cutoff in 10 minutes.
We do have a cutoff. We have let's see, our next cutoff. See, this is why I love having Jackie here. She keeps me on point. She's as good as anybody at directing traffic as I've ever worked with. In 10 minutes, our cutoff is at Jerome. Let's take a quick peek and see on our end if we've got anybody that is still chasing Jerome. We do have one runner, I do believe.
An Arizonan. Let's go.
Oh no, actually, it's Shinoa Career is the runner, I believe, that is still chasing the cutoff here en route to.
Where's she at?
I believe she's at mile 106, which means that she would need to be in. Okay, so depending on when she needs to make about 2 miles to go before the cutoff. I don't know if that number is exact.
Right.
It's hard to say, but it looks like she might have to press in order to make that last cutoff. So.
All right, we're pulling for her.
Yeah, no, we're absolutely pulling for her. That's one of the amazing things about this race is that you start to really follow and. Get to know some of the back of the pack, so to speak. One of the runners from last year, Stan the Man Barry, was he knew he had missed the cutoff heading into Prescott and into Whiskey Row on night 2. And Aravaipa's own social media warrior, Jen Laughlin, was following her or following Stan, and we kind of got to know Stan, and his wife and daughters were in the chat.
Oh yeah.
And unfortunately, Stan did not have the great race. Pivoting back to the front of the pack, we are actually at the top of Mount Elden at the final aid station. And here we have race leader Joe Stringbean McConaughey of Seattle, Washington. And it looks like Joe
A
is...
sock and shoe exchange.
Yeah, got to make sure that he's good for the last few miles. Jamil, are you able to unmute on us? Or I see Julian Galuzzi, local runner and race supporter in the background. He is in charge of the Elden Aid this year. So thanks to Julian, and I believe the Hashers are his crew and teammates up there. So.
Who are the Hashers?
The Hashers are what they call themselves, drinkers with a running problem.
That's right, yes.
They're a fun group of people. Thanks to Tony Khan for, Chair Glory, Tony Khan mentioning Suns playoff game is on the back burner. To be honest, I didn't even realize there was a playoff game tonight.
Yeah,
so.
There is. And I just checked, the Suns are winning by a couple, but that's the last time I'll check, I promise.
Oh, hey, if you can
focus.
If you can keep us a little bit apprised of the situation, I'd be totally great with that. Aravaipa After Dark is this is exciting stuff. I'm so jazzed that we get to be on the air to witness Joe's last few miles. As we've mentioned, this is at this point, it's Joe staying on his feet, staying upright, and making his way down into Flagstaff.
Yeah. Looks like we're just doing some triage on some toes.
Yeah. I've been told that, and I've participated in 100 milers, but, some people look at, a 100 miler as an opportunity to just problem solve for a day. So, with a 250-mile race, that kind of extrapolates out to problem solving for multiple days, or in some cases even a week.
He looks super comfortable too. He just looks.
He's
so
looking really
relaxed. Good. That is not what I look like after a 5-mile run. So I'm very, very impressed.
Yeah, and he's 240 plus miles into a race where he's had 30,000 feet of climb almost.
Yeah.
I mean, it's absolutely amazing to see how mellow he is. He's working on his feet and making sure that to take care of himself. Even he's not rushing.
Yeah.
He looks
rushing. Very comfortable. He looks like he's in the right headspace.
Absolutely.
I heard that basically he's moving so fast that you had to call the volunteers to get them out earlier to these aid stations. Like they were not ready to rumble.
I do believe that's what I heard. I actually mentioned to Julian Galuzzi, who was in charge up there, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I'm getting ready to head up." And this was, I believe, early this morning. And I said, "You better get scooting because Joe might beat you up there." So.
That's pretty incredible.
We're going to pivot back over to Fort Tuthill. Let's see. It looks like...
she's about to take off.
Looks like Annie is ready to head out.
That's a pretty incredible teamwork job there, if I've ever seen one.
Absolutely.
I think I saw someone feeding her, rubbing her calves, and giving her a back rub simultaneously. So she's got a killer squad, it looks like.
And the actually she's had a killer squad all race. They've been on point, and now they are exiting Fort Tuthill to head towards first of all, they're going to head under I-40 and over through the meadow, and then hit Walnut Canyon, heading east.
We also got some people in the chat here that are giving us some updates on the blister here and the shoe situation.
Oh, let's see what they have to say.
So the adventures of Pinky and the Poof over here says that he's only had one blister.
He said he had one blister at Tuthill. Well, as we can see now, looks like he's just doing some routine maintenance, so to speak. He's got some excellent colored socks there.
Oh, and it says the person massaging Annie's legs is her stepmom.
Okay, so
Yeah.
it is
Mhm.
her family supporting
That's awesome.
Annie on this race.
Someone's wondering how many pairs of shoes he's used.
I know that. Yeah, I know that some people, think about using multiple pairs of shoes. I've never done 250 miles. I want to preface by saying that, but even doing, obviously, I've topped out at less than half that, but I would think that unless you had to change shoes, you don't change shoes. Like if you have to do maintenance to make sure that you stay on your feet, that's one thing. But the last thing you want to do is mess with things too much, I would think. As we can see, Annie's crew celebrating
Yeah.
to, that they were able to get her going and out of the aid station.
She must be feeling pretty good because they're feeling pretty good. So,
She must be doing great, and that's
Yeah.
actually a nice catch on your part right there, Jackie. Is that that crew looks like a happy, excited crew.
Yeah, for sure.
They're not. They don't seem like they're very worried about her state. And as you can see, we're going to pivot back to the top of Mount Elden at Elden Aid, and String Bean McConaughey is heading out.
I know you talked about it earlier, but the shirt over the bag, is that like a strategy that people prefer, or what is the thought process on that, you think?
I think it's probably, if I had to guess, it's probably just the fact that he doesn't want to like mess too much. Like doesn't want to, like, instead of just putting on or taking off the pack and, like putting on the shirt and then putting the pack back on, probably just, you get stiff after that many miles. And the last thing you want to do is, move any more than you have to, with regard to, I mean, everything hurts at this point, I'm sure.
I can only imagine, yeah.
Even if you're feeling good.
Yep. So do we have people coming up to Fort Tuthill soon?
I don't know if we have
Who do you
anybody
think will
there
be?
just yet. Let's take a look at our tracker. We're actually going to pivot to our tracker here on the screen. Let's move in and take a look. Of course, as Jason Coop should be hitting Fort Tuthill here very soon.
Yeah.
It looks like he's roughly a mile out, give or take. Obviously,
What do you know about Jason? He's a
Jason
ultra
Coop
coach,
is.
right?
I'm sorry?
He's a coach, and
He is a coach.
Yeah.
He coaches some of the best in the business, for those of you that are not familiar. And he's also an extremely stout runner with a resume a mile long as well. So,
well, you can tell.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's sitting pretty right now.
Yeah, I mean, and that was one of the funny things. I saw some people earlier, talking about McConaughey and saying that he was kind of new to this. And it's like, yeah, but the guy has also been doing, crazy things, and he's got and that's the amazing thing about Joe. Joe has this resume that includes, what was he, an NCAA All-American or champion in steeplechase, and like a 4-minute miler, or like
It was a little over 4-minute miler for sure.
yeah, the exploits of McConaughey are legendary. FKT on the Arizona Trail at one point, a 4:12 miler, 4-minute 12-second miler. He finished having a 100-mile in 14 hours 13 minutes last year. He whether it be running or he's done the Appalachian Trail, the Pacific Crest Trail,
Yeah.
and FKTs in various disciplines there. I believe one was supported and one was unsupported, but he's just good at everything.
That's
whether
pretty
it be
wild. I wonder how many people have done both, really. It's got to be fairly, I mean, like a lot of people probably have done both, but at that speed, it's got to be a pretty
yeah,
small
I mean,
number.
I think that he is in rare company when it comes to his talents. So let's take a look again.
Oh, yeah.
We do have, just as time winds down, a couple seconds until Jerome Aid cutoff is official. We will try and get our boots on the ground to let us know with regards to our final runners to see if they actually made the cutoff. We'll kind of zoom out and zoom back and see if it wasn't Chris Fall. It was Shanoa Creer. Oh, wow. I don't know if she made it, but The last pings were awfully close. If she did miss it, she only missed it by a mile or so. We will try and find out. So hopefully she did. I mean, I would love to find out that she did make the final cutoff there. So let's see if we've got. I don't know how much we can see here. Mood lighting apparently in Sedona is the name of the game. So you can see things are kind of quiet there, at least for right now. We're gonna kind of.
Steve in the chat was just letting us know that Stringbane holds the FKT for the.
Okay, yeah, or he holds the FKT for the Appalachian Trail. I couldn't remember whether it was the supported or it's self-supported. Yeah, northbound self-supported Appalachian Trail FKT. So, and again, Arizona Trail FKT, which is 800 plus miles, and supported. I mean, he's got a resume. Even if you look at, and this is one of the things I learned from co-hosting with Matt for a while this week. It's not just about checking somebody's ultra sign up anymore. You got to go and check to see their if they've got anything on fastestknowntime.com. You look at their college resumes.
Oh no, it looks like he's got it for all those combined. Holy moly.
Yeah. There's definitely no you have to
Yeah.
Now we need a website to actually cross-reference all of those because apparently ultra sign up is no longer enough. I'm gonna pull up. We've had obviously some people being generous and donating. Let me see if I can pull this up. For those of you that want to support the broadcast, we do have some sweet Cocodona gear.
I know you guys are wearing matching shirts here on the thing. I was feeling a little left out there.
So what Jackie's yours is actually on the pocket. So what Jackie's saying is that we need to get her one of these.
Well, I didn't know there was a uniform for tonight. So. Per usual, I will say that he always sets me up for failure on the outfit for Javelina 100. Remember you told me we were going to dress up in costume?
Oh, no,
so I was like straight
that.
Up, dressed up, and then he was in total plain clothes. And so then I had to, make up an outfit over in the corner here before I came on. So I didn't look like a,
I thought you
Looney
looked just
Tune.
fine. Of course, you can get the Cocodona unisex hoodie as well. And I'm all for, if you wanted to do a super chat donation, I think that's great. Trust me, we're not going to say no, but I would say grab yourself some gear in the process. Represent. We're glad to have the ability to bring these events to you, and if you want to support us, grab a shirt, grab a hat. Grab a hoodie, and if you don't like anything specifically from the Cocodona store, obviously all over the Run Steep shop, there are all sorts of options. Aravaipa tees, Run Steep tees, Keep It Steep is the new design for this spring, and there are several pretty cool looking shirts.
Nice.
Matt Feldake was wearing one earlier today, one of the new Keep It Steep shirts. So.
Very nice. We have a model over in the corner that you can't see. He's looking very good.
Yeah, our model is Matt Feldake, who has been doing work. He's been doing work today and all week. I'm hoping that he's able to get a little bit of rest because, what time tonight's broadcast ends?
Tomorrow?
Yes.
Yeah.
It ends tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night, yeah. I thought yeah.
So Matt is going to be doing work. I'm going to do my best to provide some assistance here and there, but I don't know if I've got the strength because I'm coming from the office as well.
Sure.
TJ asking if I washed my shirt last night. Mind your business.
Can we check on where he's at, and then maybe we can kind of roll through some people who are in the top, coming through, and maybe talk about who's who in the world of Cocodona 250.
Hopefully we will be able to get some more. I'm going to actually refresh our feed. Okay. Shinoa timed out, unfortunately, has not gotten to Jerome yet. So, unfortunately for Shinoa, her time at Cocodona in 2022 is drawn to a close. but still,
But,
an
yeah.
amazing effort for
Amazing effort still.
bib number 181, Shinoa Career, coming to us from Decatur, Georgia, from the Atlanta area, as Matt had pointed out earlier. Tip of the cap to her for, that's still 110 miles,
Oh my gosh. Anyone who toes the line here is, a beast in my opinion. Absolutely no shame at all.
Absolutely.
In any of it. I'm very impressed.
Yeah.
Easy, we're doing easy work sitting here.
Well, it is a lot easier than running
easy
it.
work.
But at the same time, it is, I think it is an honest day's work. Let's see. I think we've still got Joe's signal just pinging from the aid station at mile 242, Elden. But we do know he is actually on the way downhill. And I think that on that back dirt road, if I remember correctly, that there is little to no cell service on that side of the mountain. But once we've got it, I know for a fact that we'll be able to have Jamil.
Oh, so what you're saying
film.
is we've kind of lost the feed on Jamil here.
We have absolutely lost the feed on Jamil here.
Yeah.
That's where we're at right now. We'll see if we can get some other feed on. I see that we've got a camera getting set up at Heritage Square. I just don't know if we're actually ready to go to it. If we are able to go to that one, it would be pretty neat because you can see them getting the finish line rather, set up for what is McConaughey's impending arrival. And if he's at 243 miles at this point, I would expect the way he's moving that he'll be there by 10 p.m. It's entirely possible. Let's see if Robert's got anything going on. Robert is filming at Fort Tuthill today. He was filming at Sedona yesterday. Is that right, Matt? Man, just doing work. Thanks to Robert over there at Fort Tuthill. Actually, I did talk to him. He's he was the cam that we were following at Sedona. He's a local guy here in Phoenix, and he shows up to our Wednesday night Aravaipa group trail run events. And he told me he was excited to head up and to do some filming. So, I'm glad that he was able to get his time's worth because he's definitely done a wonderful job. He caught the front of the pack at Sedona when, I remember specifically Jason Coop.
Jason should be coming in right now. Speaking.
Yeah, I think that's probably what he's actually doing now that you mention it. But yeah, he's done a great job in filming for us here. So.
Yeah, and then behind Jason Coop, we have Matt Smith and Kevin Goldberg. They're seem like they're kind of neck and neck in here.
Yeah.
And then Jeff Garmeyer.
Yeah, Jeff Garmeyer, the Tiger King himself.
Yeah, I was pulling up some of his feed just now or whatever, and it looks like he's got a laundry duty because he's got a whole cheat. What is it?
He's a unique character. So you have not met the Tiger King?
No, I haven't met the Tiger King, but I did see his tiger outfit vibe, and the whole team seems like they're having a ton of fun.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, he and his crew are all dressed, arguably the best dressed crew here at the Cocodona 250. So Jeremy mentions that he sees McKnight has shaved 5 minutes off the lead, but yeah, it is too late for him to catch String Bean. It definitely is not going to happen as long as Joe stays on the course. So that doesn't mean that McKnight can't have an absolutely fantastic finish. I know he's the type of competitor that he's shooting for first place in every event he participates in. But he's had a hell of a race, period. So
I think he has had a big couple years too, right?
From he had Triple Crown of 200s where he won the big ones all over the American West. So we will be following also, in addition to the men's race, the women's race, we've got, as we mentioned, Lauren Jones in second. Last I checked, Sarah Ostaszewski still in third. And Rhoda Smoker in 4th, and rounding out the top 5 for the women. Actually, there has been a bit of a shift. It looks like
Ooh, we got some
Carrie Henderson had originally been in 5th by herself.
Can you pull that up so that
I
like,
absolutely
you can see
can. Let's
how close
pull
these ladies
up
are?
the iPad. So we've actually got not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 women, 5 women, all potentially
steps apart.
Yeah, within as we've been calling it, the margin of error. So we've got Stephanie Simpson, Mina Abram, Carrie Henderson, and Bree Grigsby, all neck and neck at this point, 170 miles into the race. So and
That's pretty wild.
Yeah, and that's that would be women 5, 6, 7, and 8. So we'll
There's
be
also
following.
a big grouping of Arizonans in there. You know, I love
Oh,
my
yeah.
local peeps. We
Yeah.
got Carrie, Brianna, Mark, Brian, Eric.
Yeah, Bree is a member of the Aravaipa Racing team. So I've seen her race quite a bit. She's done very well at Havley 100 and at Black Canyon. So I'm excited to see her having a pretty good race this year. So
Who's our top local right now? I
our
think there's
top,
someone.
if you're talking Arizona local,
Yeah.
our top local would be Josh Locke,
All
who
right.
would actually be the top Phoenix local as well, as he is an East Valley runner. Josh placed 5th at last year's Cocodona 250, and I got a chance to speak to him before the race, and he really just was looking to go out and have his best race. I asked him if he was interested in potentially, are you going to go for that top 5 finish again? And he didn't know, but he also wasn't, he wasn't under any impression that he knew that this field was going to be tough.
Yeah.
And he felt that the changes in the race probably favored people other than him. So it was more of a, I'm just going to go out and give it my best. And from there.
Me too. Top 10. He's crushing it still.
Yeah. Okay, we've got we've got
nice.
eyes on Jason Coop here as he hits Fort Tuthill. Thanks again to Robert at Fort Tuthill for doing a great job. Of course, Jason Coop hitting Fort Tuthill, one of the last aid stations on the course, I believe, the last big one, the last indoor sleep station available on the course. So, and of course, he is being paced by Pete's Meats himself, Peter Mortimer, and that's Josh Locke. Sorry, no, Jason Coop is here. Sorry, I got turned around there, but yeah, Coop is entering his all the comforts of home van here.
Yeah, this is nice. This is a good setup.
Oh yeah, we've been admiring some of the setups at this event. Obviously, you've been witness to Havlin 100 and to Black Canyon and to other Crown King, other ultras, but is this the first time you've really gotten a chance to take a look at a 250 up close? Or
Yeah, this is definitely. I mean, I followed along last year for sure.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I've not seen some of these decked out vans. That's for sure.
Yeah. Some of these van setups are pretty intense. They've got everything set up, and these runners, the strategy of having everything exactly the way they want and the way they need is pretty fantastic.
Do we know who his crew is at all?
I am not.
I wonder if anyone in the
exactly
chat
sure
knows.
that is it family or is it? Okay, yeah,
They're having fun too.
Hey,
we're all feeling good up here.
I wonder how much of that is fun and how much of that is a little bit of deliriousness kind of setting in, because they're. One of the things about crewing somebody in this race is that you got to work pretty hard.
Yeah.
And I have to admit, I've actually never crewed anybody in this race or any 200, simply because I know that it's hard work. So
crewing is always hard work, I think, but
yeah.
at this level is something
you
else.
compound it. I mean, missteps on this kind of race for your crew can end your week.
Mm-hmm.
Laura Bellman asking if there will be a finish line follow cam. Absolutely. We will have, as the race starts to wind down, we are going to have the ability to follow. We're going to have multiple follow cams following the runners the last couple miles. So, Oh, from Buffalo Park to the finish. I know that last year we had the trail gangster himself, Rory Monahan, following along. So we will, I know we'll have a few people. I know that Jamil will be following at this point, McConaughey into the finish. So is somebody going to give Jamil a ride back to his car? Or does he have to run all the way back to pump up that that camera
Maybe
mileage?
by that time, though, then Michael will be kind of like up, and we can just like keep the vibe going, you know?
Well,
I think Jamil will be into it.
The beautiful thing about Flagstaff is that there's so many amazing runners up there. I mean, the number of like ass-kicking runners per capita is off the charts in Flagstaff. So, you know, we have, of course, our very own Matt Feldake is now a Flagstaff resident. So, you know, he is the 2006 Illinois IHSA cross country champion.
What was that year?
2006.
Nice. Way to go, Matt.
State champ.
Yeah.
So, you know, people like Matt up there in Flagstaff that are willing to grab a gimbal and a camera and just go to town. So, DJ Keen with a note. Runners on personal Instagram pages are posting they're freezing right now after being in the sun all day. I kind of want to maybe spin around some social media pages and take a look.
Yeah, I was going to say we should pull it up because I was following that Cocodona 250 hashtag, and there's some pretty cool stuff that the runners were posting themselves.
Yeah, we'll definitely take a look at what some of the runners and some of their crew are posting. The one thing I am a little bit worried about, hey Matt, just a heads up, our iPad is not. It's showing that it's charging, but it's not charging. So I want to make sure that we don't tire it out too much. So, oh yeah, how do we do that? We'll have our, how do we take that off? Oh, that's how. Thank you. The miracles of modern technology.
Have you seen at the other aid stations, Chris, that they're eating full meals like they're doing here, it seems?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. If that's something we can pull up as well, I think that would be pretty wonderful. We've got, we have a variance of a lot of varying meals around the course. I know that at one station, the main event was lasagna. I know that another aid station, it was chicken fingers and grits.
Oh, so like there's actual meals provided at these
stations?
Okay, so it's not necessarily by the teams themselves.
Well, so a lot of the runners will have their teams, provide specific meals mainly because they know what they want. And I can totally understand and respect that. But, okay. But yeah, can we connect it through here though? Oh, but yeah, with a lot of these runners, they have the ability to, go through, uncrewed or, doing aid station food, and the aid station food is excellent. Don't get me wrong, but I also think that, a lot of them are just so dialed into what they know works for them.
I can only imagine. If you're doing a race like this, I would hope you're dialed into your nutrition at that point. But how much food do you think it is to fuel 250? I mean,
250 miles?
Yeah.
I mean, we figure what is that? But just 100 miles per or 100 calories per mile. So you're talking 25,000 calories, give or take. You think more? So I mean, I know that some people say 300 calories an hour while they're moving. So I mean, it's too late in the day for math, said the accountant. But let's see if. I would have assumed 25,000 calories would be plenty, but you figure if you're out there, say somebody like McConaughey, who's going to be done in, 61 hours times 300 calories. I mean, I guess it varies, but yeah, anywhere from 20 to 25,000 calories would be the baseline for that. But
I think while we're talking about crews, I saw in the chat that someone was just, saying that not all runners have crews, and they were shouting out to number 30, Ray Sanchez, who's self-supported. Can you imagine being self-supported for 250?
Yeah, there are people who are self-supported out here, don't have crews, don't have pacers. There are also runners who get out there, and I actually did see in the Cocodona, Andrew Glaze as well. Andrew Glaze is a high mileage specialist.
Yeah, he has got some cool footage though of him going through.
Yeah,
I saw.
But when it comes to some of those runners, like there was one today who actually posted on the Cocodona Facebook page that they were looking for a pacer after thinking that they weren't going to want one. So,
Yeah.
as
well, some of those pacing duties are huge duties, right? Because you can't really like get in on the course. Like I know Pat Vertruba is doing Lisa's crewing, and I think he had like 40 miles because there really wasn't like a drop-off spot, you know. So some of those pacing duties and crew duties are big old asks.
Well, and for somebody like Lisa, I mean, I know that she's got multiple people helping her. Obviously, she's got her husband helping. I know that a couple of our friends, Pat Vitruba, who was hosting with me on Monday night.
Yeah.
I know that her good friend Sherry is going to be pacing her, crewing her as well.
I don't know if Sherry's out there, but yeah, they definitely have. She's got a good Phoenix crew, I think.
Yeah, it's a team effort. And for those that are wondering what the last few miles are like, the final stretch is runnable dirt road downhill, then some single track with the final miles on pavement. After they come off of Mount Elden, they will be heading through Buffalo Park, Hospital Hill, and down into Heritage Square. For those of you that are familiar with Flagstaff. Mark Vogel, one of the runners, does not have a crew, and Mark Vogel ran this race last year, so he knew exactly what he was in for.
Mm-hmm.
So, some runners are supported. Some runners have huge crews, huge entourages almost, and other people are kind of maybe a pacer, maybe one person helping them, but we'll see that all over the course of the race.
Yeah.
And as James Tadieski is asking, will the live stream continue until the finish cutoff time, as long as there are runners on the course? You bet they will. We'll be here all night tonight, and then we will be on Friday as well, and on Saturday morning. Matt, I'm going to come in and help you out on Saturday, help you out with those last few runners to the finish.
I think that's where I like to watch, actually, to be honest. I like, love the last day vibes.
Of course, James has been following along in the chat, and his brother, Tony, is running the race. I know you've been following here and there. His brother is the Denim Cowboy.
Oh.
He literally started this race off in jeans and cowboy boots.
Oi, oi, oi.
And
good luck.
He made it about 11 miles before he changed into some more running-based gear, so to speak. So, as Brian notes, the last 2 miles of this race are very friendly. And that brings up another point. Our friend Colleen Lingley, Aravaipa Racing Team member and resident of Flagstaff, wants to see if we can rally the people to head to the end of the course in the last couple hours on Saturday morning to cheer those last few runners in, to see if they can really bring the whole village out. And if you're in the Flagstaff area, or if you were debating to go and check this out, I mean, it is only a 2-hour drive from Phoenix, an hour or so, 90 minutes from Prescott, depending on what part of town you're in. Go out there and check it out. It's going to be an absolutely fantastic
You said you were
time.
at the finish last year?
I was at the finish last year.
Yeah. What's it like?
It's very emotional.
Yeah.
I had finished my duties here in the studio and drove from here to the top of Mount Elden and hung out at the top of Mount Elden with the hashers, waiting for the last few runners to hit. And, of course, the final runner to hit was Andre Lee. And when Andre left the aid station, I drove from the top of Mount Elden down into downtown Flagstaff and caught the final finishers at Heritage Square the next morning. And it was pretty emotional, to see the runners cross the finish line. And, for Andre, there was a spirit tunnel at the very end.
Oh, nice. You know I love a good spirit tunnel.
I know you're a big fan of spirit tunnel. For those of you that might not, or for those who might not be familiar with you, you want to kind of explain how we know each other?
Yeah, sure. So I lead a workout group in town called November Project, and every time I get the opportunity to kind of call Chris out a little bit. He is one of our members that comes, but it's been a hot minute, maybe, since we've seen him. But
I mean, the results are starting to show. I bet that I need to get back to my November project workouts. I do miss and love them. I just need to get myself going.
Yeah,
but
it's a good cross training for the long running. A lot of stair and hill repeats.
Absolutely, and it's a free workout too.
Yep.
So, of course, here in the Phoenix area, for those of you in the Valley, where and when?
Wednesday mornings at Papago Park, at
Mhm.
the amphitheater there at Papago Park, and then on Monday mornings we're doing hill workouts. I provide the workout, and we change locations throughout the valley for that.
Okay, and of course, this is not just exclusive to Phoenix.
No, gosh, no, yeah. They're in 50 cities across the U.S. And internationally. They've got some, in Asia and Iceland, but most of the major cities in the U.S. have a free November project workout.
Yeah, and of course, it was started in Boston originally, correct?
Yep, started in Boston a decade ago, and we've had it in Phoenix for about 7 years. But yeah, in any city that you're at, you could probably look it up and see. And it's a good, like I said, supplement to the long slog training.
Absolutely, and it's great for hill work. I mean, there are a lot of people that are a part of the trail running community here that are a part of November Project. I mean, Jamil Curry is a member of November Project. I haven't been lately, but a lot of the local runners.
Bill Dittman was when
Yes.
he lived here. He used to come quite a bit. He ran last year. He's not running this year though, right?
No.
Yeah.
Bill Dittman. I'm trying to think if there's anybody in this race this year that is part of November Project. I don't know if there is.
Just some pacers, but
Yeah, people crewing, people pacing. So, but it's a great crew. So I just wanted to give a chance to shout it out. So,
on the leader for Joe, we don't know where he's at right at the moment, just because we're working on our iPad here.
We're working on some technical stuff here in terms of our iPad tracker, at least the one that we're on the air with. Let's go to I can tell you whereabouts he's at. It looks like he is at mile 245, so he is roughly 5 miles out from Heritage Square.
He's about 5 miles out.
Yeah.
Dang, this is exciting.
It is exciting. It is very exciting.
And it looks like I'm looking at the footage of Heritage Square, and who's gonna get there first? The people manning Heritage Square or Joe?
Yeah, we can't share the feed that we have of Heritage Square. I tried, but the problem is that I don't know if there's anybody quite ready for him yet. I don't know if they realize that that Joe's
I heard that they know that he's coming and that they're scrambling to get it ready because he's just been kind of flying through the course. So you're gonna have to trust us that you can see some movement there, but it'll be also a race on who gets Heritage Square first.
Yes.
The people manning Heritage Square or Joe.
The thing is that, last year Michael Versteeg finished in 72 hours. Granted, it was an entirely different first 70 miles, as was pointed out in the chat by Stacy. Thank you. But Mark Fries asking if sub 60 hours is still in reach for Joe. Yeah, I think it absolutely is. If he's 5 miles out and it's at, the 58.5 hour mark.
Yeah.
I mean, if he just shuffles through Buffalo Park, he's going to be there, I would say by 9:30 local time, so 59:30. Yeah, he's going to break 60 hours.
Yeah, and someone was asking about the coverage of Joe, but we just lost Jamil there somewhere.
Yeah, Joe, our coverage of Joe is actually kind of limited simply because we just don't have eyes. But that makes me think here. Do we have we'll pick him up Buffalo Park. Do we have the ability to do audio if we bring on a special guest? Okay, I've got a link. Can you hand me my phone over there? I can. Okay, all right. I will. I'm going to step out for a moment here and see if I can arrange this special guest. So if Matt can just step in, we will continue the coverage.
What is up, everyone? You are stuck with my wonderful voice once again. How are you doing?
And mine, yeah. It's nice to see you.
It's not just me.
Yeah.
Let's go. This is awesome. This has been a lot of fun. And again, we are working on getting the iPad here charged up so that we can hopefully showcase some of the amazing social content that we've been getting here.
I was hoping that we could pull up some socials so we could get some of just the randomly throughout the course some of the runners so we can see what they're up to instead of just on these top 5 because everybody's important out there, I think.
For sure.
But how about maybe give us an update on these top 5 guys here? We got just...
Yeah, so on the...
Guys and gals, I should say.
In the overall top 5 right now, we've got Joe the String Bean McConaughey, who is your race leader, and he should be making his way down into Buffalo Park here pretty soon. Michael McKnight, the Michael Jordan of 200s, is in second, and he should be getting to Walnut Canyon here in just a minute at about mile 229. Annie Hughes, your ladies race leader and current third place runner, has left Fort Tuthill. She's approaching mile 216. Jason Coop is, I believe, in Fort Tuthill still. He's in 4th place.
I think this is his crew we're looking at here.
Yep, I think we're looking at his crew. And then Matt Smith is just at Kelly Canyon, it looks like, at mile 205, and he is in 5th place.
What do we know about Matt Smith?
What
Talked a lot about
the
other 4, but...
What do we know about Matt Smith? In the live chat earlier, someone called him Mike Smith. So I know that someone thinks that his name is Mike Smith, the coach of the Northern Arizona Lumberjacks. And let's take a look here at Matt Smith. If I can use Chris's non-Mac product over here. Eastern States 100 finisher, Umstead 100 finisher, Grindstone 100 finisher, amongst a myriad of other things, as long as that is the correct Matt Smith. That might not have been the correct Matt Smith.
We got someone in the chat that knows a little something about Matt Smith.
Oh, he did Tour de France. Oh, and he's the RD for Kodiak. I do remember that from earlier in the chat. Amazing. And it looks like... Let's see if this feed is up yet. Doesn't look like it. So let's go ahead and let's take it back to Fort Tuthill here. And again, we are still trying to get our camera feed in Heritage Square.
Any movement on that ladies' race over there where they were all neck and neck?
I don't believe... it looks like Sarah Ostaszewski is back out doing the out and back section to Munn. So she is your 3rd place lady as of right now. Of course, Lauren Jones is in 2nd at mile 192. Rhoda Smoker is your 4th place female. She is maybe has just left the Munns Park 1 aid station. She's at 172 miles, so about 5.5 miles behind Sarah. And then it looks like Brianna Grigsby is in the Munns Park aid station.
Oh, it looks like we've got our guests queued up.
So I'm going to hand it back over to Chris Warden here.
All right. I pulled some strings to grab a special guest, and let me see if I can figure out which camera to pull him up on. So he's on right now? Awesome. And we've got audio for him? Is he muted or? All right. Are you muted on your end, Connor? Let me see if we can. Looks like we've got you unmuted. Are you? You're not muted on your end? Yeah, absolutely. We are joined by a very experienced, very well-regarded coach, Connor Holt. Connor, thanks for joining us here on the Cocodona 250. Yeah, so I wanted to kind of talk with some background about why we wanted to have you on. First of all, this all started with a text message that you sent me on, I want to say it was Sunday afternoon or Sunday night. And, you just reached out to tell me, hey, just so you know, String Bean's going to win this thing. And of course, you helped, or you coached Joe leading up to this race. Can you talk about how you first got associated with Joe and what caused you to be coaching him?
So they're saying they have no audio.
Hold on a second. We'll see if we can get the audio on the actual feed. Oh, we'll see if we can get it working. Yeah, can you hang loose for a few minutes, Connor? We'll see if we can. Awesome. Thanks. And obviously Joe is just a few miles away from finishing the Cocodona 250 in first place, and obviously with a different course, but still in record time. And regardless of whether the course is different or not, to be finishing this race in the 60-hour range is absolutely amazing, isn't it, Jackie?
Yeah, crazy.
Yeah, and to just kind of go further with that. I mean, this is a very strong field. I mean, we had last year's defending champion Michael Versteeg. We have Michael McKnight. We have, last year's fifth place finisher Josh Locke. We have a very strong field, a very experienced field.
Yeah.
And String Bean in his first 250-mile race, we've got him. Yeah. All right, I think we've got you on here, Connor. So
cool. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
That's all that matters.
All right, looks like we might have well, I think the okay, yeah, we've got audio. Actually, the crowd has audio as well. So, yeah,
cool.
If you can just kind of, give the background of how you came to become associated with String Bean McConaughey.
Yeah, so as I was telling you there earlier, so right after Javelina, after Camille won Javelina last year, Joe reached out to Camille about, hey, I need some advice. I'd like some input. I'm a coach myself. I'm self-coached, but I feel like I need a little bit more input into my training. And so Camille wrote back and said, hey, yeah, absolutely. Let's get a phone call set up between yourself and Connor. And then I jumped on board, and we had a good chat in early November, and we talked about, what it would look like. And really what it comes down to is that Joe's a very, very, very intelligent runner. He's a very intelligent coach and himself, and he just needed some input into his training and what his next 6 months, his next year would look like. So he sent me his spreadsheet. He's really good at planning out his training well in advance. And he sent me his spreadsheet of all his running and all his workouts for the next few months. And then we talked about that, and we kind of came up with a plan that, you know, he'd want more input into his training, and he'd send his training to me every week, every 2 weeks. And then I'd either butcher his training or kind of tell him, okay, this is what you need to do here. This is what you need to do there. So it's a really good relationship. He kind of plans his own training out, and I kind of give him a lot of input. And yeah, that's how it's been the last, since November now. Yeah. And he's worked really hard for this, you know, and I'm excited to see him do really well. Yeah. That's always the fun part of a coach, is to see the athlete that you're working with go out there and just do their best and fulfill every dream that they have. And yeah, it's fun to see that happen. So yeah.
Was there something that you saw in what his preparation was going to be that you looked at and you said, okay, we need to approach this differently, or this is the way I would approach this? Was there something that
you know, that's a really great question. I think the one workout that comes to mind, or the 1 week that comes to mind, is when he was thinking about running the Gorgeous 100K, which he did a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
He got I think he got third in it, and he was thinking about running 2 back-to-back long runs that weekend. He'd come off his brother had got married, and he'd gone to his brother's wedding, and then he'd gone to Mexico for a little family trip with himself and his missus. And I was like, you know what? You've done a really good training block here. Let's just go run 100K and, you know, let the chips fall. Don't worry about doing any back-to-back long runs. Let's just focus on a good long effort. And then I want to see how fast you recover from that. And that will tell me a lot about where you are right now. And sure enough, he went and got third at the 100K. And, you know, I told him exactly what to do the next 48 hours. And he did that to a T. And it was like the next Friday, he went out and did his best workout of the week, which was like 6 days after that race. And I said to him, that's it, you're good. And the workout that I gave him was a really good workout to do right after a kind of a long race, long, hard effort. And yeah, he nailed it. And I was like, dude, you're ready to rock. So yeah, let's just sit back now and we'll do 1 or 2 more workouts. And yeah, you're ready to roll. So yeah.
I know how you approach coaching your wife, Camille Herron. And did you approach coaching Joe with the idea of the, you know, repeated or multiple short runs? Because I know that Camille does not run long when compared to other ultra distance runners.
Yeah, we that was one thing that I kind of added into his training block, was doing a lot more double runs 4 to 6 hours after his main, like, really tough workouts. So if he did hills, like his last big workout that he did was hills on the Wednesday, which was a week and a half, I think maybe a week, 2 weeks out before the race. I think it was 12 days out before the race. And he came back and I told him, dude, go do 4 to 6 hours after that, get in double. And sure enough, he did that. And but yeah, we do a lot of doubles in our running, and that was one thing that we added into his training, was more doubles. And then he did a lot more hikes too. So if he didn't do a double, he went out and did like 20-minute hike on a treadmill with a pretty good grade on it and a weight vest. So he was getting a lot of like you know, substance in those runs or walks where he was doing those workouts. And because he's not a very high mileage guy, I think his highest mileage was the week that he ran the 100K Gorgeous, was 111 miles. And he mostly hovers between 75 and 93, 94 miles for this cycle for his race. So you know, he didn't need to do too many doubles, but we needed to make them count, if that makes sense, you know. But yeah, I think his longest run he did was 24 miles, I think, on one of those trails in Tucson. But when you kind of look at it, running the 100K was really his last long run he did. And yeah, he nailed it. And then as quick as he came back, as quick as he ran the race, he was able to come back and do that workout 6 days afterwards. And that really told me that, hey, dude, you're ready to roll. So let's just sit back and enjoy the taper. Yeah. So
did you have to, is this the first time you've coached somebody who's done a 200+ mile race?
Yeah, I suppose it is. Yeah. I think Camille tried to do a 6-day last year in Hungary, and that didn't work out too well. Yeah, so you know, I'll be honest with you. You know, Chris, I'm a student of the sport still. I'm sitting in our office here, and I got books everywhere, and I just love to read. And I think as a coach, you never stop learning. You know, and And you know, that's what it's all about. You never stop learning. You get great ideas from a great number of people, and I think that's what, you know, you got to bring that as a coach. You know, you never stop learning about your athlete. You never stop learning yourself. So yeah. So.
One of the things that you mentioned, you know, you're a student of the game as a coach. When it comes to 200 plus mile races, I mean, I would assume that that is a completely uncharted ground when it comes to trying to help runners out with their plan. I mean, yeah, there are some runners or some coaches who have done it, but by and large, there's probably so many open, uncharted territories in terms of trying to figure out a plan for somebody that is preparing for a 200 plus mile race. Can you discuss how you kind of approached it differently than you might when you're coaching 100 mile or a 24-hour race?
You know, mental ability, the mental will of somebody, I think, is huge. Nutrition is huge. But I think it's really what it comes down to is if this person wants to accomplish a dream that they have, or they want to accomplish something that not many people have accomplished, is to go out and do what they. I have more respect, I'll be honest with you, the people that are taking, like, you know, at the back of the pack, to be honest. They're the ones that are heroes to me, you know, being able to come out and do what they do, and the people that are just trying to make those cutoffs. And you kind of look what Camille did at the Western States last year, you know, running 27 hours, you know, and she just wanted to finish it. She wanted to get that monkey off her back. And it's the same, you know, for everyone out there. I think, you know, it's just, you want to go out there and you want to do your best. And I think if you really dream about something and you really want to accomplish something, anything is possible in this world, isn't it? You know, so yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited for Joe, you know, for a guy that's a lower mileage kind of guy. But, you know, he's had that background, hasn't he? You know, doing his FKTs and then coming from a collegiate background where he's very competitive, you know. That helps too. But I think at the end of the day, it's just if someone has a dream to do something, I'm going to help them as much as I can, you know. And that's the great thing about being a coach, you know. So.
Yeah, I guess one more thing before. Did you have something you wanted to ask, Jackie? Or?
No, I'm just listening intently here.
Yeah, so for those of you just tuning in, we are with Connor Holt. Connor has obviously been coaching his wife, world record holder and winner of many races, Camille Herron, and he teamed up with Joe Stringbean McConaughey to help with his preparation. I guess the last thing I wanted to ask you about was with regard to, you know, with somebody like Joe, who has obviously the talent, but maybe hadn't put it together for a race of this nature, how does a runner assess that this is the go time for them when it comes to, you know, a 250-mile race?
You know, wow, that's a good one. I think for him, his goal, he was trying to get into Western States, and he was knocking on the door with that, wasn't he? He just missed out a few golden tickets. So, you know, when I first started working with him, I was like, you know, and he had the leg speed too to run, I think, a really fast 100. Everything else that he does, you know, and he has that scholarship that he did this past fall, which was really exciting, working with athletes and stuff. So he's got a lot on his plate, doesn't he? But, you know, I think he's had this goal that he's wanted to go out and accomplish these long, massive runs, and fair play to him, you know. So, and really, you know, if you have the eagerness, like I said, and the aptitude for it, and the internal fortitude, and all those kind of things, you're halfway there, aren't you? You just need a helping hand sometimes, like anything in life, you know. You just need someone to kind of help you along and kind of give you a bit of direction. And that's the great thing about working with Joe, is that he was open to that, you know. And hey, you know, and it was funny. Sometimes he'd say to me, "Oh, I'm sending you the weekly plan. Don't butcher it too much," you know. And but at the end of the day, you know, I think, you know, he's a smart fella, and you know, you can see it the way he organized everything. His spreadsheet was spot on when he took his naps and when he took his nutrition, And
Connor,
yeah.
I don't mean to interrupt, but it looks like we might have lost your audio for the folks at home, and I want to make sure that we can at least see if we can bring you back on to bring things full circle. So if you can just hang tight, we'll see if we can get that
no worries.
back.
Yeah, I'm enjoying this.
I'm glad you're here with us, Connor. So so what we've got going on right now is we've got the jam cam. I'm assuming that as you can see the distinctive Aravaipa race flag off to the right of the screen. You know, Isaac Glenn with the very generous super chat donation. For us is the life of action, strenuous performance of duty. Let us live in the harness, striving mightily. Let us rather run the risk of wearing out than rusting out. Thank you very much, Isaac, for the very, very generous super chat donation. For those of you that are just joining us, we are actually we're speaking with Joe Stringbean McConaughey's coach, Connor Holt, and obviously Connor is no stranger to coaching people who win really long races. Connor has obviously coached his wife Camille Heron as well, and let me see if we can get Connor's audio back on. If not, we will definitely circle back around with him.
What's up?
How many miles has he got to go? He's got to be getting close, is he? How many miles has he got to go? 3 miles to go?
Okay, so his audio is fine. Okay.
Oh, cool.
All right. Actually, we've got you. So he's got, given from my estimations, maybe 4 or 5. So I'm expecting him to finish by, sub 60 hours for sure. Yeah, 10:30 potentially. I wouldn't be surprised to find that out. But yeah, he's the thing that gets me, Connor, is that he looks like he's extremely strong still. At this point, we followed him up Elden, and I'm sure you were watching along as well. I know that I knew that you know that he's a strong athlete, but were you surprised that he was still looking like he was pushing the pace and looking good at that point?
Yeah, no, I think, like I said, he worked really hard for this, and he kind of, I told him, there was certain things that, and I looked at his training, first of all, back in November. I said, well, there's probably a few things you need to change here, I think. And I think, he does a really good job of, like, once he's not on his feet, he's off his feet, which means he rests up really good. He's a guy that really listens to his body and stuff. And, but yeah, I think not doing these excessive long runs, I think helped. That helped him, I think. And then the doubles that we talked about earlier. And then, like I said, that one workout that he did 6 days after the 100K, that was money. And I said to him, yeah, you're ready. And that was about a month out, I think, or 3.5 weeks out. And yeah, your money. There's not much more you can do now. Just it's all in the bank. So yeah.
One of the things that you had to do when troubleshooting, coaching your wife was dealing with some dietary issues that she dealt with. Obviously, the iron imbalances. Did you have to do anything of that nature with Joe?
Yeah, so he has an issue trying to digest sugars. So I told him he needed to go do one of those micro nutrient cell tests. So he did that, and he's been working with a dietitian. And then the other thing that we did a lot of was heart rate training. So he'd wear a heart rate strap, and I was looking at his data pretty closely on that. And so yeah, for like progression runs, he was wearing a heart rate, and then when he was doing his hill workout, he did a heart rate. So yeah, so I'm big into the heart rate training, and yeah, so it was good. Yeah, but he was also working with a PT. He had some kind of structural issues going on, and he's still working with the PT on that one. Yeah, so if you notice, he kind of leans a little bit as the race went on. You kind of notice that a little bit more, don't you, with his left leg, I think. So that's something that we kind of need to work on a little bit more, I think, down the road here. But yeah, I guess, he's another few miles to go here to finish this one and celebrate with his crew. What an amazing crew, right?
Yeah, absolutely. His crew and pace team have been absolutely fantastic this year. So, hats off to Joe Stringbean McConaughey and his crew and pacers as we anxiously await their arrival in downtown Flagstaff at Heritage Square.
I wish I was there myself, yeah.
I wish you were here, too. We would love to have had you here.
Yeah, we're back in Oklahoma now.
Yeah, yeah. To wrap things up, if obviously this is proof of concept here with regards to coming up with a plan for an athlete. I guess
he came up with the plan. I just kind of butchered it a little bit. So.
if a runner was interested in having you help them coach or maybe reach their goals, how can they do so?
Just reach out to our website, runwithcamille.com, and then the email contact us on there, and I'm pretty good at getting back, and I've also been recruited by this other team called Team Run. It's Team Run. It's based out of Washington D.C. They got a bunch of coaches on there, and they've recruited me to be on their coaching team too. So so I have a few athletes on there too. But it's all good. Yeah. So.
Well, Connor, it's a pleasure as always to talk to you. I always am happy to see you. Thanks for joining us, and again, congratulations.
You're going to be at Western States?
In my dreams. I'll be there probably one of these years, though. I'm on year 5 of the lottery, so I'll get there eventually.
No, I mean, are you going to be there to support? Are you supporting anybody there at all? Are you going to be helping anybody, or?
No, my big summer outing this summer is going to be Hard Rock, so I'm going to go up there and hang out. But
you want to help crew Camille?
Oh, that's tempting. That's really tempting, but thanks. We'll talk about it later, but your runner is actually coming into view. Hey, Connor, thanks again.
All right. Thanks,
we'll
Chris.
Be in touch.
Yeah. All right. Have a good one. Take care. Bye.
Bye. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Connor Holt joining us here. And now we are on the Jam cam where we can see we've got eyes on Joe Stringbean McConaughey as he is heading, I believe Jamil is picking him up at Buffalo Park. Is that correct? So if that is indeed the case, we are only minutes away from the finish of the Cocodona 250.
So like 3 about.
I'm sorry?
3 out.
Yeah, about 3 miles out.
Looking good.
Looks fantastic. Just out for a stroll on a Wednesday night.
Yeah, no big deal.
So for those of you interested, he's going faster than our fun group does on our Aravaipa Wednesday night group runs here in town. So if you feel that this pace is too fast, you can come join us one of these nights. So he's looking extremely well. His pacer with him, Joe is in the black, and Whit Wiserum is in the white, and the man following them with the flamethrower of a headlamp or lamp is Jamil Curry, the creator and former competitor of the Cocodona 250. So hats off. For those of you that were here, we just spoke with his coach, Connor Holt, and Connor said that Joe had things figured out to a degree, and that Connor was there to kind of just guide and offer some insight and advice. And I think with runners of this caliber, maybe that's what it is. It's just that they need to kind of, have some additional input, perhaps. But he's got to be extremely proud.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's got to be proud of the effort that Joe has put forth, and whether the input had to help. The input had to, be part of the consideration in the prep for this race.
Oh, I'm sure it absolutely helped. And then all those little things to dial it in. He said he's working with a dietitian and the physical therapist and doing all the work pays off.
Yeah, absolutely. And, it probably doesn't hurt to have a runner such as Whit Wiserum, who finished 4th in this race last year, helping him along as well.
Yeah, that expertise is really nice, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to see if we can pivot over to another cam that we are just bringing online. We're going to test, first of all, we're going to test our static heritage cam. We do not have that up yet. It is not giving us a signal, but I do know we've got to see if we can get that going. But let's see if I can find it. Looks like that is the Shad cam is another camera that is joining us. I just saw Heritage Feed. Is that what it was? Okay. Because I saw Static Heritage, and that's what I went to. Oh, okay. Oh. Well, I see him at the finish line along. We've got We've got race director Steve Adderholt, Michael Versteeg, waiting at the finish line. So, hey, and if you look at the bottom of the screen, you can see Versteeg's sandals. So the rumors of their demise are greatly exaggerated. So yeah, for those just tuning in, we've got Jam Cam, we've got the finish line cam right now. We're awaiting the finish of leader and for all intents and purposes, the winner of the Cocodona 250, Joe Stringbean McConaughey. Thanks to everybody that has been tuning in. We are not done after Joe crosses the finish line. Not even
I think
close.
we're only just starting, right?
Yes. We are, we're only 60 hours into a 122-hour race. Yeah. And so we are not even halfway. Matt Feldek's excitement is just bouncing off the walls. He is so excited to be a part of this. And, I'm going to do my best to, ride shotgun with him most of the way. We've got a couple people hanging out at the finish line. I'm wondering if there are going to be a few more showing up. We're keeping eyes on the jam cam, and we're just anxiously awaiting. This is we're almost there, and we all know we're almost there, and it's so much fun to be a part of an event like this. I've gotten to see and witness a lot of these events, getting to see Haviland 100, getting to see, I've had a very fortunate year when it comes to covering running events. I got to see, Camille set a new 100-mile record. I got to see Arlen Glick drop the hammer and, set a new Haviland 100 record. Actually, Camille did that there too. Getting to witness Cocodona last year and this year, it's been a good 12 months. Getting to see, the performances at Black Canyon, being a part of all of that, it's a beautiful thing. So
you also get to finish your own race.
I get to finish my own races every now and again. I've got a couple of 5Ks in the book over the last year or so, maybe a 50K or two. But I'm just a fan of this sport. And I'm feeling fortunate that I'm able to be here. So, is that our feed right there? Or? Okay, and that's our current feed. Yep. Perfect. All right, so we've got. Okay. So we've got the Shad cam in the lower left-hand corner, and then we've got the Jam cam in the main screen, and the Jam cam is following Stringbean, and then in the lower left-hand corner, the finish line setup, people getting ready for our first runner, much quicker than it was last year. So we do know that we've got some refresh rates issues going on. We are working on those. Coop is resting at Tuthill. Thank you, Matt, for that. We've got eyes and ears all over the course. It's just trying to keep abreast of everything. And I know that there are a lot of people that are worried about other runners and finding out what else is going on elsewhere. We're definitely keeping eyes on that stuff. It's just that there are a lot of things going on, but first and foremost, let's be honest. This is Stringbean's moment.
Look at this. His pacers. He's gonna pull them.
They're running
at that fast pace. Where's Michael at?
He's coming into Buffalo Park now. So for those of you that are familiar with Buffalo Park, it is an iconic feature of Flagstaff, a very important point of pride. For those that are familiar with the area. For those that have run the race, I'm sure that crossing through the gates to Shelby, looking at getting through Buffalo Park, are probably absolutely thrilled to have something somewhat runnable at that point, and knowing that the rest of the course is going to agree with you in that regard. keeping an eye on the. We can kind of circle around as far as the leaderboard as well. Just kind of taking a note of who is where. You can follow along on the Aravaipa, the Cocodona 250 tracker that is available just below your YouTube feed. However, we can kind of just narrate what we're seeing here. Joe Stringbean McConaughey is just less than 3 miles out. Michael McKnight is in second at just short of 230 miles. And Jason Coop is the third place male. And he is currently resting at Fort Tuthill, so he's got about 37 miles to go when he is ready to head back out on the course. On the women's side, Annie Hughes is well in control as well, kind of in the same vein as Stringbean is. Annie Hughes is at mile 217, 218, which means she has left Fort Tuthill, as we saw earlier on video, and is making her way to or through Walnut Canyon. Lauren Jones is the second place female right now, and she is roughly 23, 24 miles back. I assume that she's actually making her way to Fort Tuthill and probably doing pretty well at this point, coming from, I believe that she would be making her way to Kelly Canyon next, so at least that would be my assumption.
Just a little further.
Yeah, there we go. Lauren Jones actually, is between Munns Park and Kelly Canyon. Our third place female is Sarah Ostaszewski, Flagstaff native, basically making her way home.
Yeah.
With at about the 180 mile mark, so about 70 to go. The women behind her, Rhoda Smoker in fourth, Brianna Grigsby in fifth, but also Carrie Henderson and Stephanie Simpson are basically a part of that group as well. So
Looks like there's a big pack running at 171 there.
yeah,
That's
171 would be Munns Park Aid. So they actually pass through Munns Park twice, and I'm sure that they're all just kind of resetting their batteries there to head out on that out and back section. All right, let's see. I'm gonna take a quick look, and yeah, we do have some refresh that we're trying to work on here. See if there's anything that we can do, because we obviously want to have our A game for when Stringbean crosses the finish line. Is there anything? We'll see if we can grab engineering on the case. We'll negotiate. But you can see actually for those we've had our first spectators in quite a while, and congratulations to Joe. This is kind of the victory lap at this point.
Yeah.
With it being just about 3 miles to go. Let's take a look, and and thanks to everybody that are hanging out with us, that have stuck with us through the sheer number of hours and everything that we've been working through. This has been an absolutely wonderful journey to be a part of, and thank you to Jackie, and to everybody, to Matt, Shelby, Dawn, Patrick, Stephen, Ethan and Kim were on earlier. I'll tell you what, I could listen to Ethan Newberry read the phone book.
Yeah, he does.
That man has pipes. That man has a voice. I think that Ethan Newberry is gonna take my job if he really wants it. He's got absolutely fantastic voice for this coverage. So let's see. I guess our next guest is just getting here, and we're gonna go and let her in. You can see city lights in the background of McConaughey's run at this point. Here's the thing. I see Kimberly noting, what will I do when this race is over with? You'll keep watching because we've got another 60 hours.
Yeah, she's got plenty of time to figure that out. Couple
Yeah.
days.
Absolutely, plenty of time. Actually, String Bean passing the buffalo itself.
There we go.
Yeah.
Looking super comfortable.
Yeah, he's and now we do right up here, right at that light post is just. I think that there's actually a little bit more. Or is this where they hit the street, or is it a little bit further after that? Shelby might be able to answer that one. Do you actually continue on the trails through Buffalo Park? Asking. Okay, so following along, it does look like they do stay on the trail a little bit longer. I wasn't quite sure if they went right to the street at the entrance to Buffalo Park, because you can follow that trail system for a little while longer, kind of on a diagonal towards downtown Flagstaff and a slight downhill. So. I'm sorry? Drew Frey's biked me in last year. Oh. Yeah. Drew Frey's had pacing duties after he ran the race last year?
He was just out there, like, springing in runners because that's the type of guy Drew is.
Let's see. Oh. We're going to see if we can. I'm going to take a look and see if we've got the ability to move a couple things around. We do have several feeds around, but I really don't want to depart off of the jam cam at this point, simply because we're so close to the finish. We have a camera at the actual finish line, the shad cam, and we're just gonna, keep our eyes on what's going on here at the very front of the race. As we mentioned, we do have eyes on the back of the field and in the middle of the pack. We did find out that our last runner to hit our most recent cutoff did not make it in time, unfortunately. That was to refresh. That was Shinoa Creer, who timed out at Jerome, unfortunately. But there are still plenty of runners on course at this point. Our next hard cutoff is at Dead Horse at 12:30 this morning. That'll be mile 117.2. Dead Horse was, of course, the site of the very popular Campfire Cam last year.
We got a number of people that are getting close to that.
Yeah.
Looks like
Yeah, we've got. If we're gonna, kind of circle back and check to see where, where the back of the Packers are as we keep the camera on Witt. Let's see. Dead Horse Aid is 117. So yeah, there's a handful of runners that still need to make it to Dead Horse. Basically everyone that is behind.
not too many though. It looks not too.
So yeah, I mean, we've got.
We've got several hours.
Yeah, they've got a few hours. They've got 2.5, 3. They've got 3 hours. And for those people that have not hit Dead Horse yet, I can tell you exactly who they are. Elizabeth Russ, January Cummings, Richard Murphy, Brian Booth, Barry Roberts, and Sean Gallagher. Those are the runners remaining in the course who are heading and chasing that cutoff. As you can see, runners or people along the side. Hey, Jam, can you unmute? Is there a lot of energy or out on the field or? Well, if we can get ears on Jam, we've obviously got eyes. And hopefully as they get closer to town, we'll have a more consistent refresh. But again, thank you for joining us here. I'm here with Jackie Knoll, Phoenix resident runner herself, the leader of November Project locally. and all in all, a great supporter of the trail running scene. You know, it's always great to see her out at events, and so that's why I started asking her to join us in studio at Javelina 100. And so we hung out in Javelina 100, and it was completely a different atmosphere.
Definitely. No, this has been great.
Yeah, we stay around. We had I was going to say, yeah, when we were at Javelina 100, we, you know, the men's and women's podium had come in, and we were just kind of, you know, keeping things going because there weren't a lot of, you know, on-course shots or anything like that. And we got to know some of the runners pretty well, though.
Yeah, that was fun.
We were kind of just randomly going and looking at and talking about various runners who had filled out their bios.
Yep.
And we did also see runners approach the 24-hour mark, which was cool. But this is different. I mean, there's a lot of energy and a lot of people, you know, following along with this race. And thanks to you for sticking with us. And here is where they're actually going to hit the road. As I mentioned, there was a kind of a diagonal path that went southwest from Buffalo Park, and as you can see, people along the course now are beginning to appear and cheer. This is a really neat moment. We'll see if we can get some
it looks
audio.
Nice. Shad Cam's gone over to like kind of take our Heritage Square.
Yeah, Shad Cam
here.
is on the move. And
all right,
we're in great shape here as they've hit the pavement. We have hit the pavement in Flagstaff here at the Cocodona 250. That's what it's looking at right there. Of course, that is race leader Joe Stringbean McConaughey. Currently refreshing my tracker. He's at mile 249, so he's basically a mile out. So we'll see if we can get we'll see if we can. We've got a static cam, but there's really not anything going on. We've got the Shad cam. Moving very well.
Yeah.
Turning, or is it not turning onto San Francisco? I had a bit of a heart skip a beat there. I was like, wait a minute, what? No, that's keep going straight, Joe.
So you said he's got a mile left or so on the hard
he's got about
pavement. That's gotta.
Yeah, he's got about a mile left on the streets of Flagstaff before he is finished with the Cocodona 250. Yeah, so the next turn that he's going to make is actually going to be onto Beaver Street, which is the next left coming from here. So we're going to see if we can. All right. Okay, we do have audio on Jamil, I believe. Yeah, I can hear him. Absolutely. You can hear those footsteps in tandem as they head through the city of Flagstaff. Miranda, you want it, you got it. Audio and jam cam. So as they take the left turn onto North Beaver Street in Flagstaff, you can see Whit Weisbrom, pacer, crewer, and veteran of this race himself, give a congratulatory
Need a quick stop.
They're making jokes. They're having fun. Absolutely amazing to see, to witness this kind of moment. Joe looks composed. Joe looks strong. And Joe is going to break 60 hours in this race,
Yeah,
which
for
is
sure.
absolutely huge.
Huge.
Yeah, I mean that is, that's less than 2.5 days to go 250 miles, and that's not 250 road miles. That's not 250 flat miles. That's whether or not the course is different than last year's, it's still a hell of an effort.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And they're just out for a leisurely stroll on
It
mile
looks like it.
249.
It looks like they just started this whole thing, which is
Yeah.
pretty incredible. Amazed at what all these athletes can do out there, honestly. It's pretty crazy.
Absolutely. We're gonna
Whether it's 60 hours or the whole time frame, it's a pretty incredible feat.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Joe is just a few blocks from actually hitting the finish line, so.
It's pretty quiet there at Heritage Square. They're excited to see him.
Yeah, I wonder if Heritage Square realizes exactly how close he is. I'm sure they do because race director Stephen Adderholt is there. They've got several people hanging out. We'll probably kind of bounce back and forth between cameras once they actually get to Heritage Square. Hey, Jamil, if you could, it seems like Whit is just cruising at this point. How's he feeling, and how are you feeling? He must not be able to hear us. It might be kind of windy. Yeah, Mark, we're really not much more than 100 yards out, so that's not what's causing the refresh.
It's trash day too here, so we go.
As you can tell, it's recycling day in Flagstaff. So yeah, they're just a few feet away. And yeah, I agree. Mark. I love hearing their feet in tandem as they hit town. So as they come upon and also adhering to the traffic laws, they did stop at the corner. Of course, passing.
Sticker should be on the other side.
Passing the beverage store, Beaver Liquors, and not stopping for anything to drink along the way. Probably a wise decision.
It's like a single track on the pavement here between all the.
Yeah.
I think Connor is right on the money. He said about 9:30.
Comes up all of a sudden.
Yeah, so they're just passing Sullivan Street for those that are paying attention. So that gives them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about 7 blocks out.
They're saying 7 blocks on the live stream.
7 city blocks. I'm not exactly sure, but we can hear you, Jam. Are there? I've seen a few people on the side of the road and the side of the trail. Are you getting some attention from people that have been following the race? Oh, love to see it. Of course, they're passing Hunt Street. Actually, it looks probably. So that was, like we said, that was Hunt Street, or Hunt Avenue rather, Fine Avenue and Elm, then Dale and Cherry, and then Birch right into Heritage Square. It's an amazing moment as part of an amazing race, and
So from start to finish, it's been pretty amazing for him. Seems like dialed in.
he has moved so amazingly at this point, and I kind of just like the fact that his footsteps are doing the narration at this point. nothing I can say at this point adds anything. For those of you that are just joining us, perfect timing. Whitwise Road.
I was just about to ask if he hit 250 yet.
Joe Stringbean McConaughey, the winner of the Cocodona 250. He has not crossed the finish line yet, obviously, but this is basically a formality victory lap at this point.
Yeah, just a couple blocks out.
Congratulations to Stringbean McConaughey, to his pacers, his crew, everybody involved with what has happened, what he has accomplished, and what has transpired since Monday morning. After Dale, he's basically 2.5 blocks left, 2.5, 3 blocks left to the finish line.
Cars there.
Yeah. I wonder if the people that are honking are just honking because they see somebody with a blowtorch of a light following 2 runners and they see the energy, or if they're paying attention to what's going on. Either way, it's great.
Yeah, I'm excited to see him turn into the area. People get real excited.
Yeah, if I had to guess, I mean, I'm thinking that they're running probably like a 9:30, 9-minute mile at this point, just kind of just jogging through town, nice and steady. I don't know exactly, but yeah, Jim Moses with the math. Yeah, about 59:28 for 250 miles. That's exactly right.
Should be left, I think.
I hope so.
Go cross over and.
Right.
Hope the finish line is ready because they make that turn onto Birch. And just a block and change up. They'll be taking a right turn to go between the 2 buildings. Yeah, Mark, I bet he's loving those downhill sidewalks at this moment. Although if they are sidewalks, that might hurt the feet.
Having to refrain from
Dang it!
from here. What an exciting race for him.
One last street crossing. And just past this building, they will take a right turn and into the finish line.
You can hear it. Oh, we're excited here in the studio as well.
You can hear.
All right.
Here we go. Oh my goodness, this is emotion. This is absolutely amazing.
This is great. All right.
And here we go. Congratulations to Joe Stringbean McConaughey. 59:28:54 was the unofficial time from what I saw on our lead or on our feed.
Yep.
Congratulated first by last year's winner, Michael Versteeg. Absolutely fantastic.
That's awesome.
This is a wonderful moment. Congratulations to Joe Stringbean McConaughey.
Hugs all around.
Of course, you know, we've got 2 cameras there as well. We've got multiple angles taking in the celebration. Obviously, you know, not just recognizing Stringbean's accomplishments, but his pacer, Whit Weisbrom, as well. Congratulations to Stringbean for an amazing run.
Love that. Giving shout outs to his crew.
You can see String being hugged by race director Steve Adderholt. Steve, who has been working extremely hard over the last couple of weeks, dealing with some logistics issues, along the way. So, congratulations to Steve on putting on a race well done. We're going to keep it here on the Jam Cam for a while. It sounds like that's where we've got the best audio. The love in the live stream is absolutely. Give him the chair. Yeah, thank you so much for tuning in with us here. This has been absolutely awesome. All of the people, seeing and recognizing what we're experiencing. I love this. This is what it's all about right here. And yeah, hey John, you're right. He looks like he's ready to go out and do another run. I mean, he still looks like he's in incredible condition.
Woo!
Oh, is that what it was? I'm actually going to unmute that one as well. That way we could potentially have... Shad, can you make sure that you're unmuted?
You pulled it off, man.
We're gonna stick on the Jam Cam. I see Shad has unmuted, so thank you very much. So we're actually going to have hopefully some multiple angles of the celebration at the finish line. People, giving Joe the props that he has worked hard to wholeheartedly deserve. Super chat donation from Mark Griffith. Thank you so much for your generosity. And he wanted to congratulate the String Bean. And so thank you so much. And thank you just for everybody that has stuck with us and been and watching along the way. Good on you. We're happy to have you here, and we hope that you've enjoyed doing this or hanging out with us. The support in this race has been nothing short of fantastic. Hey Jam, can you unmute? The Jam Cam might have got muted. There we go.
Really fun.
We will see if Joe is ready to talk. I don't know if he's... I'll be honest, I'm not in a rush to interview him at this point. He has just covered 250 miles over 59 and a half hours. Well, yeah, I'm just saying that we don't need to interview him, at this particular moment. Let him rest up and, the floor is here, so you can see right, you've got Smoke Curry and Julia Page, who helped make all of this amazing coverage happen. Just taking a moment. Don't know if we can jump in for a little bit of coverage as well. Our heritage static cam is muted, so for those that might be there that can handle that, I don't know. Chat and text. Well, the share cam is where audio is working. Okay, so it's not working.
Yeah, I was,
Okay, so
what I said to you about.
We're going to stick here with our handheld camera this race for the time being. We do have a static cam down there. Let's see if we can pivot to that. Let's see if Jam is. Jamil, if you're hearing us, can you unmute? We can head over to your camera.
Oh, no, you're right.
Of course, Jamil Curry, Michael Versteeg, there to celebrate and share in the moment. This is a great moment for everybody. You know, and it's one of those moments, Jackie, where I don't even know what they're saying, and frankly, I don't care.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm just happy to be a part of it.
Looking at the screen, just
yeah,
watching it all kind of unfold.
For sure. And once again, thanks for sticking around and hanging out. Obviously, one of the things we have to do with these events is kind of roll with the punches. And, you know, sometimes things are moving very swiftly and everything is easy peasy. Sometimes things are will go a little bit sideways from time to time. So once again, for those just tuning in, Joe Stringbeam McConaughey has completed the Cocodona 250-mile run. From just under 60 hours, 59 hours, 28 minutes, and 54 seconds. I mean, that is a 100-mile-a-day pace for 3 days or for 2.5 days over some ridiculous terrain.
Incredible showing.
Absolutely. Mike in the chat makes an excellent point. Last year, the Arizona runners dominated. Yeah, the conditions were different this year. We didn't have that oppressive heat at the beginning of the race that the Arizona runners were more easily prepared for. This year, it was a lot more moderate temperatures, and I think that. That's why the field was a lot more leveled this year. I know that Joe's family and crew are obviously taking in everything that's happened. You can see there's a lot of talent there at that finish line right now. You've got obviously this year's winner, last year's winner. You've got Jamil himself. You've got Witt, who placed fourth last year. This is facing Stringbean. This is a meeting of Cocodona greatness here. So we're happy to bring it to you.
Yeah. I did forget to do an out of office for my coaching. Everyone who I'm coaching. Actually, yeah, I hope.
I'm sorry?
Do you know where Michael's at?
Yeah, let's just for a basis of comparison, Mike McKnight is on mile 230. So it's not that he's still in Walnut Canyon making his way to the Elden climb. So. Yeah, for those of you that are having audio concerns, I mean, we want to have, we got audio on site, but we really can't hear what they're saying. We're not interviewing Joe right now. I wouldn't even beg to try. I think he needs a few moments.
I don't know. Jamil's looking ready.
So. Well, the jam cam is actually he's not filming for us, though, is he? Yeah, KJ, I honestly don't know. How does his hair look so good at this point? Yeah, I mean, my hair looked far worse when I came into the studio today.
I don't know what happened.
Yeah, he for sure does not look like he just ran that race. He's just having a casual convo with friends.
Yeah, that is not a person who just ran 250 miles. He's hanging out having a liquid death sparkling water after a race of this magnitude. You and me both, Kenny. You and me both. I cannot wait to see the Strava for this. And yeah, if he's wearing a Koros, depending on if it is the Vertex 2, if it is the Vertex 2, it's still got another 90 hours of battery life. Yeah, if he's wearing a Koros, then yeah, he is definitely got the battery life to keep going out there. So now, whether his legs do or not, that's another matter entirely. Yeah, I think he looks fine. Yeah. Amber, the mic is almost in my mouth, so I don't know exactly what more you want from me here. So we have the ambient noise from the scene because we kind of want to capture it. We don't know exactly what he's saying, but we also heard it when we weren't having the ambient noise. So Jim, we don't know what they're saying. We're not. I mean, we do have Jamil there filming, but I'm not ready to interview him. I'm not ready. I want him to decompress. He just ran 250 miles in under 60 hours.
You were just asking a question on there about if Annie's going to win by a larger margin in the women's race.
That's an interesting question, actually. Annie is currently, if we were to take a look, Annie Hughes is at mile 218, and Lauren Jones is at mile 195. So she has a 23-mile lead on her nearest competitor, so it'll be close. It'll be close.
And they just sort of forced me to pay attention and engage. Which I really needed. But I think it's
Yeah, he is kind of leaning a little bit. There's no doubt about that. I mean, that's going to happen after this kind of a run.
A little bit of a forward lean there.
Yeah, absolutely. He looks like he almost needs a chair. He's kind of he's teetering like he might want to need a chair. And I just saw race director Stephen Netterholt walk off the distance, and he looked like he was walking. There's the chair. He has the chair. Who gets the other chair? Is that Wit? Is that? Oh no, we do not get a Warden's mic. YouTube account. Yeah. Yeah, I want to see who sits down in that chair across from him, or is that just there for his feet to kind of stretch out? Let's see if we've got any other potential angles that we can share at the moment.
I ran solo for a while.
Okay.
Yeah.
Definitely talking about the Suns win. Hey, spoiler. There's the shot right there. That is the money shot. You have on your left, you have 2021 winner Michael Versteeg, and that's on your left. On your right, 2022 winner Joe Stringbean McConaughey. Absolutely legend right there. That is the visual that I want to see at this point. And yeah, and as I've mentioned, trust me, as a journalist, having worked in media for a long time back in the day, yeah, I do want to get the story, but this is Stringbean's moment to just chill. Yeah, I think that when Joe is ready to talk, he'll talk with us. He's an engaging guy. So, but he's up out of the chair.
Thank you.
Doesn't want it. He just. Project Josh asking how far did Wit run pacing Stringbean on these duties. I think that he took him in from Fort Tuthill, right? So that would have been about 30. Oh, from Walnut? Okay, so that would have been about 20, 23, 22? Oh, 20? Oh, 29 miles. Oh, so 21 miles. Okay. So, yeah, so that was today, but yesterday Wit did pace Stringbean for a while as well, and at which point Wit was dropped by Joe because he was moving so well. Yeah. We wanted to get it going. Well, Jackie, quick pivot to the studio. Thanks for coming in. For those who have not met Jackie, she is a local leader of November Project, and I wanted to thank her for coming in and sharing time with us. And we are going to bring in our next guest here in a few moments, but absolutely. We'll have to do this again sometime. Maybe have Lena?
Right after dawn.
And maybe we'll actually wear costumes this time.
Yes, we'll actually wear costumes. And looking forward to watching this seeing all the others come in, because as you know, it's just been done. And now we get to see
Absolutely. Just halfway. So we're going to do a quick, we're just going to kind of let the feed take over things for a few moments, and we'll be just doing a quick personnel change over here in just a moment.
Joe, you need a chair? I do want to. I need to. Yeah, me too. It's like half. Yeah. Do it. I'll do it. This guy hugged me. But I'm like, sorry, I'm ready. What? Yeah. No, I just.
Big boy?
Yeah, that's why like I don't ever try.
Don't mind if I
Every time we shot, so I'm here to, take on. I don't know, our runner
Again, we've got eyes on Joe Stringbean McConaughey, the winner of the Cocodona 250, the men's winner of the Cocodona 250. We do have other runners that are making their way on the course, but it is going to be a while before we have our second finisher. And we are going to be sticking around through the night tonight to hopefully catch the first female finisher. I'm thinking we'll probably catch the first female finisher sometime early this morning. And then... am I muted?
Hell yeah. Looks good.
You guys got the audio. Test 1, 2.
Nice.
Can you hear me?
Nice work. Sorry for
Print these off, have your autograph all night now.
Folks, how you doing? Can you hear me?
Are you on Strava?
Well, it was so funny because I think it was like 10:30, and my average
Test 1, 2.
11:30, no, 12 maybe. And then I finished 14. That's I had that thought too, and I was like, wow.
Test 1, 2. You got me?
I have the perfect start setting up. Really? Yeah. That's amazing. I'm glad I still ready.
I think I might have actually muted our mic.
What the hell is he doing?
It's so weird. I never really thought of
Oh, you can hear me. Thank you, Karen. Appreciate it. Okay, we are back after... yeah. All right, thanks. Okay, so for those of you that are just joining us here, you can see the first person across the finish line, the winner of the 2022 Cocodona 250, Joe Stringbean McConaughey, with a time of 59 hours, 28 minutes, 54 seconds. And we're going to jump in the studio here really quick. My guest for the next little bit of time here is Lisa Pizzoni. Lisa, welcome.
Hi, thank you.
Thanks for joining us here. She has some experience on the course from last year, both as a volunteer and as a pacer,
Yeah.
and as a crew person too. You were all over it last
I
year.
was all over it. That wasn't the intention, but
Well, it's funny
it
how
happened.
things work, right?
Exactly.
Of course, you paced the final runner of the course, Andre Lee, through Walnut Canyon.
Yes.
And so, over the course of this, we will we'll talk about your experiences last year in regard to that. And, of course, you are also a running teacher, a running coach for the Running University. So,
yes. Yeah.
You do help runners prepare for these kind of races.
Yeah.
So,
Never a 250 yet, but hey.
Hey, you know what? We were just speaking with Connor Holt a little bit earlier, and his coaching of Stringbean was the first time he had coached somebody at that level as well. So
Awesome. Well, he did a great job.
it looks like we've got somebody from the finish line. Let me pull up the finish booth cam here, and we'll see if we can
Good job, bro.
Oh, thank you so much. Thanks for being out here. Thank you.
Thank you for being awesome.
Well, cool finishing with the people at the finish. I was like,
yeah.
I hope it's not
That's
like
what,
me at 9 p.m.
Right? Just the bad. Yeah, I was like, man, we gotta show them the Flagstaff community. So
It
well
was
done.
awesome.
Yeah.
I got.
All right. Jamil, you there? Make sure we've got audio in here really quick. I can hear you. Can the folks at home hear Jamil Curry? We're going to see if we can get audio on Jamil here really quick. We know we don't have audio on Jamil yet, but we're no, he's not falling asleep. He's looking down at his cell phone. All right, I think we do have audio now on.
All right, hello.
All right, we've got you, Jamil.
Hey, thanks so much. Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine. So, of course, we're being joined here by the one, the only Jamil Curry, founder and CEO of Aravaipa Running, and the creator of the Cocodona 250, and a man of all trades, as he was not pacing, but follow filming the winner, Joe Stringman McConaughey, for the last several miles. Jamil, you want to talk about your experiences with this?
Yeah, I mean, to start off, we just, as we just saw Joe McConaughey come on in, he's enjoying his win right now, but it's kind of a milestone because we're counting down the seconds right now to 60 hours. And I wouldn't, after what we saw Versteeg do last year, I would not have imagined a sub 60 hour Cocodona this year. But I think the combination of the reroute and Joe as an athlete, I think when we got word that he was going to run this race, we were all excited to see what he could do. He really is someone who comes at this from a totally different perspective than I think most runners who might be just stepping up to a longer distance. Joe, of course, a collegiate, really fast runner at shorter distance. He also has all the long trail FKT experience and fast 100-mile experience all in one package. And what we saw out here was him putting on a clinic the last 2.5 days, and we just hit 60 hours right there. So
yeah,
pretty amazing to see.
Yeah, I think it's pretty great to see Joe do this because, as you mentioned, he does have such a varied running resume. You talk about a 412 miler, a college steeplechaser, all the way to an Appalachian Trail, FKT holder. I mean, it seems to me to be rare to have a runner to have that diverse of a skill set at such a high level. What do you think when you see somebody like that come along? And he's still relatively young at the age of 30.
Yeah, I mean, I think hopefully it's the future of what we're going to see more of, especially for these longer distances. Hopefully this performance will inspire some other folks out there to, start to study what he did or learn more about what his background was, how he got to where he is. But yeah, just super inspiring.
You mentioned that he approached this race with a different perspective, of course, comparing it with what we saw from last year's winner, Michael Versteeg. Do you think you can compare or contrast what he did differently versus what Michael did last year and maybe some of the things they did similar?
I don't know. I mean, it's tough to really compare those two. I think they're amazing in their own right. Joe probably going to be, I mean, he trained specifically for this race for quite some time. So he had training programs and coach and, was doing his workouts and all that stuff. Versteeg's coming at it from a different perspective. So I think both are awesome.
Huh?
Well, I might try and I was maybe just going to try and I also want to just test this out just as a proof of concept, but I think maybe I can convince Joe to come on for a minute if you guys might want to wait for that.
Yeah, we're actually on all night. So if whenever Joe is ready,
Cool.
and obviously we wanted to give him time to decompress, hang out, and if he is ready at some point, just shoot me a message, and we'll be happy to set it up to have him on.
Awesome. Thanks so much.
All right. Thanks.
Good to see you.
All right.
Yep.
Jamil Curry, Race founder, and the man behind everything that goes on here at Aravaipa. So we're going to see if we can pivot back over to the Shad cam. Maybe we can figure that out.
Still amazes me how fast they pivoted.
Let's see here. I think we need to. Where is the? Thanks for hanging with us, folks. Oh, we do have the static heritage cam. Probably need to mute the finish line cam. The finish booth. There we go. Yeah, this has absolutely been a fantastic race to follow. Lisa, I know you've been following it from a distance. What are your thoughts on what we've seen over the last 2.5 days?
Oh my God, it's been like so exciting. Obviously, I can't been following the whole thing because I had to get some work done. Every time I pop in, I'm like, I want to sit here and I can't. It's just been amazing. I'm always just so in awe of, just the consistency, and just to watch these guys just keep going and they keep moving and he didn't want to sit down, it looked like at the end. I think his body was still like, in that mode where you're like, I just got to keep moving.
Yeah, it was impressive. And to be honest, one of the things that I was impressed with in the first half of the race is the fact that the entirety of the field is still moving strong.
Yeah.
I mean, we still have a ton of runners out there. There have been very few DNFs to this point. Very few people get timed out at this point. So
yeah, that's awesome in comparison to last year. It was a whole different situation last year.
Absolutely. Of course, you were on course, as we mentioned. You want to talk about what you did last year, your involvement with the Cocodona 250?
Sure, absolutely. I signed up for the virtual because, there was no way I could actually sign up for the race. So I figured I had to be,
I am sure the virtual race director was very pleased at that.
It was actually amazing. I had a blast. I didn't get 250 miles in, but I was excited to go to the finish line, and I was volunteering. I think it was on the last day, or maybe it was 2 days before. I was volunteering at the finish line, and we were following Andre. Obviously, Jan's in my group, so we were closely following him, and he was cutting it close, and Patty, love Patty.
Yes.
Patty Curry, we were at the aid station, and she's like, maybe somebody should go help Andre and go pace him. And I was training for Trans Rocky, so I was definitely in a position to be able to help him. And of course, at that point, it's not like he was, cruising at max speed.
Yeah, he was. For those of us that saw last year's GFL finisher, Andre Lee, who you helped pace the finish, he was not moving very quickly once he hit Fort Tuthill.
Yeah, no, he was. I remember him coming into Fort Tuthill, and I just remember he was delirious. You could kind of tell when somebody's not complete. He took like a 20-30 minute nap, and he was fresh as new. We weren't, again, going at mock speed, but yeah, I was absolutely honored when Patty said that. I was around, and I think Tony Russ was the other, he picked him up at Walnut Canyon. and such an amazing experience. It was at nighttime, and just trying to just keep them awake. We pretty much hiked most of it, but it was such a blast. So to be able to be on the course for like 17 miles at night, I didn't really get to see the course, but and then of course getting to see the actual finish and watching him coming in. It was like probably one of the most amazing finish lines I've ever been part of.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Last year's Cocodona finish line was something to
Epic.
behold. Whether it be the first runner, Michael Versteeg at 4 a.m. on Thursday morning, or if it was as Andre Lee was pushing noon.
Yeah, exactly.
Of course, the runner who took over for you to pace Andre last year was Tony Russ, and Tony is out on the course this year.
He is.
And actually, that
How's he
gives
doing?
us a moment to kind of,
Check in on him.
we'll check to see.
He's a cheat runner too. I forgot when I saw him at Cocodona. He actually said to me, "I took your class in Prescott. It was probably one of my very first classes."
Okay.
So he's got that.
So Tony is he's just left Sedona from the looks of things. If he's at mile 149, 150.
Okay.
So Tony Russ, who you shared pacing duties with last year, is on his way to Schnebly, and that's how I'm pronouncing the name this evening is Schnebly. That's how we roll at Aravaipa After Dark. We just call our shot. We just we don't change even if we're wrong. So
I like it. That's cool.
But talking about the pronunciation game, we actually did have a couple people correct us when I was pronouncing it McConaughey. Of course, after tonight, nobody will ever mispronounce String Bean McConaughey in my presence moving forward. So, thank you for the super chat donation from Amber Myers. We appreciate your generosity.
Yes.
And Amber's been following this race, since its beginning. So, obviously, she is a fan of Michael McKnight, who is, the 200 is his stomping ground, the 200-plus mile races. And as it stands right now, Mike McKnight is likely to be the second finisher to complete the Cocodona 250 in 2022. And he is roughly 17 or 18 miles away from the finish, approaching the I-40 underpass, and then, of course, he'll make his way through the eastern part of Flagstaff, past 89A. And then, of course, after 89A is where runners start their ascent up Mount Elden. And in this case, it'll be at night, so he won't quite have the views that we got as we were following along with String Bean McConaughey. So.
That's the hard part about these races. Like I always like to go visit, like see trails I've never seen before.
Yeah.
And it's hard when you're running at nighttime because you can't see them.
This is true. Yeah. I mean, we're so used to, sometimes do some night running. Obviously, Aravaipa has their night races here in the valley, but by and large, they're in local areas where a lot of us run during the day as well. So we see and we know those courses. This is a different animal. I mean, you're on a point-to-point 250-mile race. Obviously, a little bit of loops and changes this year with regard to the fire course, but tip of the cap to Steve Adderholt for being flexible and pivoting.
Amazing.
And being able to roll with the punches with a lot of things. Obviously, we had the fires going on around the state, both on the course as well as situations where first responders were setting up camps in areas that we would normally set up aid stations.
Yeah.
This was not just as simple as like rerouting around a fire.
Right.
This was rerouting around logistics involved with firefighting as well.
Yeah.
James in the chat, I pronounced his last name correctly all along, and that's a major accomplishment. I have to admit, James, I am friends with your brother Tony, so that's why I was able to pronounce your last name correctly. Of course, for those that have been following since Monday morning, James's brother is the denim cowboy himself, Tony Tadejewski.
Okay.
So for those that were following, he did the first 11 and a half miles in cowboy boots.
Nice.
and blue jeans. And was that a denim shirt as well, I believe, I think.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
No kidding.
Yeah, he
That's
went
awesome.
from
I love it.
He went from Prescott, from the start in Prescott to the first aid station in that kind of garb, and it would have been nice to see if he could have done it the entire way. But knowing Tony and the way he operates, he probably also had like rocks in his boots on purpose, because he does. That's just the kind of thing that he does. It's honestly, so he told me that he put rocks in his boots to get ready for this race, and I thought he was joking. And the way that his face was when he told me, and I started to laugh, made me realize he was serious.
Wow.
Yeah, he was absolutely serious.
No kidding. That's awesome.
So, we'll see if we can get a hold of String Bean. Obviously, you can see String Bean McConaughey, Michael Versteeg, and their crew, obviously celebrating String Bean's victory here at the Cocodona 250. Yeah. Special thanks to all of the people that have helped put this race together. The people who work for Aravaipa. I don't work for Aravaipa. I mean, I'm here because I love being around the sport. I love being a supporter of what we do, and it's fun to be a part of. It's fun to follow.
This community is just amazing. Truly.
Absolutely.
I feel the same.
Obviously, you were doing me a solid favor earlier tonight.
I was.
So on Wednesday nights here in Phoenix, we do our Aravaipa group trail runs, and I organize those, and Lisa helps to lead one of our running groups. And even after she led one of our running groups locally, she was willing to come in here and hang out, for Aravaipa After Dark. So,
oh my God, yeah.
So we're happy to have her here, and thanks to her for coming in and hanging out. And we're gonna kind of follow along for a little bit. I mean, as we've mentioned, as we've reiterated, this story is far from over, and that's what we're here to do. We're here to tell the story of this race as best we can, and just kind of follow along with who is where. We obviously are still basking in the glow of String Bean McConaughey's amazing run here, running the Cocodona 250 in less than 60 hours.
Amazing. How far behind is the last person? That's how I always base. Every time I finish a race, I always look to see how far the
you know from personal experience that the last runner can easily take 123, 124 hours.
Yeah.
We unlike last year, because I think the elements and the change in the course make a big difference. We've had less people DNF and time out so far this year. So. Our next cutoffs, I believe, are at Dead Horse, and that'll be 12:30 in the morning. So we'll keep eyes on that as that hour approaches. We'll see if we've got any other cameras around. I know we've got a Sedona cam. I don't know how much action we've got going on there.
I'm going to shout out Lori and Joan, who are volunteering in Sedona right now.
Oh, nice.
My buddies, we try to get out and volunteer and do what we can, right? Like whatever we can do to be part of this.
Yeah,
it's
if we could get Lori and Joan to maybe do something about the mood lighting in Sedona. I mean, I love a nice dimly lit evening out under the stars, especially in Sedona. I mean, obviously. You know what? That might actually be it. Maybe they just don't want to have any light pollution.
Maybe.
But
that's a good point.
But
they're in Medic. I think they're doing blisters and stuff. So I don't think they're at the aid station actually.
So I mean, we obviously would like to, have some views of that. We'll go back to the Shad cam here, assuming I did not do any damage to our feed.
And going
see if we
back
can do
to
that. We've got the Heritage static cam going. I was trying to do the Shad cam.
Oh, hey, big
Okay,
shout
there
out
we go.
to Chasing Cutoffs podcast. Hey, Ben, I've seen you on there. I'm still trying to learn how to multitask here by paying attention to Ben and reading the feed. But I actually just interviewed with Ben on a podcast on Monday. Big week for me.
Okay,
Big week
yeah.
for
Chasing
me.
Cutoffs has been a
Yeah.
very active follower of today's and this week's live stream. So
Yeah. Yeah, we had a good interview. It was awesome.
yeah,
Actually, his last podcast he dropped was Sonia Glover, who was
who ran heavily
at
100.
Javelina,
Yeah,
running for grief.
Of course, Chasing Cutoffs would also like to nominate race director Steve Adderholt for the best stash.
Nice. I like that. Yeah, we were talking. We were saying we need to get Andre on his podcast.
Oh yeah,
That'd be
yeah.
great.
Talk about somebody who had finished last year's Cocodona 250. Who knows? Maybe this year there will be another compelling story for Chasing Cutoffs to follow along with.
No.
So yeah, that is the shad cam, as we're calling it. I'm making a note of this myself because need to make sure that I know which cameras I'm pivoting around. T3 Hospital. And to go, let's see if we can. We're gonna. Or maybe we won't go to that.
I'm just watching you do all this. There's a lot happening over here. This is amazing to me.
There is,
trying to keep track of all this.
unfortunately,
I brought you some beers, but I'm not sure you could be drinking a beer right now.
No, I appreciate the
I
thought.
had to ask them at the Rift. I was like, what should I get for Chris?
They know me at the Rift very well.
They were going into the whole seltzer thing, and then I was like, I don't know.
And I appreciate the, but however, when
you gotta focus.
When I'm in the studio and I'm driving the car, I tend to keep it pretty
You gotta stay
straight and narrow. Yeah, I've got my sparkling water.
Liquid Death. I've never seen this. I'm actually looking at these, and I'm like, what are they drinking?
Yeah. There's a stack of them at the finish line. For we'll talk about that later.
Liquid Death.
Yeah, you can.
Oh well, alrighty then. I'm gonna have to find out what this is about.
Roy Quinn, is it weird to have FOMO for this madness? Hashtag Cocodona 2023. No, Roy, it's not. It's absolutely not. When I first heard about this race, I had to tell, I don't like to tell too many stories, but this is one I'm going to tell. So we were up in Silverton, Colorado in 2018, like a couple of weeks before Hard Rock. Okay. I was there with Jamil and Tom Rogozinski, who was actually, unfortunately, dropped out of Cocodona this year. But the three of us were talking, and Jamil was asking Tom all these questions about his experience, because Tom has run the Triple Crown of 200s multiple times over.
Okay.
Very accomplished runner. Not a fast runner, but a strong one. And I all of a sudden looked over at Jamil and asked him, and this is 2018, keep in mind. I said, is there a reason you're asking him all these questions about 200-mile races? And Jamil said, oh, well, I'm running Tahoe. Oh, awesome. Great. Any other reason? No. Fast forward maybe another hour or beverage or two. So it's called Cocodona.
Wow. Epic.
Yeah.
You were there when it was like basically being born?
Well, no, I wasn't there when it was being born, but I was probably one of the first people to hear about it.
That's cool.
Yeah, it was it was at the now dearly departed Rum Bar in Silverton in 2018 over a beverage after Steep Camp and right before the Kendall Mountain Run. Oh. So I'm going to pat myself on the back for this one until the day I die. I didn't say a word about it until he was ready to share it.
Nice.
So
that's cool. That's hard, but very exciting.
Yeah, I kept quiet, and I saw the sizzle reels and the and all of the hype and stuff. Oh, we have news that Joe Stringbean McConaughey is going to be coming on with us here shortly.
Exciting! Oh my God.
See, his story is going to be so much better than my story. I don't like to tell my own stories. I like to let other.
Story though.
Oh, okay, absolutely. We'll also be bringing on another guest as well here, and we're going to bounce around and everything. We're going to be, kind of winging it here probably for the next few hours at Aravaipa After Dark. Lisa, as far as I'm concerned, you can hang out with us as long as you want
That's
tonight.
cool. I mean, I got a 7 o'clock call, but whatever. How many times do I have a chance to hang out in the Aravaipa studio? I got some beers, although I think I might have to switch to some water or something. No,
but yeah, you're more than welcome. But we'll kind of do a quick little pivot here. We've obviously got another guest in studio. We're going to have her come on.
Sure.
And then,
Heck yeah. I'll get out.
Yeah. Can have a quick beverage and all right, first of all, we are going to welcome our guest as soon as she is settled in. We've got Shelby Farrell in studio. Shelby, the chorus queen herself, welcome. I need to show off my wonderful little chorus. Oh, yours is bigger. But thank you for coming back to join us in studio here at the Aravaipa headquarters for Cocodona 250. And what we're going to do here is we are going to head back out to the finish line where we're going to have a chat with a guy who is surprisingly in good spirits and still seems to be moving around the finish line very well. As soon as we can pull that up. How are you doing, Shelby?
I'm doing great.
Great.
Yeah.
I wonder if either one of us are doing as well as this gentleman right here. Of course, the one, the only Joe Stringbean McConaughey.
Hey.
How you doing, Joe?
Doing good. Thanks for having me on.
Oh, thanks for joining us. We have been following your journey over the past 60 hours, and it has been nothing short of fantastic. And we want to say obviously congratulations. And how are you feeling?
I'm kind of like on autopilot right now, where I'm just like, I'm here, I'm alive, and I have enough energy to have some nice beverages, some food, and hang out with some folks, particularly my crew, who I have to give a huge shout out for absolutely rocking it for me.
Yeah, they obviously, it's the kind of thing where it's a team, it's a village that helps you get to the finish line in this kind of event. But you did the, no pun intended, you did the legwork. You actually, you were amazing to follow. You kind of had, the logistics team on its ear because you were moving so darn fast.
Yeah, it was kind of funny. We usually get to most aid stations, and they'd been up for an hour or a few hours, so it was kind of hilarious going up to aid stations because they were kind of scrambling to get ready. But it was just such a well put on event, and my crew made it just like NASCAR. So that's fun and makes it just really efficient and just kind of like exciting because you need to get that. If you're trying to go fast, you need to get that stuff right, otherwise you're gonna end up in a big hole.
Absolutely.
And you're gonna forget something. Yeah.
Yo, Joe, Shelby here.
Hey, I know I saw you there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell if you could see me or not. It was my first time sitting here.
So Shelby was part of my crew.
Yeah.
As people may recognize.
Absolutely. Yeah, we've seen Shelby all over the course. Obviously, as a participant last year, she was here, helping you and being a part of everything this year from a different perspective.
Yeah, I think I got 60 miles in on course the last couple of days. So, it was such a high running with you, Joe. Wow,
well, I know
incredible.
we had some pretty, we had some rough times out there, basically. I feel like you always paced when something hit the fan.
That's ultra running, though. That's what it's all about.
That's
and
true.
I think that it's, it brings out like the most human characteristics in us. And it was really great being able to guide you through them, or at least, be out there while you guided yourself through them, because Joe is a very efficient runner, I should note. I mean, the first 12.2-ish miles I paced you in the night, you were doing your thing, like you knew what was up.
Now, which sections did you pace him in?
Yeah, so we did Fane Ranch to Mingus, which was special because
that was fun.
course markings were really good.
I feel that there seemed to be a story here.
Oh,
Let's pump the brakes here.
No, we crushed it. How do I make these smaller? I feel like they're falling off my head.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Make yourself comfortable.
Okay, sorry.
It's important that you're comfortable here.
Yeah, no, we crushed it. You crushed it. Like, we had our watches, and we were just following the GPS track. Like, it was a magnet.
So spill it. What do you know? What kind of salacious conversation can we hear with regard to your time with String Bean on his way to a 250-mile victory?
Oh no, String Bean! What should I say? Well, fun fact: String Bean can't burp.
Can't.
That is very true.
Yeah, it's
like you just don't, or you can't, or
physically can't burp.
Physically can't burp. So I think probably if I had to add it up, probably like 10 times where I, essentially pulled the trigger, and instead of burping or vomiting, I guess if you're pulling the trigger, so I'd literally gag myself, and then that is how I get air out of my stomach. So Shelby, probably did that like 3 or 4 times with you, Shelby.
Oh,
I feel
way
like
more
you
than
were
that.
all my bodily functions happened when Shelby was pacing me.
Oh my, you bring out the best and worst in people, don't you?
I do. It's a very special skill of mine.
So no, I'm totally intrigued by this. I feel like I've got this great little opportunity to hear some great stories beyond that even.
All right, what else does Joe do? That's interesting. No, you're really just a great runner, and it was fun spending time with you out there. I don't know.
Hey, do you have your award handy?
Oh yeah, I want to see that.
I don't have it with me.
Hey, people around the square, go bring Joe String Bean McConaughey's award.
Father. Hey,
no,
Ryan,
no, you don't move.
Would you mind getting the award, the Cocodona, wherever it is?
We've lost the award.
Someone may have hijacked the award. Oh no, it's coming. We're good. Boop. Isn't that sick?
That is sharp. Good stuff.
Am I showing this well? There we go.
Yeah, to your right. Yeah, perfect. Awesome. Yeah, well-earned reward. So, so you said that Shelby was pacing you whenever things hit the fan. I get the whole burping thing, but what else hit the fan for you out there?
I didn't quite get heat exhaustion, but I think it was a combination of, I definitely had some kind of sickness where I just was coughing up a lot of phlegm, and like my body temperature spiked in ways that there may have a fever. And that was really bad when Shelby paced me today, where I had to stop for a while and kind of lay down and pour a ton of water on. Like I was pouring it was 12 miles? Was that how long it was, Shelby?
It was 16 and a half. I think we had a really good system with that. We'd go to the water park, and I would just get on a rock because String Bean's really tall, and to properly get his head, just get a little elevated and squirt some water on him.
Yeah.
Is this the first time that you would run with String Bean?
Yeah. So
okay.
The Faint Dominguez was the first time I ran with him, and then really last minute today, I got to hop in for that 16.5, and
nice.
That was cool because I had just come off pacing Brianna Grigsby, so I was in full pacer mentality of I'm gonna keep this guy eating and taking salt and moving really efficiently, and I think we made a good team out there. I think that was a really strong section, and I was excited to see you go off with Wit into the sunset on Elden.
Yeah,
that was
I had some with Shelby. I had heat exhaustion. I also had bad GI distress, so that wasn't very fun.
Oh my
so she
God!
was very
yeah, you used my flask to clean yourself one day. That's right.
Okay, well, that's you just share that with everybody.
I
That's okay.
You were very efficient out there. I will say that. Respects all the leave no trace things. Yeah,
I have to admit, I'm actually really surprised to hear It sounds like there were several issues you were working through because for those of us that were following the race and even following it very closely, Joe, you didn't seem like you were really, quote, working through anything. You were, like Shelby is saying, efficient is the word I would think of. But you just seemed very chill out there every time the camera was nearby. And I do also have to give you credit for picking up the pace every time. So you were listening to us when you were out there, right? Because every time we saw you, you would start to run if you were hiking.
Well, one of the guys on my crew used the like cam feature there.
Yeah.
And I usually just kind of ran to my pace. I'd say I mostly ran to my pace. Maybe there were a few times where I just was having fun out there. And but yeah, I had like bad GI distress. That's today, right? Yeah, today. I definitely this morning was really rough. I had some kind of woozy lightheadedness, like blurred vision for 12 to 15 miles, and I tried to take a dirt nap and it didn't do anything. And I oh, the heat got to me today. It was only 65 in Flagstaff, and I was like, I kept asking. I was like, Shelby, you don't have an accurate weather report because it's way hotter than 65. And it turns out that I don't know.
Yeah, it hits.
No bueno.
It hits differently up here.
I do think that the weather app was just,
No, I think the weather app was probably accurate, but sunshine in Flagstaff, if there's not clouds, 65 can feel a lot warmer because you are at 9,000 feet, and when you're hitting Elden. But yeah, there were some gorgeous shots. I hope you get a chance to come back and watch through the live stream and see some of the. First of all, the shots that Jamil had as you were climbing Elden, and then also from some of the drone shots that caught you as you were kind of heading across the saddle as you were making your final ascent towards the last aid station. It was pretty great stuff. Do you have a few moments that we can ask or a few questions from the audience?
Yeah, hit me.
Awesome. We'll first go to a question from James. What sections did you like best, and what section did you think was the worst on the course?
Worst would be Fane Ranch. It has like a basically it's just like a mostly it's like open ranch land with kind of like cow that's been trampled on by cows, and there's probably 4 or 5 miles of not that pleasant running, but and then but I mean best, it's like that's a really tough one because one of my favorite like Castner Canyon was just stunning for us because you see the Cocodona Red Rocks. We got there at sunset. I kind of think the timing that I did worked well, where I was able to hit I think that's Cottonwood, right? I was able to like go through Cottonwood while it was still warm out, so my shoes dried, where everybody behind me was 2 or 3 hours later, so they had to get wet and then be hiking in the night, which I assumed wasn't a very pleasant experience. And it looks like everybody, we were like watching the tracker, and it seemed like people kind of faded in that night. But going up Castner Canyon was just like, whoa, because sunset, you have all the red rocks, you're in this huge sweeping canyon with views of different canyons, and it just felt pretty magical.
Yeah, it's a there's so many different gorgeous parts on the course, and the Fane Ranch part, I have been in that area, and I can see that being something that wouldn't necessarily be the best part of this course.
Out those cacti. I mean, you really had to watch your step.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the cacti.
You're like bushwhacking through trampled cacti land, and those things will get in your shoes, and it's pretty uncomfortable.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it wasn't horrible, right? But it was like I hit it in the middle of the night, and you just felt like you were kind of aimlessly walking through somebody's ranch land.
Hey, Whit. I see him right behind you there. I spent a lot of time with Whit across the years this year. We spent many laps on that course. Not quite the same views that you got this week. From Backpacking Light, how did your long-distance backpacking experience prepare you for this race, and what strategies carry over?
A lot. Like I think the skills you gain in backpacking teach you sort of about efficiency and sustainability, and the skills you get as an ultra marathon runner, right, are kind of pushing your metabolic limits, and so it's a really great kind of combination of two disciplines, especially for a multi-day race. Like one thing I employed a bunch, which Shelby referenced, is like a backcountry bidet. So using, like I'd go try to roll over, if I had to do my business, I'd try to um, I'd turn over a rock so that it would be deep enough, or I'd try to dig a hole with my foot, and then do my business with some like natural material and one of my soft flasks, and it's a pretty honestly like a better experience than in my experience. It's a better experience than like using toilet paper because you don't chafe in the same kind of way.
Somebody asked any hallucinations along the course.
There was one which was really weird. I still don't know if it was hallucinations. It was coming up on Elden. There was all this tumbleweed underneath a little like a bridge, and I was walking through it, and at this point I was really dreading the Elden climb. Like I felt like I was gonna get destroyed. I had a lot of like muscle fatigue, and I was like, if I have to do a 3,000-foot climb, I'm gonna get obliterated. And also I had just a little bit of sleep deprivation, so I went through this little bridge, and I looked down and I thought I saw all these grates that were lifted off of the ground, that I thought I literally jumped back because I thought I was about to fall into an open grate, and it turns out it was just tumbleweed and like someone's bike path through sand.
My.
Yeah, that was a funny one.
Speaking of sleep deprivation, Hypercruiser asks what your sleep strategy was, and it seems to have worked for you.
Yeah, I honestly was talking to my crew about it after the race, and everyone's like, I don't really remember exactly how we slept, but it started with 8-minute nap on day 1. And then it's like amazing that this is 24 or 36 hours ago. Day 2, I took a 20-minute nap, and I took a 5-minute nap. 5-minute nap in Sedona, 20-minute nap on that night in the what aid station is that? After Schnebly. So after Sedona, I also
that would have been Munns Park?
Yeah, Munns Park, thank you. So I slept there, and then I took a dirt nap on day 3 today, this morning, because I just was like, my running pace was like a 12-minute and change downhill run, and I was kind of like lightheaded, and I couldn't really focus. So I took a dirt nap. I only slept for 5 minutes, didn't help too much. And then I took like before Shelby and I went out, I took like a 20-minute nap, and it was weird because my pace, I saw my pace jump. My running pace went from 13-minute miles to 10:30 miles, 11-minute miles. But then I had the heat thing go on, so I couldn't run very fast because I would overheat within a few minutes without making myself wet.
Yeah, I have to admit, I did have a little bit of insider info on how long your naps were going to be. Connor Holt was sending me text messages.
Oh, nice.
And he was letting me know if he's going to be down for 8 minutes. He knew, and sure enough, as you're mentioning it, like for instance, that first nap was 8 minutes, and he had let me know. We had Connor on a little bit ago as you were winding down.
I heard. How did that go?
Oh, he's great.
I was really curious. So yeah, I'll go back and watch it.
Yeah, Connor is wonderful, and he was speaking. He was very impressed with your preparation, and I know that you had consulted with him, but he also he joked that when I asked him what he added, and he basically said, Joe had the plan, I just screwed it up a little. So he was very very complimentary of your preparation and how you got ready for this race. What role did Connor hold with regard to preparing for Cocodona 250?
Yeah, Connor's great. So I've been self-coach my whole career. And like when I did the AT and PCT and like fast packing stuff. And then last year I kind of realized like, oh, I have a like collegiate track background. I kind of understand the basics of like, putting together an appropriate training plan and all that jazz. And I've been coaching for the last like 5 years, and I feel comfortable being self-coached. Um, and I'd spoken with a few coaches, no one really stuck out. And then I think I like Camille and I have exchanged messages a few times. Camille being Connor's wife, so
Yeah.
Camille Heron and Connor Holt, and so we'd exchanged like a few messages, and I was like, well, that's kind of the perfect supplement to my training because I get the multi-day fast packing. I get if I wanted to train for a mile, if I wanted to train for most ultras, I feel comfortable knowing what I want, but Camille is such an awesome athlete at a lot of different events, but particularly, she set so many different world records at various distances, and that's where Connor I think adds the most value because I like write most of my own training, and he will then rip it apart, which is a really great relationship where he's like, yeah, dumb, yep, that's smart. Oh, I do this workout here, and I'm like, that's a pretty fun way to be coached.
Yeah, he did mention that much the way that he and Camille work on her race prep, that he tried to, outside of your race at the Gorge last month, that you generally kept to shorter runs than you might have been used to in the past. So, obviously, whatever strategy you two worked on and finalized definitely worked. I have another question from, with regards to the sleep. Chris Wu asks, how did you stay diligent with your naps? Did you ever feel like you wanted to stay asleep or sleep longer?
Yeah, I think a mistake you see for a lot of people is you meticulously plan every single thing you do, and I think you tend to have. Oh, that's also Chris Wu. That's funny. So uh, you tend to when you really overplan, and I made this mistake because I coached WIT through Moab and Cocodona, and I made that mistake where I was like, okay, WIT, this is how you should be feeling. Here's your plan. Let's go into it, and let's really make sure you're sleeping at a few key points and then be flexible. And I think that's something that is just like sleep's so unique to everybody. So when it came to being diligent about my own sleep schedule, it was very ad hoc. I was like, okay, I know on day one I want to sleep, and it's a little weird. I didn't want to sleep during the day, and I realized like that would mean I'm sleeping at hour I think 18, right? So like morning of day 2 is like 18 hours into a race, which for most people doing it 200, you see all the fun trackers, and it's like, yeah, 10 hours, 20 hours, 30 hours, 40 hours, and then they sleep the first time, and then you see them crash and burn. So um I think for me, the thing that was hardest and that I didn't do well is I couldn't get my body to relax as well as I wanted it to, where I would be trying to sleep, and instead of sleeping, I had the different thoughts inside my head, which maybe could have been due to caffeine or kind of not being in a relaxed state. Um, but overall, it was I think when you're overly diligent and you say, oh, I have to do this, you see a lot of people kind of have a hard day in that situation, and uh similarly you do need a plan, but go off your body will tell you kind of when it wants sleep to some extent, which I'm sure there's
Sure.
various approaches to that, but that's kind of how I approached it for Cocodona.
Well, yeah, we were talking while we were running about your why and why Cocodona 250. Did you formulate an answer for that over your last 22 miles?
Yeah, well, I did. I mean, it was. uh, I honestly had so many lows today that it was like just kind of felt like I got hit by a wall, with each person who paced me from a different angle. But running with WIT was just very clarifying. I was in this kind of, negative mental headspace going up, thinking I have Elden. I really wanted to finish in under 60 hours, and that was a big goal of mine. And I had been like even like I kind of saw how times were shaking out, and I was like, oh, I might 75 miles from the race finish, like, oh, I kind of need to hustle if I want to go sub 60. So at like 75 miles out, I was pushing harder than I should have done at times. But it all ended up being just like, I mean, it's always like this, right? You have goals, but really, I have like such an amazing crew. A lot of these people, my brother, Whit, Ryan Lay, we met Ryan as a thru hiker on the Arizona Trail last year. Michaela and Troy. Michaela, set the Colorado Trail FKT, Long Trail FKT, and I worked with her on the Long Trail. So it just is a super fun community, and that I think is what ended up really shining for me when I was going up Elden, because I'd had so many kind of low moments, and then going up Elden, I weirdly felt really good and was able to joke with Wit and sort of enjoy it in a way that I had a hard time doing earlier in the day.
Yeah, your crew was definitely sharp and dialed. You mentioned it was like NASCAR when you came through, and I think that there's a learning curve to crewing an ultra, and it was clear that you had people in your corner that have worked with you before and know exactly what you need. Like Joe uses Aquaphor on his feet. Like there are just like things that you do, and they were on it. So that was really cool to see.
Question from Kyle, talking about your placement in the race. At any point, were you worried about second place gaining on you? Obviously, you were ahead, but hearing you weren't feeling good, did you ever get worried?
Yeah, for sure. Especially Aravaipa does such a great job making it very accessible to see where people are. I knew I went out hot, and I was a little nervous that maybe my body wouldn't hold up. And I also was light on sleep, maybe more than I had imagined like a month or two ago. So I was like, okay, those are kind of two strikes against me. But everybody kind of flopped, right? Like on day 2, where some people went out hard, and some people had pretty good days or sections. I was pretty nervous and checking the tracker a lot through like night 1 and the morning of day 2. And then as things went on, I started to feel a little more comfortable just like running my own race and not thinking about how competition might affect things. But even in Sedona, I was like, oh, where's Coop? Where's McKnight? Where's Annie? So yeah, definitely something that was always on my mind. Even I felt pretty good today. I was talking with my partner Katie, and she was like, I've had a lot of friends reach out saying, are you worried McKnight's going to catch you, today? And I felt like I had a pretty comfortable lead.
Yeah, Katie was in the chat pretty active, and she
oh
was
really?
You on.
That's fun.
In here, so I was going to see if there's what are you going to do to recover, and how long do you think your recovery will take?
I really want to get in and see a masseuse, and the person who the person who I work with, like she's usually booked out 4 weeks in advance, and so I'm going to see if she has, so I'm going to see if she has a cancellation on Monday. I don't know how that one's going to work out. I'm a big fan of taking time off after you kill your body, so I'll probably be taking like 10ish days. And I have some injury. Oh, Katie's still on here. That's hilarious. Hi, Katie. Love you. And I'd like to embarrass her sometimes. And I'll probably take like 10 to 14 days off, and then start thinking about my next race and next effort. But yeah, my feet need a little bit of love. I'm going to take a really nice shower. That'll feel really good. I'm like, my shirt is literally like, when you starch a t-shirt, that's like what because I wore the same t-shirt the entire time. And it's like, it's stiff.
Did you make any wardrobe changes of significance?
I changed my shoes halfway through, and I was wearing the Brooks Caldera, and then I switched to the Cascadia. and I had like 4 different. I learned this on I got my butt kicked on the AZT of not taking my feet seriously. So I did four sock changes and maybe like 3 foot wipe breakdowns. And I had pretty good situation. I did have two blisters, but they were pretty manageable. And I also changed my shorts, which felt really nice.
You had a good system with your pack too. You had a smaller pack and a larger pack, so you were being really smart as far as how much you were carrying and your weight there.
What was the rationale behind that?
So for the cold weather gear, which was what, a jacket, long sleeve, gloves, hat. My smaller pack is too small to house all those things. So I had like a bigger, I don't know, probably a 12-liter pack, and then I had like a 7-liter pack, which I'd wear during the day because it was a little bit more nimble and less bouncy.
Okay. Shelby, do you have anything else that you'd like to share?
I don't think so. I'm a little sleep deprived, honestly. I think I've had 2 hours of sleep.
Naps
this week,
for everybody.
Yeah, agreed.
It's just cool to be here and see you from through the screen. I was bummed to miss the finish in Flag, but it looked really fun, and glad you're there with your homies.
On that note, how long do you expect to sleep tonight?
Hopefully, a very long time. I think I what did I say? I probably have less than an hour of sleep in the last 60 hours. So maybe will I crack the 12-hour mark? Maybe that'll be my goal. That sounds really nice. Oh.
Well, Whit, I'm sorry, Joe. Thanks for joining us. Anything else you wanted to share with regard to your experience this week at the Cocodona?
I just wanted to say thank you, you guys. I mean, the live stream was super fun, and you guys did such a great job. So thank you for having this as part of the experience. I know, like, one thing that I didn't really think about was like runners experiencing, like, you think of something like this and it's like, oh, like friends and family can follow along, or people who follow the sport, but it's really fun to feel like connect. I mean, like, I ran solo after mile 40 where I just saw my pacers, but it was cool to kind of see a little bit of what other runners experience.
Yeah, no, it was great to be able to tune in with you, whether it was through your crew. Obviously, we had a setup where they had a cam link with us, or whether it was somebody following. We cracked a few jokes, when you had left Whit in the dust yesterday around Sedona. But
Whit's still upset about that one, by the way.
Hey, you know what? It kind of encapsulated how amazing of a race you were having. Because we know that Whit's no slouch. I mean, he finished 4th in this race last year, so it wasn't so much. I mean, yeah, we kind of poked a little bit of jokes about that, but it was more like damn, Joe is having an amazing race. At least that was my perspective. So, again, congratulations, man. You had a wonderful race this week. It has been a pleasure following you. And are you going to stick around to see the rest of the race shake out?
Yeah, I'll be here at least through Saturday. So we're in a little bit south of Flagstaff, but we'll hopefully be at the finish line for a bit. It would be fun to see people.
Well, maybe we'll have to have another chat again once you've gotten a good night's sleep. But Joe,
you mean I'm not put together and professional?
Actually,
now?
Joe, the thing that people are saying in the chat is that they're shocked at how well you are put together right now. You are carrying on a conversation like you did not just run 250 miles. So, you look great. You actually do. And seeing you around the finish line, walking around. And I loved when Steve Adderholt brought you the chair and you sat down, and within 5 minutes you were standing back up again.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I need to learn how to chill out, I think, is what my lacking skill.
Well, again, congratulations, and thanks for sharing some time with us. And go get yourself some well-deserved rest.
Oh, yeah. Thank you all.
All right. That is the Cocodona 250 2022 winner, Joe Stringbean McConaughey. Congratulations to him. And, of course, as we've mentioned, the race is not over. Of course, Shelby Farrell from Gooder
Koros now. Yeah, wow, you must be
Koros.
sleep deprived too. It's all
Oh
good.
my goodness, it's that time of day. I
Yeah.
even showed off my Koros.
I know. It's hard. I still wear my Gooders too. I love them.
Well, I wear all of it. It's but yeah, thanks for joining us. And you know, you've been all over the course. Obviously, we talked about what you were doing with Joe out there. But what else were you doing when you were making your way around the course?
Yeah, let's see. Let's go back. I got here. I live in Redondo Beach, California. I got here on Sunday afternoon for bib pickup, so that was cool to see. I got to throw a bunch of Koros tattoos on athletes, and then stayed up way too late making a little edit around that. Woke up, took a meeting in the parking lot actually before the race started. That 10 a.m. start allowed you to get a lot done. And it was really cool actually the morning of the race to see all of the runners interacting in sunlight, where a race usually starts at 5 a.m. and you're kind of cold and just anxiously waiting for the start. So that was fun. Got a lot of footage of like that scene.
Sure.
Did a little bit more work for my car before heading to Skull Valley. Was the first aid station that I went to catch Joe come in. I met his crew for the first time. He had asked me to pace him, I don't know, like last week at some point. He had another potential pacer drop out, and I was just like absolutely honored to have that opportunity and run with such a talented athlete. So jumped on that. The Skull Valley aid station was cool. I hadn't seen it before. I ran last year, and that was not a part of. Yeah, that was not a part of things.
When it comes to a race where you've got 250 miles ahead of you, do you think that you would prefer a 6 a.m. start like you had last year, or a start like this year where it was 10 a.m.?
I'm really bad at sleeping. Clearly, this week is demonstrating it to the max. I think that I've messed up a lot of races by just not going to bed early enough and being like a late packer. So I personally would prefer the 10 a.m. start. It just gives you that extra time to hit the snooze button. And
sure.
And like I said, to see all the different runner personalities out there mingling was neat. Even from talking to different people I was like pacing or friends with, everyone had their own little vibe going.
Sure.
Some were confident, some were nervous, some were just chilling. It was really neat to experience that. And I remember, Cocodona last year was interesting because we had wave starts.
Yeah.
So that already kind of made things feel smaller. And yeah, it started in the dark. So people are kind of just hanging out in their warm car, and you're not getting that pre-race mingle.
It was chilly that morning.
It was chilly that
morning. Kind of comparing and contrasting your experience last year versus this year, and you mentioned the fact that the wave starts, that was key, because one thing that we encountered earlier in the race was at one point over 15% of the field was at Mingus Mountain. We're within a mile of Mingus Aid.
Wow, yeah.
So, because of one mass start, and, I also think it was the fact that there was no climb up to Crown King that kind of, caused people to separate. Obviously, having run the race last year and having been a part of crewing and pacing this year, did you have any FOMO not having a bib on yourself, at least a numbered bib?
Yeah, I did a few times. I did just run a 290-mile race at the end of March, and took all of my learnings from Cocodona and was ultimately victorious, setting a new course record and coming in first place for females. So that helped me say, okay, Shelby, you don't need to do Cocodona this year. Just go and enjoy it. Represent Koros and help your fellow friends and Koros athletes accomplish their goals. And I still have people out there. So I don't know. I also have never actually crewed or paced a race like this. Really, I helped a friend with a impromptu triathlon thing. But,
okay.
And, maybe a marathon running with somebody, but no, I've never been on this side, and I know that I've evolved as a runner as far as how I treat my crew and how I've learned to ask for things or Joe had mentioned kind of that NASCAR style technique, and I actually I was in touch with everybody who crewed me from Cocodona last year, just sort of either touching base with them on what's up, or like thanking them for hey, taking care of me out there. I was a little bit of a mess, but teaching me how to now take care of these athletes. So I never wiped somebody's feet before, but my friend Rhea, every time she crews me, she wipes my feet and puts squirrel's nut butter on, and it's such a treat. And it's so important, foot care is a game changer, and I've learned that the hard way. So I also got to crew and pace Brianna Grigsby, who's still out there. We had a killer night last night. So yeah, I've been running.
I did. We saw you on camera.
I did try to call in.
So
service was a little spotty, but I paced Brianna for maybe 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. and then I actually got a shower in today, which was cool. But then did 16.5 miles with Joe around 10:30 a.m. We'll say.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's been a wild ride.
So what's the rest of the week look like for you?
I want to go back to Flagstaff and cheer some runners in. I need to do that. So
for sure.
I will head back up to Flag and then drive back to SoCal.
Yeah, I was up there at the finish last year, and I just taking and soaking all of that in was a truly special experience. So, are you sticking around tonight? I don't know. Honestly, we're kinda...
I think I was scheduled for midnight. But that seemed nuts. So I was like, I'll just get here, and I'm glad I was here because it was great seeing Joe on the other side of the camera.
Do we want to? I can give up the headset and we can. Yeah. Let's do that. Let's kind of. Yeah, we'll bounce around. Thanks, Shelby. We'll have you back on in a little bit, and
see you later.
We'll keep things going with our next guest, or our previous next guest, our next previous guest. Yeah, that's what happens when you've been on the air for as long as we have. Back here with Lisa Pizzoni, who has been gracious and flexible with everything that's going on.
That's how we roll, right? We're flexible as ultra runners.
Yeah, it's funny how that works. It's almost like there's a long time where you're cruising along, and then all of a sudden there's troubleshooting to be had, and it's like running an ultra.
I just don't want to do any math right now. Just don't make me do any math.
Oh,
that's all I ask.
I've been kind of nervous about that myself.
I'm watching. I'm like,
we are a little bit limited on cams at this point. Franz was asking what Joe's final time was. I had 59:28:54 per the ticker that was on the corner. I don't know what our race clock said, so let me see if I can pull that up.
I don't know if it's accurate.
It's 59:28:54. Yeah, that's exactly what I had. Okay, that is the official time?
Yeah.
Awesome. That is per people that are far more important than us. So 59 hours, 28 minutes, 54 seconds.
Somebody said someone get Chris a coffee.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I could definitely.
I should have brought you a coffee, not a beer. What was I thinking? I don't know.
Do you have a coffee stout, perhaps, with you?
Actually, I think I do. I have a
oh, my
dirty
goodness.
chai stout. I have a dirty chai stout. I also brought this because it was May the 4th be with you.
It is a Imperial Rye Stout aged on coffee beans. Oh, my.
And I just picked this one because I just Ernie and Bert. I have no idea. It was cute.
Yeah, so Lisa, as I said, I appreciate you stepping in to help. Well, obviously, the first Wednesday of every month you come to town and come to our group run and
in town
and help lead in town here in Phoenix. With that, let's see if we can. We don't have that yet, so we'll go back to our static heritage cam.
Yeah, if you people don't know why I'm a little obsessed with beer, just to throw a little plug out for Running for Brews, if you're looking for places to run locally here in the, outside of the Aravaipa group runs that are on Monday and Wednesday, we also have Running for Brews on Tuesday night. We meet at Snakes and Latte in Tempe. So, go for a run, have a beer. That's what we do. I was debating having one of those while I was waiting, but
there we go.
A little too tired, I think.
Take a quick look at the aid station cutoffs coming up here for the Cocodona 250. As we mentioned, this is not the end of the race. It is the end of the race for Joe Stringbean McConaughey. But for the rest of us, it's about the halfway point. Yay!
Yay!
No, I'm kidding. I absolutely love being here, and I love being a part of all of this. And it's one of those things where it is a lot of work, but it's a lot of fun. To be a part of an event like this. As you can see, the aid station cut off. The next one that we've got to keep our eyes on is that would be Dead Horse Ranch at 12:30. I don't think we have static cam at Dead Horse, so we will be following the tracker when that time comes. I don't know if we've got any filmers down in Heritage. If you're actually on the course and you do have a follow link, feel free to dial on in, and we'll catch some footage from you out there on the course if you've got ample light. So like if you're at an aid station or something like that, we would love to pull you in for a little bit. Let's take a look here. We do have the tracker. I'm going to pull that up on the screen. As you can see, our next runner to hit the finish line should conceivably be Michael McKnight. It looks like Mike McKnight, according to this, is approaching 89, so he'll be crossing the street at 89 and then heading up Elden, which of course is to the high point of the course. He is about 236 miles in, so he's got about 14 to go, give or take. We don't know. I don't know what the exact number was on Stringbean's final tally. It was like 250.3. So yeah, 14 miles. Our third place male is Jason Coop. He is at mile 218, which means he is, as we know, left Fort Tuttle Aid and is making his way at and through Walnut Canyon, and doing a great job as well. He's been in the top 4 males the entirety of the race. On the women's side, Annie Hughes, 24-year-old Annie Hughes, is straight killing it. She is currently 223 miles in, so basically a marathon from the finish.
Yeah.
And Annie has been leading the women's side from start to finish. She has been in the top 3 or 4 overall the entirety of the race. She and Jason Coop were kind of bouncing back and forth for second place overall. Then Michael McKnight did what Michael McKnight does and surged up to second place, but Annie's still having an amazing race at this point.
And I just love every picture that I've seen posted. She's always smiling.
Yeah.
I love that. That's just awesome.
Well, we'll have to see if we can pull up some of those pictures on the Instagram account, because I know that photographer extraordinaire Howie Stern has been following her and giving her the opportunity to say hi to Howie's beautiful dog Mishka every so often. Our second place woman is Lauren Jones. Lauren is a little bit further back. She has just crossed the 200-mile threshold, so she is 200 miles in, so that would put her past that would put her on her way to Kelly Canyon, having left Munns Park. So, but Lauren has been doing very well, and she's been in second place among the women for quite a long time. So, with 50 miles to go, she's relatively safe unless unless something unforeseen happens at this point.
Right.
Heading down the line, in third place is let's go back to this screen. Would be Aravaipa Racing Team member Sarah Ostaszewski, currently showing as third place at the Munns Park Aid Station. The second time she hits Munns Park because there is an out and back. But she is about 6 miles ahead of the fourth place woman, Rhoda Smoker, who is actually on that out and back section. Let's see if we can pull that up. There we go. On that out and back section, she is on her way back from the out and back point, so she is heading back to Munns Park. She is currently in fourth place, about 10K behind Sarah Ostaszewski at this point. So, but again, there's still a long way to go. In their case, they've got 65, 70 miles to go.
Yeah, so many things. So many things.
The next woman in this case after Rhoda is Stephanie Simpson. Stephanie has passed Munns Park 1 and is on the out and back section. The Canadian runner is about 175 miles in, so 75 to go, and that would put her in fifth place. And then not too far behind her is Carrie Henderson, who is also on that out and back section. So while the front of the women's field, the very front of the women's field, has distanced itself, has separated itself from the rest, the next few spots, fighting for the podium are not set in stone.
Yeah, no, not at all. I don't think so.
And in a race like this,
so hard to say.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen people moving very well, and then all of a sudden something goes sideways. So, I'm not saying that that'll happen here, but it could happen. We've seen runners, jockey for position very late into the race. I know that last year, Pete Mortimer was 10 miles back of Dax Hawk after they had actually gotten up onto the plateau, the Cocodona Plateau. So, somebody can be run down in a race such as this, especially when you've got a 250-plus mile climb this late in the race.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to try something daring here. I do have a crew cam here, and I'm going to see if I can go to it. And so we'll see if we can.
Somebody in Germany just woke up.
They
asked if anybody finished yet. Yes, we do have a finisher.
We do have one finisher. We have
say his name. I'm not going to say his name because I don't want to say. I'll say String Bean.
Joe McConaughey.
Say his name
you can say String Bean.
String Bean.
He goes by String Bean.
So yes, waking up in Germany, we have our first finisher here at Cocodona.
So we'll see if we can bring in this guest. Oh, did he bounce out? Oh, shucks. We could ask him what he was running from. The quiet times in Heritage Square in downtown Flagstaff.
Yeah, quiet for a little bit. Give everybody a chance to
recharge their batteries.
Recharge.
Of course, we're planning on going all night. We do have a team. It's not just
takes a village.
It does take a village.
We've said that so many times.
Oh,
that's
this
so
is
true.
fantastic stuff here. Let's share this.
That's awesome.
2022 Cocodona 250 champion is Joe the String Bean McConaughey, finishing in Heritage Square in Flagstaff in 2 days, 11 hours, and 31 minutes. So congratulations to Joe.
Congratulations.
And his team.
Amazing. Oh, great pictures.
These are some great shots.
Amazing pictures.
That's a wonderful
Still
shot
amazing
right
just to see how put together he was. It did not look like he just did 250 miles.
I love this shot right here.
That's a great shot.
Where String Bean is being hugged by 2021 Cocodona winner Michael Versteeg.
Yeah, what a great shot.
That is absolutely fantastic. There is Joe with race director Steve Adderholt. Kind of soaking in everything.
Yeah, look at that.
That is his award.
Deserved. Amazing.
Another picture with Steve Adderholt. Looks like that would be Whit Weisbrom that String Bean is hugging there. So yeah, those are some great photos. Some more photos of him late in the race. Some great shots from racer extraordinaire Scott Rokas. Look at that foot care right there. Aravaipa after dark, folks. Nothing like some foot close-ups as we approach the midnight hour here in Arizona. Yeah, I mean, those feet, I mean, not to stick on it, but...
they don't look that bad, actually, to be
yeah,
honest.
my feet look worse after a 50K than,
they don't look that
String
bad.
Beans do right now. So there is something to the, the foot care aspect that he mentioned. Is that looks like we've got some photos of some of the runners as sunset, of course, by the incomparable Howie Stern.
Beautiful.
There's one that is representing wearing the beautiful Cocodona 250 shirt.
Nice.
We'll go back to the static cam, the heritage static cam. Well, I mean, it looks like everything is set up, but I don't know, how many people are out and about and hobbling around out there. Let's take a look on social media. We'll see if we can find some Cocodona 250 posts that maybe some runners or their crews had done. We'll take a look. Of course, here is a photo from. This was the before picture.
The before picture. He actually didn't look that different, to be honest. Don't you think? Like I was like really amazed at how he looked fresh. Like he could have went back out. Like if somebody would have said you got to go out and do 10 more miles or whatever, he looked like
for those of you that that are watching and tuning in, I mean, this picture of String Bean looks like it could have been taken 2 minutes ago because he looked that good. And his hair. Oh my goodness, his hair was fantastic.
Yeah.
So yeah,
let's see, what are they saying about
as noted, 59, 28, 54 finish for String Bean McConaughey. Congratulations to him. Of course, some pictures by the incomparable Howie Stern as String Bean made his way through Sedona.
What a great picture.
Yeah, that's, if you're on the fence about running Cocodona, and you see a picture like this, it's got to move you. It's got to move you in, like if everything else being equal, this is what edges the coin flip in favor to run it.
Have you thought about it?
Oh, I registered for the first one last year.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, well, when I was telling you about learning about Cocodona for the first time,
okay,
I didn't tell you my response. So when Jamil told me about Cocodona, 4 years ago, my response was, "Man, I cannot wait to DNF that." So
goals, got goals.
Yeah, hashtag
Man's
goals.
got goals.
but common sense got the better of me. I could have run it, but things were not going great for me early last year from a training standpoint. So I pulled out, and actually it had been a year since I'd run my prior ultra even. So,
sounds like a good call.
Yeah, no, it was a great call. I got to be a part of
oh my gosh, that's
Cocodona
right.
live stream.
Yeah, that is amazing. Yeah, because you were up at Mount Elden.
Yeah, I got to be witness to all sorts of amazing, performances.
Totally.
Let's.
I gotta say, I don't know. It's out there. I gotta
people
say.
following Cocodona 250 out there. Even just runners on the course with just beautiful photos.
The scenery is amazing.
Alrighty. Let's see if we can find some more. I'm not sure who this is, but a great shot of some of the earlier to mid. That would be bib number 109, Matt Woodley. So, Yeah, thanks, Matt, for taking these photos. Hope that you're able to catch. That's a beautiful shot of Jerome at sunset.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm still. I definitely. I love our state. It looks like an amazing course. I feel like I just still need a little more experience before I can make that call. I mean, Across the Years was my first 100-miler this year, so I'm still, I'd say, considering myself a baby here in this.
Yeah, that's the beauty of trail running. Honestly, I mean, I can't speak for everybody else, but having come from a road running background, I was kind of tapped out when it came to running, but then and then I discovered trail running and all of a sudden became in love with it all over again.
Oh yeah, big time.
Oh, we do have somebody hanging out at the finish booth, and we'll see. I was just given notice that we are going to take a bit of a break in a little bit here as soon as we sign off, but I think that this is an excellent opportunity for us to have one more conversation here at the, let me see if I can do the finish booth cam. Of course, that was the wrong button.
Let's see. Oh, hey, Susan Bakken, you're up late, girl. I see you on there on the chat.
All right, we'll make sure that we. All right, we've got you on visual. Let's make sure that we've got you on audio. Let's unmute.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine. Let me make sure that the crowd can. Yep, we've got you. Of course, this is the incomparable, the amazing, the wonderful Matt Feldake, waving to the amazing, incomparable, unparalleled race director, Steve Adderholt. Steve, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for the kind words.
Well, you know what? The kind words are because you've earned them. First of all, we now have our first runner having crossed the finish line, and so obviously things are going well for the Cocodona 250, but it hasn't been a straight line. It has been a very circuitous route. Even some would say maybe a loop before you headed off in the right direction. Can you share what you went through in trying to get ready for this race in the last couple of weeks, dealing with outside forces beyond your control?
Yeah, I think it all comes down to relationships. So fortunately, we have great relationships with the Forest Service and the Yavapai County, who was the majority of the change of the new course. So it was pretty easy to just make a phone call, explain the situation, and they wanted to work with us, from the very beginning. So, there were a couple other aid stations permits that we had to get, but we were able to pull it together pretty easy. I mean, Jamil and I, we basically tag teamed it, and in 2 days we had a verbally approved course that was a great alternate. It wasn't just a trash miles to throw in. It was a beautiful section of trail that they got to do. So anyways, yeah, it came together pretty nicely.
That begs a question that I had earlier, and I'm glad that you phrased things the way you did right there. You didn't just put together miles for the sake of miles. Were there contingency plans in place prior to the wildfires that had started over the past couple of weeks?
That's a great question. We had talked about not necessarily specifics of what route you would pick, because you could go through machinations forever, trying to figure out what you would do if a fire popped out here versus there. But we had talked about a fire plan of kind of plan of action and what we would do and how we would roll out changes and those sort of things. So that definitely helped us roll out faster. But no, the course came together. Jamil came in early the day after the fire started, and we cranked through a route, and then I started working on permitting it. It wasn't planned out in advance. I wish I could say that we had it in our back pocket, but it just came together.
When you were planning the new course, how quickly did you realize you had to change the starting point? Because that was a big dynamic as part of this race. Obviously, the previous start line at Black Canyon City. The route made impossible by the wildfires, but also logistically for runners. I mean, I know you had to have shuttles set up to get runners to the new starting point just outside of Prescott. How quickly did you realize that you were going to have to uproot the start line?
Very quickly.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, once the fire passed from the west side of the course and then passed over and encompassed the course, there was no way around. We either had our trail that we would be on, or we had Senator Highway, and Senator Highway was engulfed in flames also. So the entire connection of the Bradshaws was lost or very early on. So
Okay.
we knew the start was shifting right away.
That's unfortunate, and I know that that was actually something I had wondered as well, simply because, I didn't know if you might try and go up the road through Bumblebee or something like that, kind of just parallel I-17 somehow. Obviously, it would have been, you would have, had some potential options there. But yeah, I mean, once you lose the Senator Highway, I guess that kind of it makes it so that the essence of the race, is going to be entirely different anyway. So you had to kind of move forward from that. When it came to setting up other aid stations, and you mentioned that dealing with the Forest Service and other public entities went very smoothly. Were there any private entities that, and you don't have to name them, but were there situations where some of the private entities that you might have been dealing with had to be, cajoled or, convinced that what you were doing was not going to be a problem?
Yeah, there's a couple of stories there. One was at the Skull Valley Bible Church, and they have a Facebook page, and I reached out to them immediately. Didn't get a response on via phone call, so I had to show up to church on Sunday and meet with the right folks and see a service, and it was actually great to be there and see the community that way. And but that was interesting. And then after the service, got a handshake approval, and that was that. So that was one. And then another one was a private landowner that owns a very small parcel, just the parcel that we were having the aid station at, but otherwise it's all encompassed by Forest Service.
Mm-hmm.
So we actually didn't realize that it was private property. So that was the day of the race that I wrote a check and did an insurance request, and got another handshake approval, and met the family, and they're ranchers, and I come from a ranching background, and that helped. And so yeah, there was a couple of interesting aid station permits that we had. Yeah.
When it comes to that, that private landowner that you mentioned there, do you know, have you had any communication with them since race start? Have they shared what they saw, or were they impressed, or were they, what was their reaction when they started to see people pour through their property that were running a 250-mile running race?
Yeah, I don't think they expected to see what they saw, but one of the private landowners had that's where one of the aid stations on the Whiskey 50-mile race was, just a couple of days before us. Anyway, so we made sure to clean that aid station up as best we could, because they had just been impacted by 2 races in a couple of days. And so yeah, I mean, that's important, is leaving a place just as good or better as the goal than you found it.
Well, I know that that's an important mindset that Aravaipa has in general in terms of when they put on races, because if you're not careful, you can impact the area that you're conducting the race upon. So at this point, now that the first finishers crossed the finish line, you still have a couple hundred or well over 100 people still out there in the course. Are things running pretty smoothly to this point? And is there anything that you're concerned about as a race director moving forward over the next 2.5 days?
At this point, I would say the only thing I'm concerned about is course signage vandalization. That's come up a few times already, and I don't know if it's vandalization or people don't realize that there's a running race going on in the middle of the week. They assume that the course flags were left from the weekend before, and they pick up a few course flags. So we've responded to quite a few of those. So hopefully those have died down. But really, everything's going really smoothly. It's just making sure that we keep enough food and propane and ice and water and sodas and all the other things that we need for the runners.
What was the one lesson that you took away from last year's event that you used and to make this event go more smoothly? Was there something that that you didn't anticipate in 2021 that you were, like, oh, I got to make sure about this for 2022 that has made this race go much more smoothly?
Well, we put a lot of work into the first day of the old course. Such a hard section, and we had to get mule carry, water carried into a water drop. We did a training run to try to prepare people. We put a lot of work into evac preparations for that first day that is so hard, and that evaporated with the course change. So there was that's the one thing that we really took away last year, that and food having a focus on a singular hot meal option at every aid station. That was a big thing that we learned, and I think we did a really good job. There's some things we've already learned, but I think the runners have been pleased with the food.
Looking at the current roster of racers, there's not a lot of DNFs at this point. There's not a lot of drops. There weren't many yesterday. Are you surprised at the high number of runners that are still on the course at this point?
I'm not surprised because of the course change.
Okay.
If we would have had last year's, the original course, and we would have had this few DNFs, I would be extremely surprised.
Well, I hope you brought as many belt buckles as possible up to Flagstaff, because I think you're going to need them.
Yeah, they're sitting right behind me.
Well, I'd be curious. I know it might be way too early in this whole situation, but I'm assuming next year there's a Cocodona 2023, and now with the changes from the start, whether there would be any consideration whether there without the fire, whether it would change or go back to the original.
We would definitely go back to the original course if we can, and as soon as we can. The plan is to go back to the original course. Just the vision of starting in Black Canyon City, getting on the Black Canyon Trail, climbing through the Bradshaws. There's so much about that race that
so Arizona
has to be in the course.
Awesome.
With the reroute, was there anything that you discovered that was that you were pleasantly surprised to find out? I know, like, for instance, a couple of people I've talked to were impressed by the section around Munns Park, and they were, the out and back section there that was not a part of the original plan was a treat to some of them.
Huh. Yeah.
They obviously you rolled with the punches in the past couple of weeks, and I think you did an excellent job. Is there anything else that that you'd like to add with regards to your experience so far this week, and anything you're looking forward to over the next few days?
Something I'm not looking forward to is sleeping in a sleeping bag on a concrete floor for the next few hours where it's really cold, and I'm shaking. I kind of wish I was out there on the course with the runners. It's cold here.
And one last question. For those that are watching or that are going to catch up on the live stream a little bit later, if they're not watching live, if they still want to contribute some time on the course, are there any volunteer opportunities still available? And what would you be needing, and where would it be?
We're actually pretty good on volunteers. If anybody wanted to show up, they could show up to any aid station that's a crew access aid station. That information is on the website, but any crew access aid station, show up, volunteer, hang out, watch the action, cheer runners on. We'd love for people to come out.
Well, Steve, I appreciate the time, and I can't tell you how impressed I am by everything. I mean, obviously, I met you after the race last year for the first time over a beverage that afternoon, and I was so excited to thank you for for doing such a great job. I loved following it and loved being a part of the event from a coverage side, and this year has been just as exciting, just as fun, and you know, I can't wait to see where this race keeps going in the future. Thank you for your time, and get some rest. You've
Stay
earned it.
warm. Stay warm down
And
there.
stay warm out there.
Stay warm up there.
Yeah, thank you very much. Y'all have a good night. It was good chatting with you.
All right,
You
thanks,
too.
Steve. That was
Good night.
race director Steve Adderholt, race director of the Cocodona 250. He has done work this week. I mean, there is no doubt about it. Let me see if I can pull back. I know how to do this. There we go.
There we are.
All
Here we
right. We are going to take a bit of a nap here as we approach the midnight hour as a broadcast. One last look at the cutoffs for runners. The next the next cutoff is at Dead Horse at mile 117, just after midnight.
We've got some questions about whose mustache is better now.
Steve's or Sensiman's? Oh, well, I think that I think it's a push in that regard. I don't think that there are no losers when it comes to those mustaches. They're both very impressive. So, as we note, here are the runner cutoffs. The next one coming up is at Dead Horse at the bottom of the next hour, so about 50 minutes to go, give or take, at Dead Horse, mile 117. Deer Pass at 5:15 a.m. and then, Sedona just after noon tomorrow. We'll take one last look at the tracker board to verify where our runners are at. I believe Mike McKnight will be finishing somewhere after, I don't know, if he's got 13 miles to go, so about 3 a.m., give or take. I mean, he, quote, only has 13 miles to go, but that includes a massive climb up Mount Elden in the dark. So nobody hurries up that mountain. Thereafter, it'll be Annie Hughes in the actually, I'm not saying that she'll finish next, but she is next after Mike McKnight on course. First female, third overall at this point. Jason Koop is the third male, fourth overall. Followed on the men's side by Matt Smith, Kevin Goldberg, Jeff Garmeyer, Mark Vogel, and Joshua Locke. On the women's side, following Annie Hughes, there is a significant gap between Annie and second-place woman Lauren Jones. Lauren is about 24 miles back, but only has 50 to go. So, barring anything unexpected, I would believe that this is Annie's race to take charge of. And Lauren, though, has a significant gap between herself and the third-place woman, Sarah Ostaszewski. Lauren is at 2:01, Sarah is at 1:86, so that's a 15-mile gap with 50 or 60 to go. A less of a foregone conclusion, but still a significant gap. Sarah has a couple miles on Rhoda Smoker, who is in fourth. Stephanie Simpson is in fifth at 176.6 miles. Carrie Henderson and Bree Grigsby a little further back, and Carol Northrup has entered the top 10 and is at mile 170. Some other significant names that people have been asking about over time: Dominic Grossman, the mustache man himself. That might be the mustache of the race. At mile 187, Eric Senseman at mile 180. Peter Ward at mile 171. Jose Sosa, fan favorite Jose Sosa from San Diego, mile 166. Wes Plate, videographer extraordinaire, filmmaker. If you've not seen Wes Plate stuff on YouTube, highly
Go look
recommended.
at it. Okay.
He made a nice film on Cocodona last year.
Oh, okay. I've
Mile
probably seen it then.
166. Andrew Glaze, high volume runner, mile 161. Local favorite Henry Ward, mile 161.
Nice.
Let's see. Sean Nakamura, run streaker himself, mile 166 or 156 rather. Tony Russ, who paced Andre Lee into DFL last year, 152. Sketch Diddy, the name of the number one name on the race, mile 150. The Denim Cowboy himself, Tony Tadieski, mile 145. Mile 145 would mean that he's hitting Sedona aids. So I don't know. Looks like we've got runners in there. Sedona right now, but we're not really able to identify. We could use some more light in Sedona. But Michelle Wager, mile 144. Yeah, we're kind of seeing from the same thing as last year where it looks like there's 1, 2, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, 24, 27, 30. There's 30 runners that are in or around Sedona. It's kind of like Mingus Mountain was the first night. Sedona is kind of where the runners were hoping to be.
Yeah.
Wait, is this the second night or the third night?
This is the third night.
This is
the third night. It all runs in.
Yeah,
It's all
so
running in.
so yeah, just as Mingus was the night 2 location, it seems that Sedona is night 3. And another runner that people were asking about, Amy Palmero Winters, is at mile 144. I do not know if she is still carrying the flag. Of course, Amy is our blade runner in this event, running this race as an amputee and doing a fantastic job. And I'm hoping that all of these runners that are still in the race can make it. To take a quick peek at the back of the pack and to verify, as we mentioned, the runners have to be at Dead Horse, mile 117 by 12:30. There is one runner, Brian Booth, who has not made it to Dead Horse Ranch at this point. Now, the other runners at Dead Horse still have to leave, and it looks like there are a couple of runners, January Cummings and Richard Murphy, who are still potentially at Dead Horse, but they do. Oh, actually, according to the tracker, Brian Booth is at Dead Horse. We won't know with any certainty until Race Command tells us. But yeah, looking at the tracker, it looks like all of our runners have made it through the Dead Horse checkpoint. Just not sure. Project Josh asking if the Goldberg crew is in the chat. No.
Apparently
even
not.
they've got to take a rest
They've
sometime.
gotta take a little break.
So, Lisa, I think that's pretty much all there is to
That's cool. It's been,
talk about.
I appreciate. It's been fun being on there.
I am grateful that you were able to come down, and when we've got some more races to cover, I think it would be great to have you back in here again.
I would love to. If I'm not out there doing them, I usually do Jackass. Jackass is one of my
Yeah.
favorites. I always got my crew out there. We get dressed up. We have a blast.
Yeah, you do. You definitely put your effort into the Aravaipa community and are out there volunteering. And even if you're not volunteering, you're also very supportive of the runners.
Yes, we're either running their races or volunteering at the races or being at the group runs together.
Absolutely. And, to give you a moment, if runners are interested in the Running University, how would they find out more information about it?
Well, thanks for asking. The Running University is my website. I also do have a YouTube channel. I just dropped my video today of my own video analysis of my running form, if anybody cares to do that. But on Instagram, I'm True Coach Lisa because my account got hacked. But you could also find me back on the Running University. I'll just direct you there. But the Running University, if you Google that, you'll find me. Yeah, get in touch with me. Help out with running technique is one of my fortes, and I also love to train. My big thing is getting people into trail running and then ultra running. So you know.
Yeah, you've brought many people into the trail running community from the roadside. That's for sure. I do have to give you a lot of credit for that.
There's a couple of people that I still can't. They're like, nope, I'm road. I'm like, okay, I give up.
You know, I mean,
okay.
you know, there's hope for everybody, but
right.
you know, I know you do what you can. So
they don't know what they're missing, but hey.
No. One last question: do you have any desire to run Cocodona yourself?
Well, it's funny that you say that. I think I've said it out loud either in a blog or something. It's definitely out there. You know, I have found I love ultra running. I'm obviously not a fast runner, which doesn't matter to me. I did the 100-miler at Across the Years as my first one to kind of really dip my feet into it.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I'd like to do at least 100 or 200 milers before. I don't know. Then I hear some people that, you know, I don't know. It's definitely out there, but I know it's a huge commitment training-wise. So I'd say maybe on the 3 to 4 year plan, I'm thinking I would like to. I know I'd have a whole tribe of people that would come out and pace me and all of that. So I'm thinking about it. I love our state, and I think it'd be a great way to check out some trails that I've never been on. So.
Well, you know, to kind of piggyback on that, I think that one thing that you know, talking about running this race, I think it's only going to get bigger. Versteeg himself, actually on his Instagram, I was going to try and pull it up, but that's all good. But he says that he's happy to be part of the year 2, but he does truly believe that this could be the premier American endurance foot race. So
that's awesome.
And we'll be here to bring it to you as long as we can. For Lisa Pizzoni, for Matt Feldake, Shelby Farrell, and a whole lot of other people. I'm Chris Warden, and we're going to start a new stream here. So thanks for tuning in. But we'll be around. We're still just getting started. We're 61 hours, 62 hours into the live stream. We only have 60 more.
That's it.
All right, we're going to change streams. Give us about 3 minutes, and we will be back.
Good night.